What if the world you experience is not a fixed stage, but a living canvas that changes with every glance you give it? Imagine that each thought, each memory, each sense of who you are is a thread woven in real time by the very act of observing. In the next few minutes, we'll dive into the astonishing science that shows reality is far more fluid than you ever imagined, and we'll discover how that knowledge can transform the way you step into each day, make choices, and shape the destiny you truly desire. Get ready to question the limits of your mind, to feel the exhilaration of endless possibility, and to walk away with a fresh, empowering roadmap for living a life that moves with intention rather than with illusion. Take a breath and picture a particle, the tiniest speck of matter known to science, existing in two places at once, a shimmering cloud of potential that only settles into a single reality the moment you look. That startling phenomenon isn't a metaphor for imagination, it's a proven fact of quantum physics, observed again and again in laboratories around the globe. When you focus your attention on something, whether it's a decision about your career, a relationship, or a personal dream, you are performing a kind of measurement that collapses a field of countless possibilities into the concrete outcome you will experience. The very act of paying attention becomes a creative force, and that realization rewires how you can approach every challenge that lies ahead. Your mind, far from being a passive recorder of an external world, is an active architect. Neuroscience tells us that the brain does not simply receive sensory data and store it unchanged. It constantly predicts, fills in gaps, and constructs narratives that allow you to move forward. Those narratives are the stories you tell yourself about who you are, what you're capable of, and what the future holds. When you become aware that those stories are provisional, that they shift the moment you question them, you gain a powerful lever. You can choose to rewrite the script, to replace a limiting belief with a possibility that energizes you, to turn a fear of the unknown into curiosity about the new paths opening before you. Think back to a moment when you stood before a hallway of identical doors, each one promising something different, perhaps a new job, a deeper relationship, a bold adventure. You might have felt stuck, unsure which door to open, terrified that choosing one would mean the loss of all the others. In the quantum world, that scene is not just symbolic, it mirrors how particles behave when you decide whether to observe them as waves or as particles. If you set up a detector to see which slit a photon passes through, the photon behaves like a tiny marble, picking one path and discarding the other. Remove the detector, and the photon spreads out, exploring every possible route at once, creating an interference pattern that is richer, more beautiful, and full of hidden potential. The lesson for you is simple yet profound. When you cling to the need to know every outcome before you act, you force reality into a single, narrow track. When you allow the uncertainty to remain, you invite a richer tapestry of experiences, each one adding depth to your journey. Now, imagine that the past is not a locked book you can never edit, but a flexible manuscript that the present can subtly revise. Experiments with delayed choice photons have shown that decisions made after a particle has ostensibly passed a certain point can still determine how it behaved earlier. In other words, the future can reach back and influence the past. For you, this means that the intention you set today can reverberate into your memories, your habits, and even the patterns you thought were set in stone. When you decide to approach life with gratitude, confidence, or compassion, those choices do more than shape tomorrow. They begin to reshape the way you remember yesterday, turning regret into learning and loss into resilience. This isn't abstract philosophy, it's a practical tool for empowerment. The moment you recognize that observation is an act of creation, you can harness it deliberately. Start by training your attention like a muscle. Each morning, before you dive into the rush of emails and obligations, pause and ask yourself, what do I want to bring into focus today? Visualize the outcome you desire not as a vague hope, but as a vivid scene where your senses are already engaged. Feel the texture of success, hear the applause of internal confidence, sense the steady breath of calm as you navigate obstacles. By holding that image, you are measuring the future in the quantum sense, prompting the universe of possibilities to collapse toward the version you've envisioned. When doubt creeps in, remember that uncertainty is not a void to be feared but a field of potential waiting for your intention. The anxiety you feel before a big decision is, at its core, the brain's way of signaling that many outcomes are still in superposition. Rather than suppressing that feeling, lean into it. Ask, what does each possible path offer me? What would I learn from each? In doing so, you expand the wave of possibilities, giving yourself the space to see which one resonates most authentically. This practice transforms fear into a compass, guiding you toward the choice that aligns with your deepest values. Let's bring this back to identity. If a particle's existence is not fixed until it is observed, then the story of who you are is also fluid. You are not a static portrait, painted once at birth. You are a living mural that updates with every act of self-attention. The version of you that appears when you glance at yourself in the mirror is shaped by the thoughts you entertain, the emotions you nurture, and the narratives you repeat. By consciously choosing empowering stories, I am capable, I am resilient, I am continually evolving, you are performing the same measurement that turns a cloud of probabilities into a concrete self-image. Each affirmation is a quantum measurement that narrows the field of who you could become into the version you step into each day. Consider the countless what-ifs that whisper in the back of your mind. Perhaps you once imagined traveling the world, starting a business, writing a book, or learning an instrument. Those visions lingered as faint possibilities, like a photon drifting through a double-slit apparatus. When you finally give them focused attention, research, practice, small steps, you are collapsing the wave function, converting a dream into a lived reality. The key is not to wait for the perfect moment, because the quantum world teaches us that the moment you decide to observe is the moment reality solidifies. Every small action, every deliberate pause, is enough to tip the balance. Now let's talk about the paradox of choice. In a world that seems to offer endless doors, the fear of picking the wrong one can paralyze us. But if every choice is a measurement that creates its own branch of reality, then each branch carries its own set of experiences, lessons, and growth. No decision is a loss, it is a creation. The idea that a missed opportunity is a permanent void fades when you see that the universe continuously reshapes itself around the paths you do take. The doors you leave closed are not voids, they become the background that highlights the richness of the doors you open. Cultivate gratitude for each choice, for it is a catalyst that fuels the evolution of your story. You might wonder how to stay grounded when the mind races through endless possibilities. The answer lies in the practice of present moment awareness, a skill that quantum physics and meditation both cherish. When you anchor yourself in the now, whether through breath, sensation, or focused listening, you become the observer who defines the parameters of reality without being overwhelmed by them. This presence creates a stable platform from which you can launch into the creative field of potential. It is the calm eye of the storm, the steady hand that guides the collapse of possibilities into purposeful action. Let's integrate all these insights into a simple, actionable ritual you can start today. First, set a quiet intention. I intend to be an active creator of my reality. Second, identify one area where you feel stuck: a project, a relationship, a personal habit. Third, close your eyes and vividly picture the outcome you desire, engaging all your senses as if it is already happening. Fourth, note the feelings that arise: confidence, excitement, relief, and anchor them with a physical cue, such as pressing your thumb and forefinger together. Finally, open your eyes and take one concrete step toward that vision. No matter how small, each repetition of this loop trains your brain to treat observation as creation, gradually rewiring the habits that keep you in old patterns. Remember, the universe is not a distant, indifferent machine. It is an interactive field that responds to the quality of your attention. Just as a photon can be both wave and particle, you can be both the thinker and the doer, the dreamer and the implementer. The more you embrace this duality, the more fluidly you will navigate life's complexities. Accept that certainty is an illusion, and see the freedom that arises when you release the need to control every variable. In that release, you discover a deeper power, the ability to shape outcomes through the simple act of choosing where to look. Take a moment now to reflect on the doors still standing before you. Notice how some feel heavy with expectation, while others feel light with possibility. Acknowledge the fear, but also acknowledge the thrill that comes with stepping into the unknown. You are not a passive passenger, you are the pilot whose gaze determines the weather. When you turn your focus toward curiosity rather than certainty, the clouds part, revealing routes you never imagined. Embrace the uncertainty as a playground, not a battlefield. In the grand tapestry of existence, each of us is both thread and loom. By learning to observe with intention, to measure with purpose, and to act with conviction, we co-author the story of our lives. The quantum world shows us that reality is not a rigid sculpture carved once, and for all it is a dynamic sculpture being constantly chiseled by the mind's eye. Your daily choices are the tools that sculpt, your passions the polish that shines, and your awareness the light that reveals the form. So, as you move forward from this moment, carry this truth in your heart every time you direct your attention. You are collapsing a field of infinite possibilities into a single, lived experience. Let that knowledge energize you, let it dissolve doubt, and let it inspire you to step boldly into each day, knowing that you are the essential ingredient that turns potential into reality. The universe waits for you to look, to choose, to create. Open your eyes, choose a door, and walk through it with the confidence that you are not just witnessing reality, you are shaping it. Your presence matters in ways you may not yet realize. Every decision, even the tiny ones that feel invisible in the moment, sends ripples across the tapestry of what is. Imagine a particle that can be in two places at once until you look. You, too, can hover between who you have been and who you might become, suspended in that shimmering space of possibility. It is only when you choose to step forward, to open that door, to accept that reality is not a static gift, but a canvas you help paint that the fog lifts, and the world begins to shape itself around your awareness. Think of awareness not as something that happens inside you, but as something the universe does when it becomes you. In the delayed choice experiment, scientists have shown that a future decision can reach back and influence a past event. The future, in that moment, decides the past. What if you could write the ending of a story before the first line ever appears on the page, and the earlier chapters rearrange themselves to match the twist you haven't yet chosen? Picture the ink on the opening sentence staying wet until you flip to the final page, only then solidifying into the words you expected. This is the realm you step into when you embrace the logic-defying world of quantum possibility. In that realm, causality is not a straight line from point A to point B. It is a luminous web that stretches forward and backward, where your present choice appears to ripple into the past, rewriting what you thought was set in stone. For most of us, the past feels like a solid foundation, immovable and unchangeable, the ground upon which everything else is built. Quantum physics cracks that foundation open and whispers a startling possibility: the present can edit the past, and the future can cast shadows that travel backward through time itself. Imagine reaching out to catch a falling glass, only to discover that your hand had already moved a fraction of a second earlier, as if time bent itself to meet your intention before it fully formed. The delayed choice experiment does not merely suggest this, it demonstrates it, again and again, with precise, measurable results. The deeper you look, the more the illusion of a linear timeline unravels, revealing a universe where chronology is optional and where each act of choosing reshapes not just what will happen, but what already happened. To make sense of this, first let go of everything you thought you knew about time. We have been taught to see time as a conveyor belt, always moving forward, never pausing, never reversing. The past is gone, the future unknown, the present a fleeting instant that is instantly consumed by the next moment. In quantum mechanics, however, time is not a simple arrow. It is a field of interdependencies, a mesh of possibilities that can flow in any direction. The delayed choice experiment begins with a humble photon, a single particle of light, in a setup reminiscent of the famous double-slit experiment. In the classic version, photons pass through two slits and strike a detector, creating either a wave-like interference pattern if they behave like waves, or two distinct clusters if they behave like particles. The twist that makes the delayed choice version so unsettling is the timing. The decision of whether to observe the photon as a particle or as a wave is made after it has already passed through the slits. and yet the photon behaves according to the decision made afterward. If the observer chooses to detect which slit the photon went through, it behaves as a particle, having taken one path. If the observer chooses not to detect, it acts like a wave, interfering with itself as though it had traveled through both slits simultaneously. The choice is made after the photon should have already decided what it was. It is as if your present observation reaches back in time and changes the past state of the photon, retroactively deciding what it did. This is not metaphor, it is experimental data that has been reproduced countless times. What does this mean for you, for the world you live in, for everything you think you know about cause and effect? It means that the universe may not be built on the orderly sequence we imagine. Time may not be an independent backdrop against which events unfold. Instead, reality might be woven from correlations of vast, interconnected net of outcomes that align not based on when things happen, but on how they are eventually observed. The photon's path isn't determined. While it travels, it is determined the moment it is measured. The universe doesn't commit to a single past until the present demands it. Now bring this into human terms. Think about how often you reinterpret your own past in light of new knowledge. A painful memory can become a moment of growth only after you have gained perspective. Something that once seemed meaningless can take on deep significance years later when its echo resurfaces. Perhaps this isn't just a psychological quirk, perhaps it mirrors how reality itself behaves. Maybe memory isn't a static archive, but a quantum-like process that reshapes the narrative each time it is accessed, folding the future into the past like hands shaping clay from both ends at once. If observation truly reaches backward, what does that mean for responsibility, for choice, for identity? We like to think we are products of our pasts, that who we are was formed by a sequence of events leading us here. But what if the past is not finished? What if it remains fluid, responsive, still vulnerable to the weight of present awareness? What if the act of understanding, of interpreting, is not a passive reflection, but an act of co-creation with time itself? Every new insight would then do more than color your memories, it would actually alter them. Every moment of presence becomes a ripple that rewrites the context of what's already occurred. You are not merely walking forward on a path laid out behind, you are sculpting the road you have already traveled. This may be the deepest implication of the delayed choice experiment. Time is not something you move through, it is something you generate through engagement. Reality is not fixed until you engage with it, not just in space but in time. Consider the implications. If the future can change the past at the quantum level, what does that say about destiny, about free will? You might picture your life as a line drawn from birth to death, but perhaps it is more like a painting still being brushed from both directions. Your choices now don't just carve a future, they cast meaning backward, highlight certain memories, diminish others, reach into your past and alter the emotional resonance of events long since done. And perhaps, on a level far beyond introspection, they literally shift the physical chain of events that led you here. If the fabric of the universe allows retrocausality, then your story is not yet finished. The parts you thought were over. Every moment becomes a negotiation between what is and what was, and observation is the bridge. This does not make you a god who controls time, it makes you a partner, a participant in the machinery, turning the gears from both ends. And still, this leaves us with a haunting question: if the future can decide the past, what is the now? What is this moment you call the present? Perhaps it is not a thin slice between what has been and what will be, but a crucible where both are frigid, a meeting point where the past collapses into a single story, only when the future has made its demands. This might explain the sensation of déjà vu, of prophetic dreams, of intuitions that feel impossible to justify. Not fantasy, not coincidence, but subtle entanglements across tomechos moving in both directions, signals from outcomes not yet realized, rewriting the context of what came before. If this sounds like science fiction, remember that the delayed choice experiment is not a theory. It is an observation, repeatable, measurable, real. A single particle can rewrite its past to match a future decision, and perhaps you can do the same. Let this truth change the way you see your story. The moments you regret may not be as fixed as you think. The traumas, the mistakes, the silences they might still be open, still waiting for a different context to collapse into. They remain capable of becoming something new under the light of a present intention. Healing, then, is not merely rewriting the story, it is observing it differently. It is choosing to measure it in a way that changes its form, just like the photon, just like time itself. The past may not be the prison you assumed it is raw material, waiting for you to sculpt meaning from it, not by what happened, but by what you choose to make of it now. In some quiet, impossible way, the universe is always waiting for you to choose not just what will happen, but what already has. Observing something changes its reality. Picture walking into a hall of mirrors where none of the reflections appear until you make a move. You raise your hand, and only then does the image respond. You tilt your head, and the mirrors scramble, reconfigure, and present a version of you that wasn't there a heartbeat earlier. Imagine the world itself behaving like that mirror, not passively reflecting, but actively composing itself in reaction to your attention. This is the haunting elegance of the observer effect, the simple act of watching, of focusing your awareness upon something, fundamentally changes what it is, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but physically, tangibly, empirically. In the quantum realm, particles do not sit idle waiting to be seen. They are unsettled by your curiosity, reshaped by your gaze. They exist in a haze of probabilistic possibilities until your measurement pins them down into a single outcome, collapsing their ambiguity into a precise state. The disruption runs deeper than any textbook can capture. This isn't just about electrons in a lab, it's about you, your relationships, your choices, your identity. Everything you observe, people, events, memories, bears the fingerprints of your perception. The observer effect is not an obscure feature of subatomic weirdness. It is a mirror held up to the nature of awareness itself. Once you see it, once you understand that observation is not innocent, but interventionist, you begin to realize you have never seen the world as it is, only as it becomes in response to you. Classical physics assumed reality was independent of the observer. The moon is in the sky whether or not you glance up. A tree falls in the forest and makes a sound regardless of whether anyone is listening. The quantum world rebels against that certainty. In it, particles exist not as fixed entities, but as a field of probabilities. They occupy multiple states at once until observed. Thenly thendos the particle choose a state, collapsing from superposition into a measurable result. The famous double-slit experiment illustrates this brilliantly. Fire particles one at a time at a barrier with two slits, and an interference pattern emerges on the screen behind, a signature of wave-like behavior, as if each particle went through both slits simultaneously. Install a detector to observe which slit each particle passes through, and the interference vanishes. The pattern changes, the particle decides to go through one slit, the wave collapses into a dot. The act of observing, not touching, merely knowing, alters the outcome. This is not theoretical speculation, it is experimental fact. When you bring this understanding into your life, it offers a powerful invitation. Every time you turn your attention toward a situation, you are not merely witnessing it, you are shaping it. When you choose to focus on possibility rather than limitation, you steer the probabilities toward outcomes that support your growth. When you decide to see a past wound not as an irrevocable scar, but as a catalyst for resilience, you change the emotional weight that wound carries. When you hold a vision of the future with clarity and intention, you send a ripple backward, inviting the past to rearrange itself in a way that supports that vision. So what can you do, here and now, to harness this subtle, profound power? Begin by treating each moment as an opportunity to observe with purpose. When a thought arises that tells you are stuck, pause. Notice the feeling, the narrative, the pattern. Then, deliberately choose a different lens, perhaps curiosity, perhaps compassion, perhaps excitement. You are not just reinterpreting, you are actively co-creating the reality that will be remembered. Next, practice what I like to call retroactive intention. Pick a memory that feels heavy or limiting. In a quiet space, bring it into your awareness, then ask yourself, what if this event were a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block? Visualize the scene shifting, the colors brightening, the meaning evolving. Hold that intention for a few breaths. You may notice a subtle relief, a softening of the emotional charge. That shift is the quantum echo of your present observation reaching back, offering the past a new configuration. Then, lean into the future with the same respect for its influence on the present. When you set a goal, see it not as a distant point you are marching toward, but as a shape already influencing the space between now and then. Feel the confidence, the clarity, the sense of alignment that comes from living as if the outcome already exists. This isn't wishful thinking, it is a realignment of the field of possibilities, a way of letting the future's weight guide the present's choices. Remember, the universe is not a silent stage waiting for a script written in stone. It is a dynamic conversation, a dance of probabilities that respond to the rhythm of your attention. The more consciously you engage, the more you discover that you are both observer and participant, both questioner and answerer. Each breath you take, each glance you cast, each intention you set, is a brushstroke on the canvas of time. Embrace the uncertainty as a playground, not a battlefield. Let the paradox of being at once a particle and a wave inspire you to hold multiple possibilities within yourself. Know that the very act of deciding whether to act, to speak, to love creates a bridge that links the future to the past. Your choices do not merely map a path forward, they reach back, reshaping the narrative of who you have been. Allow this truth to lift the weight of regret. The mistakes you fear are not eternal monoliths, they are malleable, waiting for a new observation to soften their edges. The trauma that feels like a permanent scar can be reframed, its meaning transformed, its impact lessened, simply by directing a compassionate gaze toward it now. Healing, then, becomes an active, ongoing practice of observing with love, of choosing how each memory is held. And as you move through each day, notice the moments when the world seems to answer you before you have even spoken. Those flashes of déjà vu, those intuitive nudges, those coincidences that feel too precise to be random, see them as the subtle feedback of a reality that is already listening, already co-creating with you. Trust that the universe is not a distant, indifferent clockwork, it is a responsive field that resonates with the frequency of your attention. In the end, the delayed choice experiment teaches us a profound lesson: the future is not a distant, sealed destiny, and the past is not a locked vault. Both are fluid, responsive, woven together by the thread of awareness. By embracing this, you step into a role that is both humble and heroic. You become a co-author of your own story, a participant in the grand unfolding of time itself. So, as you go forward, carry this awareness with you. Let every decision be made with the knowledge that you are not merely moving along a pre-drawn line, but actively shaping the line as you travel. When you feel doubt, remember that the very act of looking can change what you see. When you feel stuck, recall that a future intention can echo back and recolor the past. When you stand before a mirror, know that the reflection you receive is a collaboration between your gaze and the world's response. Your presence matters. Your choices matter. Your attention matters. In the quantum dance of existence, you are both the observer and the observed, the cause and the effect, the past and the future. Embrace this power, wield it with intention, and watch how the world you thought was fixed begins to blossom into the endless possibilities you have always carried within. Imagine that the universe is waiting for you to make a choice, not just about what might happen, but about what already exists in a realm of possibility. When you turn your attention to something, you do more than simply notice it, you alter its very reality. Picture walking into a room lined with mirrors. None of those surfaces show your reflection until you raise a hand. The moment you move, an image appears, shifting and reshaping itself with every tilt of your head. The mirrors are not passive, they are actively composing a version of you that did not exist a heartbeat earlier. Now expand that image to the whole world. The world, like those mirrors, does not merely reflect you, it responds to the focus of your gaze. This is the elegant, almost haunting truth of the observer effect. Observing is not a neutral act. It is an act of creation, a tangible, measurable influence that reaches far beyond metaphor. In the world of quantum mechanics, particles do not sit idle waiting to be seen. They exist in a mist of probabilities, a cloud of potential outcomes, until a measurement-y act of looking collapses that cloud into a single, concrete state. The particle does not simply reveal a pre-existing fact, it becomes that fact at the instant of observation. This principle is not confined to tiny electrons in a laboratory. It reverberates through every relationship, every decision, every story you tell yourself about who you are. The observer effect is, in essence, a mirror held up to the nature of awareness itself. When you truly grasp that looking is also intervening, you begin to understand that you have never witnessed the world as a static tableau. You have always been part of a dynamic dance, shaping and being shaped by the very act of seeing. Classical physics once taught us that reality runs independently of anyone who watches it. The moon shines in the night sky whether or not you glance upward. A tree's fall makes a sound whether or not ears are present to hear it. Quantum physics, however, rebels against that certainty. At its core, matter is not a collection of fixed objects, but a field of possibilities, each particle living multiple lives at once until the moment of observation forces a choice. The famous double-slit experiment illustrates this beautifully. When particles are fired one by one toward a barrier with two openings, they create an interference pattern on the screen behind, a signature of wave-like behavior that suggests each particle passes through both slits simultaneously. Introduce a detector that watches which slit each particle uses, and the interference pattern disappears. The simple act of knowing which path the particle took collapses the wave-like superposition into a single, particle-like outcome. No touch, no disturbance, just awareness has reshaped the result. The universe seems reluctant to disclose its form until an inquisitive mind asks the question, and the answer only solidifies once the question is posed. If subatomic particles shift in response to observation, what does that imply for the rest of your life? Consider the moments when you lock eyes across a crowded room and sense a subtle change in the other person. Notice how a friend speaks more deliberately when they know you're listening, or how your own posture adjusts the instant you catch your reflection. Observation is not a neutral lens, it is a catalyst that nudges reality into a new configuration. You have surely felt the electric tension of being watched, felt your skin tingle with heightened awareness. You have experienced conversations where the knowledge of being seen made you articulate, or perhaps more performative. This is not merely psychological, it is a glimpse of physics seeping into the soul. When attention lands on you, you collapse into a particular version of yourself, just as a particle collapses into a specific state. That collapsed self is not a distortion, it is the most authentic expression of you in that moment, forged by the very act of being observed. Even memory follows this pattern. When you recall a past event, you do not pull out a pristine file from a mental archive. You reconstruct the moment, filtering it through the lens of who you are right now. Neuroscience shows that each recall rewrites the memory, reinforcing certain pathways and fading others. Think of this as the observer effect operating within consciousness. The past, rather than being a locked, immutable record, hovers in a state of quantum-like ambiguity until you revisit it. Each act of remembrance collapses that ambiguity into a version that serves your present self. You are not just living your story, you are actively authoring its earlier chapters, reshaping regrets, soothing wounds, and infusing old experiences with fresh meaning. You do not need to alter the factual sequence of events, you simply need to look at them through a different perspective, and the entire narrative shifts. This understanding also transforms how we relate to others. When you truly see someone, when you give them your focused, compassionate attention, you influence who they become. Attention is energy. It conveys the message, I see you, and in being seen, a person's sense of existence solidifies. Your gaze reduces the infinite possibilities that each person carries, nudging them toward a particular expression of themselves. That's why we gravitate toward people who look at us with kindness. Their observation collapses us into the version of ourselves we most desire to be. Conversely, impersonal surveillance can feel oppressive because it forces a reduction, a narrowing of possibilities, into a caricature that limits freedom. The act of watching, whether benevolent or indifferent, shapes the watched. At the quantum level, the measuring device is inseparable from the system it measures. There is no clean boundary between observer and experiment. In life, the same inseparability holds true. You are never a detached spectator, you are always a participant, always influencing the outcome. Living ethically in such a world means taking responsibility for how you look, how you think, how you believe. Your perceptions are not just personal filters, they are tools that co-author the cultural fabric around you. When you witness suffering, your gaze can either lock that pain into permanence or dissolve it into transformation through a compassionate response. This responsibility can feel daunting, but it is also deeply empowering. Your gaze is not a passive window, it is a brushstroke on the canvas of reality. When you wield it with care, curiosity, and reverence, you help shape the world not as it presently is, but as it yearns to become, into kindness, into connection, into coherence. We are often taught to think of truth as something hidden, waiting to be uncovered like a buried treasure. The goal, supposedly, is to strip away layers of distortion until the pure fact shines through. Yet perhaps truth does not pre-exist our awareness. Perhaps it crystallizes under the gentle pressure of our attention, like frost forming on a pane of glass. In this view, we do not merely discover truth, we give birth to it. Each observation becomes an act of midwifery, each question a lever that reshapes the answer itself. This does not imply that reality is an illusion or that facts are fictional. It affirms that reality is participatory, that knowledge is relational, that even the hardest edges of existence soften when brushed by consciousness. Once you accept that, your behavior shifts. You look more gently, you listen more deeply, because you know that the very act of seeing and hearing is transformative not only for what you perceive, but for the person you become in the process. So the next time you think you are merely watching, pausing, or analyzing, remember the mirrors and the particles. Remember that nothing you observe remains untouched by your observing. Your awareness is an active instrument of reality. You are the ripple in the pond that initiates the waves, the question that rewrites the past, the observer that turns ambiguity into meaning. Every moment you direct attention leaves a mark, not only on the visible, but on the unseen field from which all things arise. The world, therefore, is not a static stage set before your arrival, it is a living script that adapts to every glance, every breath, every intention. Each time you open your eyes, you write a new line in the story of existence. And perhaps the most radical act you can perform in this ever-shifting world is to look with love. Imagine two particles that once shared a moment, becoming entangled, a bond that persists no matter the distance between them. If you and another person each hold a shard of an ancient, shattered mirror, you might think the pieces are forever separate. Yet when you tilt your fragment, a sliver of light shifts not just on your side, but simultaneously on theirs, miles away, without any signal traveling through space. That is the essence of quantum entanglement. Two parts of a whole remain linked across the cosmos, their states instantaneously reflecting one another, regardless of separation. This is not a poetic metaphor, it is an empirical fact of the quantum world, a phenomenon that defies the familiar limits of space and time. Entanglement tells us that separation might be an illusion, that distance can be negotiated, that perhaps every being is interconnected in ways we are only beginning to grasp. When particles interact, they forge a shared identity. Measuring one instantly informs you about the other. It is not that one particle tells the other what to do, rather, both are expressions of a single, deeper reality. To speak of them as separate is already to misrepresent the truth. Even Einstein, uncomfortable with this spooky action at a distance, recognized that it challenged the very speed limit of the universe. If such invisible threads bind subatomic particles, consider the possibilities they suggest for human relationships. The attention you give to another person may echo in their inner world, even when you are far apart. A kind word, a sincere look, a moment of genuine presence can reverberate beyond the immediate moment, influencing moods, choices, and even the trajectory of lives in ways that are difficult to measure, but undeniable in experience. The quantum lesson is that our connections are not limited to the visible. Tangible bonds we can see, they extend into subtle, energetic realms that knit us together in a vast, invisible web. In embracing this vision, you become a co-creator of reality, a compassionate observer who recognizes that every glance, every thought, every intention contributes to the unfolding tapestry of existence. You are no longer a passive consumer of a pre-written world, you are an active participant, shaping the narrative with each act of mindful attention. This awareness empowers you to choose how you show up, how you engage, how you love. It invites you to move through life with an intentional gaze, one that seeks to uplift rather than to constrain, to connect rather than to isolate. Let this understanding settle into your heart as a quiet promise every moment you are awake, every breath you take. You are offering the universe a question, and the universe, in turn, offers an answer shaped by your focus. Choose questions that nurture growth, curiosity, and compassion. Choose to look not for flaws, but for possibilities. Choose to see others not as static objects, but as dynamic beings whose potential expands under the warmth of your considerate attention. In doing so, you set in motion a cascade of subtle shifts that ripple outward, touching lives you may never meet, influencing outcomes you cannot predict, yet always returning like a tide to the shore of your own experience. Remember that the act of seeing is never harmless. It is a formative force. When you become aware of this power, you gain the humility to wield it wisely and the courage to use it boldly. Let your inner compass point toward love, curiosity, and kindness, for these are the energies that transform observation into creation. As you move forward, carry with you the image of mirrors that only reveal themselves when you act, particles that settle into reality when you ask, and entangled shards that dance together across distance. Let these images remind you that you are intertwined with the fabric of the cosmos, that your consciousness is a thread in a grand, ever-evolving tapestry. So, as you step into each new day, pause for a moment and set your intention. Decide to observe the world with a heart that seeks to nurture, to uplift, to understand. Know that every time you do, you collapse uncertainty into meaning. You shape the past as you recall it, you influence the present as you engage, and you inspire the future through the ripple of your attention. In this simple, profound practice lies the secret of a life lived not as a spectator, but as a deliberate, loving author of reality. Remember that every particle around you, every speck of light that passes your eyes, is touched by your awareness. Your seeing is not a passive glance, it is an active instrument that shapes what is. You are the ripple that begins a wave in the still pond of reality, the question that rewrites the story you thought was already written. Each moment you turn your attention towards something, you leave a trace, not only on the surface you observe, but on the unseen field from which all things arise. The world is not a stage that waits for you to enter, it is a living script that bends and shifts with the direction of your gaze. Every time you open your eyes, you co-author the next line. And perhaps the most daring thing you can do in this ever-changing play is to look with love. Think of quantum entanglement, that strange, beautiful dance of particles that remain linked across vast distances. Imagine two halves of an ancient, shattered mirror, each of you holding a jagged fragment that once belonged to the same whole. You walk away in opposite directions, unaware that the reflections within each piece still whisper to one another. When you tilt your shard just a fraction, the angle of light on your side changes, and inexplicably, the light on the other shard shifts too, miles away, without any signal traveling between them. Not through space, not through time, but instantly, as if the glass still believes it is whole. This is the essence of entanglement, a phenomenon that tells us particles once united stay forever connected, no matter how far they drift. Entanglement is not a metaphor painted in poetic language, it is a cold, precise fact of quantum physics. When two particles become entangled, they share a joint state. Measure one, and the other's state is instantly known, even across the universe, faster than light itself. Distance melts away. Space itself seems to dissolve into a web of relationships that span the cosmos. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, because it defied his cherished notion that nothing could travel faster than light. Yet countless experiments have confirmed that entangled particles move in lockstep, their outcomes correlated in ways no classical signal could explain. The universe, then, is not a collection of isolated objects, but a tapestry of interwoven patterns, a holistic configuration where every thread is linked to every other. What does this mean for you, for the way you live and love? If the deepest fabric of reality is built on connections that ignore distance, perhaps the separations you feel between yourself and others are not fundamental. Imagine your emotions, your thoughts, your intentions as ripples that travel through the same invisible field that entangles particles. When you think of someone you haven't spoken to in years, And moments later, they call, is that just coincidence? Or could it be a glimpse of a deeper entanglement, a subtle resonance that transcends ordinary communication? Some physicists even suggest that space-time itself may emerge from patterns of quantum connection. If that is true, then the walls you perceive between you and the world are, at their core, constructions of perspective. Love, empathy, grief are not merely fleeting feelings, they are evidence that our boundaries are porous, that our being extends beyond flesh and bone into a shared field of existence. You are not a closed system, you are an open node in a vast cosmic lattice. Your choices, your observations, your very presence send vibrations outward, shaping the unseen field that in turn shapes you. With that understanding comes a profound responsibility. If every observation you make, every moment you pay attention collapses a possibility into a concrete reality, then how you choose to look matters more than you ever imagined. The observer effect showed us that watching changes what is seen. Entanglement tells us that being is already shared. Your inner state, your mood, your intention are not locked inside you, they are part of a larger, interconnected web. When you nurture kindness, you are not just calming yourself, you are sending a gentle wave through the fabric of existence that can touch others in ways you cannot see. We spend so much energy fortifying the walls that separate self from other, convincing ourselves that independence requires isolation. Yet the science of entanglement offers a counter-truth. Your fate is woven together with the fates of countless others. Isolation becomes a story we tell ourselves, not a fact of the universe. Every decision you make participates in the state of a larger whole, and that participation is not poetic embellishment, it is a mathematical certainty. The basic unit of reality is not a solitary particle but a connection, a relationship. This is not just a shift in physics, it is a revolution in worldview, urging us to abandon the myth of separateness. When you feel another's pain, when a stranger's sorrow makes your heart ache, you are resonating with an entangled reality. When you laugh at a joyful scene, you are joining a chorus that reverberates far beyond the moment. The threads that link us are not imagined, they are quantum. By opening yourself to this possibility, the world begins to change shape before your inner eye. Objects become patterns, actions become harmonies, and the pursuit of control gives way to the pursuit of coherence. You start listening for the music of connection rather than the clamor of division. Consider the bold hypothesis that the entire universe is one grand entangled system. The Big Bang might not have produced billions of isolated particles, but a single universal wave function that has been stretching, folding, and intertwining ever since. In this view, you are not a being located in the universe, you are the universe experiencing itself through a particular lens. Your memories, your choices, your relationships are not isolated data points, but coordinates on a tapestry that spans stars and epochs. Randomness, then, may be an illusion. What appears as chance could be deep correlation, revealed only when we attune our awareness. How do you live with such a vision? Begin by seeing those around you not as separate minds but as co-creators in a vast, intricate dance. Treat your words, your moods, your attention as vibrations traveling along an infinite string. Replace the question, what is mine, with what are we shaping together? In an entangled universe, no act is truly solitary. Every gesture becomes a duet, every thought a chord, every breath an echo that returns to the whole. When this truth settles into the marrow of your being, loneliness begins to crack, silence resolves into a subtle hum, and you realize that the world has always been whispering your name. Imagine standing at a midnight crossroads, surrounded by countless roads that stretch into every conceivable future. Mountain passes cloaked in fog, sunlit highways, ancient forest trails, crumbling city streets, even invisible pathways that spiral upward into the stars. You have not yet taken a step, yet in a way that defies ordinary logic, you have already walked every trail, arrived at every destination, lived every outcome. Then, just as you prepare to move, a light flickers on, a camera clicks, and observation arrives. In that instant, the illusion collapses. The innumerable possibilities fade, leaving only one road beneath your feet, the one that now feels inevitable. This is not a metaphor for life, it is a description of quantum reality. At the smallest scales, particles do not pick a single tidy path from point A to point B. They explore every possible route simultaneously, a shimmering superreality that unfolds beyond ordinary space and time. The physicist Richard Feynman captured this bewildering behavior with his path-integral formulation. According to it, a quantum particle, such as an electron, does not travel along just one trajectory. It samples all trajectories, even absurd ones circling the galaxy before arriving at its destination. Each path contributes to the particle's final state, like instruments in a grand cosmic orchestra of probability. Only when a measurement is made when observation forces the particle to reveal itself does the symphony collapse into a single note, a single path that we can record. What does it mean to say that a particle takes every path? It is not poetic flourish, it is mathematics. The probability of finding a particle in a particular state is calculated by summing over every conceivable route it could have taken. These routes are not simply placeholders for our ignorance, they are real, calculable contributions to the particle's behavior. In classical physics, if you throw a baseball, it follows a predictable arc dictated by gravity and momentum. But if you were to throw a quantum baseball, a subatomic particle, it would travel not just one arc, but every conceivable arc at once, rolling across the floor, looping around the moon, diving through the earthel in a single breathless blur. Yet we never witness such chaos because the act of measurement or observation pinpoints a single answer, a single path that survives the gaze. When you hold this image in your mind, notice how it mirrors the choices you face daily. Every decision, every intention, every moment of attention is a superposition of possibilities. Your mind, like the quantum particle, entertains countless futures simultaneously. When you become aware, when you consciously choose, those possibilities condense into the reality you experience. The power of that awareness, the intentional focus of your attention, is the tool by which you shape your world. So, as you move forward, remember that you are both observer and participant, both ripple and ocean. The universe is not a collection of isolated islands, it is a boundless sea of connections, each wave influencing the next. Let love be the lens through which you view every interaction. Let curiosity guide your attention, and let kindness be the vibration you send into the unseen field. By honoring the entangled nature of existence, you align yourself with a deeper current that carries you beyond the illusion of separation. Feel the shift that occurs when you accept that nothing you see is untouched by your seeing. Recognize that each breath you take is a note in a symphony that spans the cosmos. When you speak, when you listen, when you simply exist, you are participating in a grand, ever-evolving story that is still being written. The script does not wait for you to step onto the stage, it unfolds with each glance, each thought, each act of love. Embrace this truth and let it ignite a fire within you. Know that your presence matters, that your attention shapes the world, that your heart beats in rhythm with a universe that is, at its core, a web of endless, beautiful connections. The journey ahead is yours to co-create. Walk it with awareness, with compassion, and with the unwavering belief that by looking with love, you become the very force that weaves the tapestry of reality. You begin to notice that every word you speak, every mood you carry, every flicker of attention you give, is no longer a solitary act hidden behind a personal curtain. Instead, each one ripples out like a vibration on an endless string that connects everything. The question, is this mine or theirs, fades, and you replace it with the more expansive wonder of what are we creating together. In a universe where everything is entangled, you quickly learn that you never move alone. A smile is a duet, a thought a chord, a breath an echo that circles back through the whole of existence. When you truly see that, something inside you starts to shift. The H of loneliness begins to crack open, and the stillness of isolation starts to hum with a new resonance. You realize that the world has always been whispering, that you have never been isolated, that you could never have been. Even if you tried to pull away, the very fabric of reality would still weave you back in, because every particle, every possibility, stretches across every path until it is finally observed. Imagine yourself standing at a grand crossroads at midnight, the air thick with mist, and before you stretch countless roads. Some wind through fog-kissed mountain passes, others blaze along sunlit highways, some snake through ancient forests, Some lead through crumbling city streets, and hidden among them are invisible trails that curl upward into the stars. You have not yet taken a step, yet in an instant you feel as though you have walked every one of those paths, arrived at every destination, lived every outcome, and held each possible future in the palm of your hand. Then, just as you are about to choose, a light flickers on above you, a camera clicks, observation arrives, and the illusion shatters. The myriad roads dissolve into silence, leaving only a single route beneath your feet, the one that now feels inevitable. This is not a poetic metaphor, it is the very texture of quantum reality. At the tiniest scales, particles do not travel a single tidy line from point A to point B. They explore every conceivable route at once, unfolding a shimmering superreality that lies beyond ordinary space and time. The great physicist Richard Feynman captured this bewildering behavior with his pathintegral formulation, showing that a quantum particline electron, for example, does not pick a single trajectory. It samples all trajectories, even the absurd ones that circle the galaxy before landing at their destination. Every possible path contributes to the particle's final state, like countless instruments in a cosmic orchestra, playing a probability-laden symphony. Only when a measurement moment of observation collapses, that symphony into a single note does one path emerge and the rest fade into the background. What does it mean to say a particle takes every path? It is not a poetic flourish, it is a precise mathematical description. In quantum mechanics, the probability of finding a particle in a particular state is calculated by summing over every possible route it could have taken to get there. Those routes are not placeholders for our ignorance, they are real, calculable contributions that shape the particle's behavior. In the world of classical physics, if you toss a baseball, it follows a predictable arc dictated by gravity and momentum. Toss a quantum baseball, a subatomic particle, and it does not simply follow one arc, it simultaneously traverses every conceivable arc. It rolls across a floor, loops around the moon, dives through the earth all at once in a breathless blur of possibility. Yet when we finally look, we see only one answer. Only one path survives our gaze, while the others disappear, not as discarded options, but as shadows that were never meant to be caught by light. This insight strikes at the core of how we define reality. In our everyday lives, we are trained to think in binaries: something either happens or it doesn't. A road is either taken or not. A decision is either made or left behind. Quantum physics, however, suggests a deeper truth: possibilities are not erased by indecision, they linger, alive, until the moment we look. Until observation, reality is a cloud of potential waiting to crystallize. This is not an abstract philosophical stance, it is backed by decades of experiment, from the iconic double-slit experiment to intricate interference patterns. When particles are not measured, they interfere with themselves as if truly traveling multiple paths. The instant we peek behind the curtain, the interference vanishes, and the particle chooses more accurately. The universe chooses its own outcome. What makes this even more astonishing is that the act of observation is not merely a mechanical measurement by a device. Consciousness itself can become a participant in the unfolding of reality. In some interpretations, your awareness collapses the wave function, carving a single thread from a sea of maybe. This idea reverberates far beyond physics. Think about the countless paths you have imagined for your own life, careers you never pursued, words left unsaid, cities you never visited, relationships that hovered on the edge of becoming. In the quantum realm, a particle gets to try all of those possibilities simultaneously. In the world you inhabit, you have only one timeline, one unfolding, but the echo of the unseen choices still hums beneath the surface of what is. There is a lesson in this for how we attend to our lives. Before you decide, the world is fluid, a field of possibilities. The moment you turn your focus to a particular outcome, the field congeals around that choice, and the other potentials fade. What is the cost of that focus? What do you erase when you elect to see? Each observation you make becomes a quiet act of cosmic editing, trimming the infinite multiverse into a single, palatable thread. Return to the crossroads in your mind's eye. Before observation, you are both the dreamer and the dream, the walker and the watcher. The instant you select a path, the versions of you that traveled other roads slip away, at least from your conscious experience. Yet some interpretations, like the many worlds view, suggest those other versions do not disappear, they simply diverge into parallel universes where different choices were made. That may sound like science fiction, but it is a serious attempt to preserve the totality of quantum paths without discarding them. If that is true, then every decision you make does not close a door, it opens a new world. Each step forward becomes a branching ripple in an infinite field of becoming. Even when we experience only one path, the hidden paths continue to shape probabilities, to create interference, to act as ghosts, real yet unseen, forming the fabric of our lived reality. Our lives are similarly haunted by the shadows of what didn't happen. The person you could have become lingers in the periphery of your thoughts, nudging you in subtle ways. The love you never pursued leaves an echo in your chest, reminding you of the capacity for courage. The memory of an unchosen decision colors each new choice you face. In this way, what doesn't happen is as crucial as what does. It's a feature of reality, not a flaw. Quantum mechanics tells us that multiple paths are required for any single one to exist, much like a painting where every brushstroke matters even those later covered up. In music, the rests and silent notes give meaning to the sounds we hear. The unseen possibilities give texture to the reality we experience. With all this mind-bending beauty, one question still resonates: what does it truly mean to observe? Is it simply the act of recording, or is there something deeper? Does the universe require a conscious mind to collapse possibilities, or would a cold instrument suffice? Some theories say the latter, while others whisper that consciousness plays an essential role. Regardless of the answer, the act of narrowing down possibilities changes the story. Observation collapses, attention selects, and by doing so, you help shape the unfolding narrative. This is perhaps the ultimate power of awareness, not just to witness reality, but to sculpt it. Not merely to uncover what is, but to help bring it into being. The quantum particle, in its pre-observed state, offers a profound lesson: the world is not a rigid, singular object. It is a canvas of possibilities, and your gaze is the brush. The next time you stand at a decision point and feel the weight of the unknown, remember the particle that once moved in all directions at once. Remember that it never settled until it was seen, and consider what might still be possible if you allow yourself not to look too soon. In the language of quantum physics, this is superposition. A particle can exist in multiple states simultaneously, a violin string suspended in absolute stillness that somehow vibrates with every note it could ever play. The silent potential holds a symphony of futures, none yet heard, none yet chosen. It is a haunting contradiction, perfectly quiet and infinitely loud at the same time. Superposition tells us that a thing, a particle, a moment, a state of being can occupy multiple realities at once, not as a blurry middle ground, but as the full tapestry of possibilities. Imagine a coin suspended in midair, not heads or tails, but both, spinning in timeless balance. In the quantum realm, this isn't poetry, it is the governing rule. Electrons, photons, even whole molecules can be in more than one location, spin, or energy level at the same time, existing as a wave of probabilities, a smeared canvas of maybes. Only when a measurement, be it a device, a detector, or a conscious glance, forces the wave function to collapse does a definite outcome emerge. Yet this collapse is a sacrifice to exist as one form. The others must cease. Superposition challenges our classical intuition. In our macroscopic world, the world of stones, trees, chairs, and coffee cups, things appear to have single, stable identities. Your coffee cup does not both exist and not exist on the table. Your cat is either sleeping or awake. Yet, at the quantum level, the rule is that having just one reality is the anomaly. Schrödinger's famous cat, forever misunderstood, was never meant as a children's puzzle. It was a bold scream against a complacent view of reality. In the thought experiment, a cat sealed in a box with a quantum mechanism that could release poison is, until the box is opened, both dead and alive, not metaphorically, but in genuine physics. The quantum system inside occupies both possibilities at once, and only the act of opening the box forces a single outcome. That is not a flaw, it is the rule book. Our problem is that we live outside the box and demand the cat pick a side. But what if the universe itself does not share our urgency for certainty? Superposition implies that reality is a cloud of overlapping possibilities, not a single point, not a linear line but a field. Every particle, every entity exists as a range of overlapping potentials, each with its own amplitude, each contributing a voice to the final harmony we call now. This principle lies at the heart of emerging technologies like quantum computing, where bits are no longer limited to 0 or 1, but can be both, harnessing a parallelism so vast it threatens to rewrite what we consider computable. Yet beyond labs and equations, superposition offers a more intimate teaching about our own lives. It suggests that clarity may be an illusion born of limited perception, that the world is not singular until forced to be, and that perhaps we, too, are not as singular as we believe. So, as you listen to these words, let them settle into your awareness like a gentle tide. Feel the vibration of each intention you set, the ripple of each smile you share, the resonance of each focused breath. Know that when you choose to direct your attention, you are not merely observing a pre-written script, you are participating in a grand, ever-unfolding composition. You are collaborating with the entangled web that links every heartbeat, every thought, every breath across the cosmos. The loneliness that once seemed solid is now a crack through which the symphony of connection can pour in. The silence that felt empty is humming with possibilities you have the power to bring into form. Remember that before you decide, the field of possibility is vast and fluid. After you look, it condenses, and the world takes shape around your focus. This does not diminish the value of choice, it magnifies it. Each decision becomes a brushstroke on the canvas of existence, each act of awareness a note in the music of being. When doubt creeps in, picture the quantum particle exploring every rote, every outcome, before you give it a name. When fear of committing arises, recall that the version of you that walked another road continues to exist somewhere in the tapestry of reality, informing the probabilities that guide you. Allow this awareness to loosen the grip of rigid expectations. Let curiosity steer your attention, and let kindness be the vibration you send into the unseen field. By honoring the entangled nature of existence, you align yourself with a rhythm that transcends the illusion of isolation. The world has always been whispering, inviting you to join its song. You are not alone, and you never were. Every breath you take, every word you utter, becomes part of a duet that stretches across the invisible threads that bind us all. As you move forward, hold the image of the crossroads at midnight, the countless paths shimmering in the mist. Feel the power in knowing that you have the freedom to explore the superposition of possibilities within you, that you are both the explorer and the observer, the creator and the witness. When you stand before a choice, breathe and let the quantum lessons settle in your heart. The world is a field of potentials, and your conscious attention is the instrument that shapes which note will sound. Trust that the unseen possibilities are not lost, they are the silent scaffolding that makes the visible reality possible. Carry this truth with you, and let it inspire you to act with intention, to speak with love, to listen with openness. Let every moment become an opportunity to add your vibration to the collective symphony, to remind yourself that the universe is not a solitary stage but a grand, interconnected performance. In doing so, you not only transform your own experience, but also contribute to the unfolding of a reality that is richer, more compassionate, and infinitely more wondrous than any single path could ever convey. Imagine a violin string hanging in absolute stillness, suspended in a void where time has not yet chosen a direction and silence seems to hold its breath. Yet that same string already vibrates with every note it could ever play, a symphony of futures humming in its potential. It is both perfectly quiet and infinitely loud, a haunting contradiction that whispers the secret of superposition. In that paradox, a particle, a moment, a state of being can exist in many realities at once, not as a blurry blend, but as the full set of possibilities, waiting for a gaze, a question, a breath of awareness to decide which note will finally sound. The world around us is a superposition of everything it could be. Light and dark, yes and no, awake and dream in each possibility lives side by side, uncommitted, timeless. A coin tossed in midair does not become heads or tails the instant it leaves your hand. It spins, unbound, inhabiting both faces until the moment you watch. In the quantum realm, this is not a metaphor, but the rule that governs electrons, photons, even whole molecules. They occupy more than one location, spin, energy level, or identity simultaneously, spreading out as waves of probability in ever-shifting canvas of might. Only when we observe, when we become the measurement, does that wave collapse into a single outcome. That collapse is not merely a resolution, it is a sacrifice. To become one form, the others fade away. Our everyday lives feel solid, as if every object has a single identity. Your coffee cup sits on the table, either there or not. Your cat is either sleeping or awake. Yet, at the deepest level, that certainty is the exception, not the rule. The famous thought experiment of Schrödinger's cat was never meant as a simple riddle for children. It was a bold, even desperate, cry that the universe does not oblige our demand for immediate certainty. The cat, sealed in a box with a quantum trigger, is simultaneously alive and dead, not as a poetic image, but as a literal expression of superposition. Until the box is opened, the system inside holds both narratives, both fates, both truths. The universe, it seems, is comfortable with the cloud, with the field, with a range of overlapping possibilities, each humming its own amplitude in the grand harmony we call now. Beyond the laboratory, this principle offers us a daring lesson about how we choose to live. Clarity can be an illusion created by our limited perspective. Reality does not force a single line until we demand it. And perhaps we, too, are not as singular as we think we are. Have you ever felt torn between staying and leaving, speaking up, or staying silent, loving one path and yearning for another? In a world that insists on choosing, you may sense the weight of multiple selves, each valid, each humming in the background like unresolved quantum states. Living, then, is not a matter of snapping into a fixed identity, but of collapsing into one version moment by moment, knowing that all the other possibilities still ripple in the echo chamber of what might have been. Superposition is more than a physical condition, it is an existential one. You are a symphony of selves, each possible, each waiting for the moment you turn your attention toward it. The tragedy, or perhaps the beauty, lies in the fact that when you become one, the others fall silent. In the fragile world of quantum particles, any interaction with the environment, what physicists call decoherence, shatters that delicate balance. The moment a particle is touched, illuminated, bumped, it falls into place and the note is played. Until that interference, however, it holds paradoxical power. It is more than real, it is everything reality could be. A blank canvas is not emptiness, it is the potential for every image. A life not yet lived is not nothing, it is everything that could be, waiting for the brushstroke, the chord, the observation that gives it form. Embracing superposition asks us to surrender the ego's craving for absolute answers. We love certainty, we demand definition. We want to point and declare the truth. Yet quantum physics whispers that truth is a distribution, reality is an amplitude, existence is possibility. That unsettling whisper reaches beyond physics into meaning, morality, identity. Can we truly condemn or praise an action when we know it emerged from a sea of countless alternatives? Are our deeds definitive, or merely the visible outcome of invisible quantum options? Somewhere inside you, another version may be kinder, braver, more honest. What would it take to become that version? Awareness, risk, a simple act of looking. In a strange way, superposition becomes the most compassionate theory we have. It tells us we are not reduced to our last choice, that we are many things, many truths, and only the observer, the moment, decides which one takes shape. That idea can feel terrifying, because it means we are not fixed sculptures but flowing waves. Yet it is also profoundly freeing. Change becomes real, because at every beat the universe carries not just what is, but what could be. The most authentic part of you may be the trembling uncertainty of who you might become. So the next time you stand at a crossroads, emotional, spiritual, existential, recall the violin string, the cat in the box, the particle that dances in all places, all spins, all states until someone dares to look. In those moments of uncertainty, resist the urge to collapse too quickly. Stay open, stay indeterminate. Let the wave hum, let the music build. You are more than one path, you are the whole field. Perhaps the most powerful move you can make is to wait before you choose which note to play. Imagine trying to capture a lightning bolt in your hands, not its image, not its echo, but the precise dance of energy that flashes across the sky and vanishes before your thoughts can name it. When you think you have caught it, it slips through your fingers, because you insisted on knowing both where it is and where it is heading, demanding a certainty the universe never promised to give. This tension lies at the heart of the uncertainty principle, Heisenberg's famous rule. At the smallest scales, nature refuses to reveal everything at once. The more precisely you pin down a particle's position, the less precisely you can know its momentum, its direction, its intent. It is not a flaw in our instruments, nor a gap in our knowledge. It is the very fabric of reality, a curtain that lifts just enough to tease you with certainty before retreating into probability. In a universe built on quantum rules, there is no hidden blueprint that explains everything. There are only shifting shadows that sharpen when you stop seeking the others. For centuries, science chased a deterministic dream. If we knew the initial conditions and the governing laws, we could predict the future with flawless precision, like billiard balls on a table. Newton's clockwork world worked spectacularly for a time, but at the quantum scale, the machinery collapses. Gears and levers give way to suggestions, to possibilities. Heisenberg's principle is the wall you hit when you try to force classical expectations onto a quantum realm. The universe says, choose one. You cannot hold both, because the act of knowing one reshapes the landscape of the other. The wave function, that strange mathematical ghost describing all possible states, spreads out like a whisper until it is observed. The moment you reach for certainty, the probabilities collapse, and every other version of what might have been disappears. This is not merely a mathematical curiosity, it mirrors the contradictions in how we live, think, love. Have you ever tried to pin down your purpose, only to feel your passion slip away as soon as you forced it into a rigid plan? Have you ever tried to understand a loved one too deeply, only to see the mystery that first drew you dissolve under the microscope of analysis? To observe too closely is to disturb. To demand clarity is to sacrifice complexity. Our desire for control, for precision, for exactitude is a powerful instinct born from a world that rewards mastery. Yet in the quantum world, and perhaps in our emotional and philosophical realms, certainty is a mirage. The more we insist on knowing everything, the less we truly grasp. Heisenberg teaches us that knowledge has a cost not in money or time, but in sacrifice. Every truth you gain comes with a truth you lose. In physics, this trade-off is built into the equations. In life, it plays out in subtler ways. The more you define yourself as I am this, not that, the more potential selves you abandon. The more you lock into a single path, the more doors close behind you. The more you dissect your memories, the more they reshape under scrutiny. The past, like a particle's position, solidifies only when you fix it with your gaze. Until then it drifts as a cloud of interpretations. Uncertainty, then, is not chaos. It is a deeper, humbler order, a network of relationships, a sea of shifting probabilities that become what they are through interaction, through observation, through participation. Accepting this humility invites us to surrender the ego's need for absolute answers. It suggests that reality is less about solid things and more about the dance of possibilities. It invites you to live with the awareness that you are not a single, static sculpture, but a wave capable of taking countless shapes. That realization is both unsettling and liberating. It tells you that change is not only possible, it is woven into the very texture of existence. So when you stand at that crossroads, let the image of the vibrating violin string guide you. Let the cat's dual fate remind you that you do not have to force a single outcome prematurely. Let the particles' endless dance across space and spin inspire you to stay in the moment of superposition a little longer, to honor the richness of the field before you choose a direction. Allow the uncertainty principle to whisper that you cannot have the complete map and the exact step at the same time, and that is okay. Embrace the paradox, for within it lies the source of true creativity, authentic growth, and profound freedom. You are not limited to one path, one note, one version of yourself. You are the whole orchestra of possibilities, and the most powerful music you can create is the one that acknowledges every potential chord before it resolves. Let that be your mantra as you move forward. Stay open, stay curious, and trust that the universe will reveal the right note when the moment is truly yours. Imagine the world as a humming symphony, each note a cause that births an effect, each movement unfolding with the precision of a clock. For centuries, we trusted the gears of Newtonian physics, believing every action could be neatly tracked, every outcome predicted. That model served us well, but when we peer into the tiniest scales of existence, the machinery of certainty begins to dissolve. The gears and levers give way to a mist of possibilities, to particles that do not simply obey the rules we set, but whisper alternatives, nudging us toward wonder instead of certainty. At the heart of this mystery stands Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, a gentle yet firm reminder that the universe will not hand us all its secrets at once. When we ask where a particle is and where it is heading, the cosmos replies, choose one. The very act of fixing our gaze on one aspect blurs the other. The wave function a delicate mathematical ghost that holds every potential state spreads like a hushed breath until we observe. The moment we reach for certainty, the probabilities collapse, and the doors to countless other versions of what might have been close behind us. But this isn't merely an abstract mathematical quirk. It mirrors the contradictions that pulse through our lives, through the way we think, love, and grow. Have you ever tried to pin down your purpose, only to feel your passion slip away the instant you forced it into a rigid plan? Have you ever tried to dissect the heart of someone you love, only to watch the mystery that first drew you dissolve under the microscope of analysis? When we observe too intensely, we disturb the very thing we wish to understand. The demand for absolute clarity forces us to surrender complexity, to trade the rich tapestry of possibilities for a single, fixed thread. Our desire for control and precision stems from a world that rewards mastery. Yet, in both the quantum realm and the emotional landscapes we navigate, certainty is a mirage. The more we cling to the illusion of knowing everything, the more we slip through its grasp. Heisenberg's principle teaches us that every bit of knowledge we gain comes with a cost not in dollars or hours, but in the sacrifice of other truths. In physics, this trade-off is written into the equations. In life, it unfolds in subtler, more intimate ways. When we define ourselves too narrowly, I am this, I am not that, we abandon the myriad selves we could become. When we lock ourselves onto a single path, we close the doors to countless alternative journeys. When we dissect memories, we reshape them. The past, like a particle's position, solidifies only when we fix it with our gaze. Until then, it hovers as a cloud of interpretation, shifting, fluid, alive. The uncertainty principle may have been born in a lab, but its echo reverberates every time we try to cage our identity, our history, our hopes in a rigid box. The closer we chase ourselves, the more blurry we become, even to our own eyes. And yet uncertainty is not chaos. It is a different order, deeper, humbler, more expansive. It suggests that reality isn't built from isolated things, but from relationships, from shifting probabilities that become solid only through interaction, through observation, through participation. We are not detached spectators, we are participants whose questions shape the answers. At the quantum level, the observer cannot be removed, and perhaps that truth holds for our human experience as well. The way we look at another person subtly changes who they become. The questions we frame steer the truths we uncover. The world isn't a static picture waiting to be captured, it unfolds in the very act of our engagement. This realization could feel like defeat, a whisper that knowledge is limited. But it is also an invitation. If certainty remains forever out of reach, wonder becomes our default state. If the universe will never fully reveal itself, then mystery isn't a flaw, it's a feature of the design. The uncertainty principle doesn't tell us we cannot know anything, it simply tells us we cannot know everything at once. In that crack, possibility blooms. Reality becomes richer than a list of facts, and life becomes more than a series of measurements. It tells us, you are not here to master the universe, but to dance with it, to navigate it like a musician improvising within a key, aware that every note you choose silences another. So the next time you feel the ache of not knowing, the frustration of a question that refuses a tidy answer, remember the lightning that eludes the hand. Trying to grasp, it destroys its shape, holding it too tightly collapses the dance. Some truths shine brightest when glimpsed from the edge, respected from a distance. And sometimes the most honest response you can give is, I cannot know both. I can know its place or its motion, but not both at once. Not because I am weak, but because the universe itself insists on that limitation. That limitation, paradoxically, may be the truest form of freedom. The observer creates the outcome in quantum systems, And we, too, become co-authors of our reality with every glance, every thought, every intention. Picture a mirror standing alone in a forest. Not a mirror of glass reflecting light, but a mirror of attention, shaping what it reflects not by angles but by the intention behind the gaze. When you peer into it, the surrounding trees, the color of the sky, even the curvature of the earth seem to shift, bending to the focus of your eyes. This isn't a whimsical metaphor, it is a glimpse into how particles behave at the smallest scales. They do not sit like marbles waiting to be found, they exist as clouds of possibility, smeared across time and space until an observation collapses them into a specific form. Observation is not passive watching, it is an act of choosing, of cutting through an infinite tapestry of potential futures and saying, "This one, please." Before an observer looks, reality isn't undecided, it's undefined. That fundamental truth reshapes everything we think we know, not just about physics, but about what it means to be alive. In the classical world, a tree falls and makes a sound, whether or not anyone hears it. In the quantum realm, the very question of what a tree is before it's observed becomes delicate. A photon isn't a tiny particle traveling in a straight line, it is a wave function, a mathematical ghost that represents every place it could be. When you don't look, it exists in many places at once. When you finally measure it, the wave collapses, and the photon becomes here. The act of measuring strips the universe of ambiguity, not by unveiling a hidden truth, but by creating a new fact. Consider the classic double-slit experiment. Electrons fired through two openings create an interference pattern, a shimmering dance of possibilities when no one watches which path they take. As soon as a detector is placed to observe the slits, the interference disappears, and the electrons behave like particles following a single trajectory. Simply asking the question forces the universe to answer with a single path. Observation doesn't merely record what happens, it changes what happens. Reality rearranges itself in response to curiosity, and that is no fringe idea. It has been tested, verified, and repeated in laboratories across the globe. Until observed, quantum systems remain clouds of maybe, dreams of existence. This principle stretches beyond particles, it reverberates in the realm of consciousness. If observing shapes what is, what does that mean for us, the ultimate observers of our own experience? Are we merely reading a script written in advance, or are we actively drafting each scene as we go? Every time you recall a memory, your brain doesn't retrieve a perfect recording, it reconstructs, reshaping the past each time you revisit it. Awareness isn't a spotlight that simply reveals the stage, it's the playwright that writes the script while the lights are on. Neuroscience and quantum theory converge on an unsettling truth: our consciousness is not passive. It is an active, creative force that can influence the very fabric of our reality. This blurring of lines between observer and observed nudges us toward profound questions. If the observer creates outcomes, where does the line between subject and object lie? In some interpretations, human consciousness itself is required to collapse the wave function. In others, any irreversible interaction suffices. The mystery remains before interaction. Particles are not simply hidden, they are undefined. Observation doesn't uncover reality, it defines it. This shatters the notion of a pre-written universe, suggesting instead a cosmos that responds to each glance, each thought, each intention. We are not merely products of the universe, we are participants in its unfolding, co-authors of a story that writes itself as we turn the pages. In the laboratory, this is measured with precision. In everyday life, it feels poetic. How you perceive a relationship subtly molds its shape. How you believe in your future steers the path you take. What you name becomes real, what you ignore stays in the realm of potential. To observe is to choose what becomes true, and that choice, conscious or unconscious, carries power. With power comes responsibility. If your gaze can alter an outcome, then the way you look at others can shape who they become. Treat someone as capable, and they rise; view them as untrustworthy, and they may shrink into that shadow. The gaze is not neutral, it is a force, a magnet, a sculptor. Ask yourself what questions you are asking the world. If you ask, "Why is everything broken?" you will find endless cracks. If you ask, "What can I build?" doors you never imagined begin to open. The observer effect is not confined to physics, it threads through philosophy, psychology, and the rhythm of daily existence. It reminds us that we are mirrors reflecting not just our faces, but our focus. The mirror inside doesn't simply show us what is, it shapes what will be. The quantum world is not some distant, otherworldly realm. It is this world stripped of its assumptions, a whisper that nothing is fixed until it is noticed. Possibilities remain open until attention arrives. By simply looking, you bend the fabric of what is. This insight invites you to step into a new mindset, one that embraces uncertainty not as a flaw, but as fertile ground for growth. When you release the need to know every detail at once, you free yourself to explore the infinite landscape of what could be. Let this understanding become a catalyst for action. When you feel the sting of doubt, remember that the universe is offering you a chance to create, not just to discover. Let curiosity be your compass, and let the unknown be the canvas on which you paint your next bold move. Trust that the very act of choosing a direction, of focusing your intention, collapses a wave of possibilities into a path that reflects the best of who you are becoming. Embrace the dance, improvise within the key of your life, and know that each note you play shapes the symphony that surrounds you. So, as you stand at the crossroads of another decision, feel the hum of possibilities around you. Acknowledge that you cannot hold every future in your hands, but you can choose the one you step toward. Let the uncertainty principle be your ally, reminding you that the beauty of life lies not in absolute certainty, but in the ever-unfolding mystery that invites you to keep moving, keep asking, keep creating. In every moment of observation, you are shaping reality or reality. Embrace that power, wield it with kindness, and watch how the world, like a responsive mirror, reflects back the wonder you bring to it. When you turn your attention towards something, you are not merely taking in a picture that already exists. You are actually bringing that picture into being. Think of reality as a living storybook, its pages still blank, waiting for the ink of your gaze. Every time you look, you are laying down a line, choosing a color, deciding which character steps forward. The universe does not hand you a finished script, it offers you a space that responds to the way you read it. In that sense, you are not just a passenger drifting along a pre-written track. You are a participant, a co-author, an active voice shaping each scene as it unfolds. In the laboratory, physicists can point to precise measurements that turn a cloud of possibilities into a single outcome. The same principle hums through the rhythm of daily life. The way you see a relationship, the stories you tell yourself about a career, the expectations you hold for the future, all of these are measurements that collapse the fog of what could be into a concrete experience. When you choose to see a challenge as an invitation, you give it shape. When you label a person as trustworthy, you create a space in which they can rise. The act of observation is not neutral. It carries weight, it carries power, and it carries responsibility. Imagine for a moment that you are standing before a child, eyes bright with curiosity. If you look at that child and think, she is capable, resilient, full of potential, your belief acts like a gentle wind that lifts her sails. She feels seen, trusted, and those feelings propel her into new ways of being. If, instead, you glance and think, she's unlikely to succeed, that doubt becomes a quiet stone that settles into her path, shaping her steps toward hesitation. Your gaze, your interpretation, your framing, these are the tools with which you sculpt the world around you. You are not a detached camera recording a scene, you are a mirror that reflects back a version of reality that you have helped create. And if the quantum world tells us that particles do not decide on a single state until they are measured, then the lesson is clear: your identity, your purpose, your dreams are not locked in place waiting for discovery. They are waiting for you to ask the right question, to turn your awareness toward them, and to let the act of noticing give them form. What you name becomes real. What you ignore remains a seed of possibility, waiting for the day you decide to bring it into the light. Each thought you entertain, each story you tell yourself, each question you pose to the universe is a brushstroke on the canvas of your life. This creative responsibility can feel exhilarating, but it can also feel daunting. After all, if every glance can shift the world, how can you be sure you're pointing in the right direction? The answer lies in curiosity and compassion. Let curiosity be your compass, guiding you toward what is not yet known, and let compassion be the steady hand that steadies your brush when you paint. when doubt creeps in. Remember that the sting of uncertainty is the universe's invitation to step into the role of creator rather than merely an observer. Picture yourself walking into a room where every object is undefined until you notice it. The chair you need to sit on exists only as a possibility until you intend to rest. The lamp that will illuminate your work becomes more than a shadow when you reach out and flip the switch. The walls themselves are not solid barriers, but a gentle suggestion of space, waiting for your presence to give them texture. You are not traveling through a pre-drawn map, you are weaving the path beneath your feet as you go, turning the unknown into the known with each intentional step. This is not a fanciful metaphor, it mirrors one of the most unsettling truths of quantum physics. On the tiniest scales, particles behave like clouds of potential, spreading out in a haze of possibilities. They do not settle into a single location, a single speed, a single spin until a measurement is made. Until that moment, they are everywhere they could be. None of the places at one sees superposition of all the options their wave function can hold. When you finally look, the wave snaps into a single outcome, and reality solidifies in that spot. The implications reach far beyond the lab. If the building blocks of the world are waiting for an act of observation to decide what they are, then the larger structures we call our lives are also waiting for us to ask, to notice, to decide. The so-called fixed qualities of the world mass, color, temperature, air, at a deeper level, not intrinsic certainties, but relationships that become defined through interaction. In the same way, the qualities you assign to your self-confidence, competence, love are not immutable facts etched into your being. They are dynamic, waiting for the moment you engage with them, the moment you decide to look, to feel, to affirm. Consider the phenomenon of quantum tunneling. In the everyday world, a ball must have enough energy to climb over a hill, otherwise, it rolls back down. At the quantum level, particles sometimes do the impossible. They disappear from one side of a barrier and reappear on the other, without ever climbing over the barrier at all. They tunnel through, defying the classical rule that energy must be enough to surmount an obstacle. This is not magic, it is a real, measurable effect that powers technologies like the sun's fusion processes and modern electronics. Now, bring that image back into your own experience. Think of the walls you have built in your mind, limitations that say you are not qualified, not worthy, not ready. Those walls feel solid, unshakable, like the hill that a ball cannot roll over without enough push. Yet the quantum world whispers that where there is a wave of possibility, even a faint one, there is a chance for you to appear on the other side. If you persist, if you direct your focus, if you move with enough certainty, you can tunnel through those self-imposed boundaries. The barrier does not have to be broken by force, it can be passed by the sheer fact that your intention reshapes the probability field around it. When you stand before a daunting challenge, instead of asking, "Can I get past this?" ask, "What does it look like when I already am on the other side?" Your mind begins to send out a subtle wave of possibilities that stretches beyond the barrier. The more you hold that vision, the more the wave's amplitude grows, and the more likely the universe will align circumstances that make that outcome actual. It's the same dance that a particle does when it finds a thin chance to appear on the far side of an obstacle. You do not have to force the wall open, you need only align your intention so that the wall's opacity thins, allowing you to slip through. Every time you choose to focus on what can be built rather than what is broken, you are sending a signal into the field of possibilities. The universe responds by unfolding paths that were previously hidden. The more you reinforce that signal with consistent attention, the stronger the wave becomes and the clearer the opening appears. This is not mere wishful thinking, it is a practice of directing your observation, of shaping the probabilities that underlie your reality. Remember that the observer is never separate from what is being observed. When you look at a person, you are not simply recording their traits, you are entering a dance that influences how they move. When you observe a situation, you are partaking in its evolution. The act of measurement is an act of participation. In the quantum realm, particles become entangled, they share a connection that transcends distance, instantly affecting each other's states. Similarly, the thoughts you hold about yourself and others create invisible threads that bind experience. A positive expectation can lift the entire pattern, while a negative assumption can dampen it. In the grand tapestry of existence, the details of everyday life, your conversations, your decisions, your moments of quiet reflection are the tiny measurements that, collectively, write the story of the world. Each observation you make is a note in a symphony. Each question you ask is a chord that adds depth and resonance. When you become aware of this, you step into the role of a conscious composer, no longer at the mercy of a silent script, but actively shaping the melody. So how do you harness this power day to day? It begins with simple, deliberate attention. Pause before you label a situation. Ask yourself, what am I choosing to see right now? Notice the impulse to judge, and then decide what you want the judgment to become. If you catch yourself thinking, "I'm not good enough," pause. Shift the focus to, what can I learn from this moment that will make me stronger? The shift might be subtle, but it is a rewriting of the observation that changes the outcome. Over time, these choices accumulate, forming the foundation of a life built on intentional creation rather than passive reception. Treat each interaction as an opportunity to co-create. When you meet someone, instead of asking, "What can I get from this?" ask, "How can I help them see their own potential?" When you approach a task, rather than wondering, "Will this work?" ask, "What will this look like when it succeeds?" By reframing the question, you change the wave function of the scenario, allowing it to collapse into a more empowering reality. Your environment, too, is a reflection of where you direct your attention. A cluttered desk becomes a symbol of scattered thoughts when you notice it as such. A sunny window becomes a source of inspiration when you choose to see it that way. You have the power to rearrange both the physical and the mental landscape simply by deciding what you focus on. The universe mirrors back the quality of your gaze, amplifying what you honor and diminishing what you ignore. It is easy to feel overwhelmed by the notion that every glance matters. The key is to remember that you are not required to be perfect, only present. You do not need to control every outcome, you need only be intentional about where you place your awareness. Like a gardener, you tend to the soil of your mind, planting seeds of possibility, watering them with curiosity, and pruning away the weeds of doubt. Over time, the garden flourishes, and the harvest is a life lived with purpose and joy. When you encounter moments of uncertainty, let them be invitations to explore rather than threats to avoid. The quantum world teaches us that uncertainty is not a lack of knowledge but a realm of potential waiting to be shaped. Embrace the fog and ask yourself, what possibilities are hiding here? Allow the mystery to fuel your imagination, and you will discover doors that were previously invisible. Remember that the act of observation itself collapses the fog, so each time you consciously look, you are turning potential into reality. Consider the story of a scientist who spent years studying the behavior of electrons. He learned that electrons could be in multiple places at once until an observation forced them to choose a single spot. He realized that his own life mirrored this dance. When he stopped overanalyzing and simply acted when he chose to observe his own actions with compassion rather than criticism, the scattered possibilities aligned into a clear path forward. His discovery was not just a scientific breakthrough, it was a lesson in living. You, too, can become that scientist of your own experience. When you recognize that your thoughts are not rigid facts but measurements in progress, you open the door to change. When you see that your identity is a pattern of observations, you realize you can rewrite it at any moment. The universe is not a stage set in stone, it is a living, breathing canvas that responds to each brushstroke you make. So, as you continue on this journey, remember that the power of observation is both a gift and a responsibility. Use it wisely. See the best in others, and you will help them become that best. See possibilities in challenges, and you will turn obstacles into stepping stones. See yourself as capable, resilient, and ever-evolving, and you will become exactly that. Let curiosity guide you forward, let compassion steady your hand, and let your awareness be the tool that shapes the world around you. Each moment you choose to look, each question you ask, each belief you hold, these are the threads that weave the fabric of reality. You are not merely watching the tapestry being woven, you are holding the loom. Embrace that role and watch as the blank pages of your life fill with stories of courage, creation, and boundless possibility. You step back into that room where reality still feels soft, like a mist that has not yet taken shape. It is only when you reach for a switch that the light finally spills across the walls, and when you stretch out your hand that the object you seek appears, ready to be held. Each step you take does not follow a pre-drawn map. It makes the path beneath your feet as you walk. In the same way that particles do not wait to be known before they exist, you too are unfinished until you choose to be. Imagine for a moment the strange phenomenon of quantum tunneling, the way tiny particles slip through barriers that, according to ordinary logic, should be solid and impenetrable. Think of a massive stone wall that has stood for centuries, a wall you have been told you cannot cross. Now picture yourself walking toward that wall, not stopping, not going around it, not trying to climb over it, but moving forward with a quiet certainty. In that moment, the wall does not crumble because you ram it with force, it simply yields, allowing you to appear on the other side. This is not a fanciful metaphor invented for inspiration, it is a principle woven into the very fabric of the universe, whispered by the smallest elements of existence. In the world that usually governs our daily lives, barriers feel absolute. We speak of locked doors of fate, ceilings of possibility, and concrete obstacles between where we are now and where we long to be. Yet quantum tunneling shows that those walls are not as solid as they seem. Particles, when faced with a barrier, do not always have to climb the hill of energy required to crest it. Sometimes they simply disappear from one side and reappear on the other, as if the wall they were expected to bounce off of never existed at all. This is not magic, it is the language of quantum mechanics, a language that tells us that probability, not certainty, shapes outcomes. At the heart of tunneling lies the notion that reality is a field of possibilities. In classical physics, a ball must have enough energy to roll over a hill. If it doesn't, it rolls back, defeated by gravity. In the quantum realm, the ball is replaced by a wave that stretches across space, spilling faintly beyond the hill. As long as any whisper of that wave reaches the other side, there remains a chance, however slight, that the particle will be found there. It does not climb over, it does not break through, it tunnels. The particle becomes a whisper of potential, an echo of what could be, and sometimes that echo becomes a reality. This behavior is not merely a theoretical curiosity. It powers the very heart of the sun, allowing hydrogen atoms to fuse and unleash the light and warmth that sustain life on Earth. It is the foundation of the semiconductors and transistors that make every digital device possible, including the one through which you are hearing this voice. The world runs on a quiet, persistent allowance that the impossible can happen, even when it seems to defy the rules we have set for ourselves. Quantum tunneling invites us to reconsider how we view limitation. How often do we treat circumstances as absolute, the moment we encounter resistance as a verdict that we have reached the end? We tell ourselves that progress requires brute strength, that change demands a forceful push, that anything worth achieving must be earned with overwhelming energy. Yet the quantum world suggests a different path, a path where persistence, presence, and a sliver of probability can achieve what sheer force cannot. It shows us that existence is not a series of fixed outcomes, but a landscape of fluctuating chances, where even the most stubborn boundary may hold a faint echo of escape. When you stand before a personal wall, perhaps a fear, a belief about your own worth, a societal expectation, it can feel as solid as stone. But consider the possibility that the wall only seems solid because you have never tested whether it might yield to a softer, steadier pressure. You do not need to hammer it down, you need to allow the wave of your intention to extend beyond it, even if only faintly. The strange beauty of tunneling is that it does not demolish, it permeates. It slides between the cracks of what should be, not to destroy structure, but to reveal that the structure was never absolute. In this way, quantum tunneling becomes a philosophical whisper about the malleability of reality. It reminds us that even the most rigid laws have loopholes, that every rule leaves room for uncertainty, and that between the poles of yes and no lies a narrow corridor where miracles happen not with a bang, but with a quiet, persistent possibility. When you notice a barrier, ask yourself, is this wall truly unpassable, Or have I simply never allowed my presence to extend beyond it? The answer often lies in the subtle shift from trying to force a way through to simply being willing to exist in the space where the wall's certainty thins. Beyond particles slipping through physical barriers, quantum mechanics also tells us that information, influence, and even identity can tunnel. If a particle can appear on the other side of a barrier without traveling the space in between, what does that say about continuity, about presence, about movement itself? It suggests that the fabric of the universe is less about linear sequence and more about connection. The spaces between are not voids but veils, and behind those veils everything is entangled in a dance of potentialities, waiting for the right question, the right context, the right moment to become real. Our lives are often bounded by narratives that treat the past as fixed, the future as distant, and the present as a solid platform. Tunneling hints that time, like space, is not a prison but a pallet. Change does not necessarily demand destruction, it requires allowance. Presence is not limited by position, and movement is not limited by momentum alone. The particle does not ask whether it simply exists within a framework where maybe is enough. And perhaps we too can learn to live in the space of maybe. To tunnel is not to deny the wall. It is to recognize that the wall does not own every outcome. Being blocked does not mean being stopped. Encountering resistance is not equivalent to reaching the end. It's an invitation to inhabit possibility with patience, to trust that unseen mechanisms may allow passage, even when logic says none exists. This is not blind optimism. It is a quiet quantum wisdom, a mathematics of humility, a physics of faith, a science of the improbable. It reminds us that no structure is absolute, no limitation eternal, no separation insurmountable. Even in the darkest depths of what appears impossible, the wave function continues, faint but never extinguished, and that alone is enough for something to pass through. Now turn your attention to another astonishing facet of the quantum world: randomness at its deepest core. Imagine a coin tossed in a universe where even the coin itself does not know which side will land up, not because of wind or friction, but because the very fabric of reality has not yet decided. Picture a casino run by the universe where roulette spins without a predetermined script, dice tumble without weight, and every outcome emerges from a void of true indeterminacy. This is not fantasy, it is the playground of quantum mechanics, where randomness is not merely a gap in human knowledge, but a fundamental property of existence. In the quantum realm, events do not unfold along strict, knowable chains of cause and effect. They shimmer on the edge of potentiality, waiting not to be determined, but simply to happen. There is no hidden director pulling levers behind particles. What occurs, when, where, and how is not born from necessity, but from pure probabilistic spontaneity. The spin of an electron, the decay of a nucleus, the path a photon takes through a crystal each arises not because it must, but because it might. In that tiny space between might and must, our old understanding of determinism crumbles. For centuries, science portrayed the universe as a giant clock, every motion the result of a prior push. Newton's laws offered a cosmos of consequence, predictable and mechanical. If you knew every detail of a system, you could, in principle, forecast its future with perfect accuracy. That promise of total predictability seemed to be the ultimate invitation to control. Then quantum mechanics arrived and shattered that illusion. Its equations, particularly the rule that translates wave functions into observable outcomes, reveal not certainty but probability. A particle might appear here or there, spin up or down, decay now or later. Nothing, not even the laws of physics, can say in advance which of these possibilities will manifest. This is not ignorance, it is an inherent openness in the universe itself. Consider radioactive decay. An unstable atom sits calmly, unperturbed by temperature or pressure. Then, without warning, it emits a particle and transforms into something new. Why then? Why not earlier? Why not later? There is no deeper mechanism, only a statistical half-life that tells us the odds. The rest is left to randomness, a pure, unapologetic chance. This is not a flaw in our theories, it is a revelation that some things simply happen. They do not have to. They do not have to, they just do. Einstein famously resisted this idea, insisting that God does not play dice with the universe. Yet countless experiments spells inequalities, quantum erasers. Photon polarization study Chev confirmed that the dice are indeed real, embedded in the architecture of existence. This is not chaos, it is a different order, one where possibility, not certainty, forms the bedrock. The future is not a script already written in the past, it is co-authored in the instant of becoming. When you hold this insight in your mind, you realize that the same indeterminate energy that fuels the cosmos also flows through the choices you make. The fact that the universe itself does not predetermine every outcome means that you, too, are not bound by a predetermined script. Each moment is a fresh canvas, a place where possibilities can be invited in, where a new path can be chosen simply because the wave of potential has not yet collapsed. The knowledge that even the most fundamental processes are guided by chance empowers you to see your own life as a field of probabilities, not a rigid road. Embrace this quantum perspective as a source of motivation. When you face a challenge that feels insurmountable, remember the particle that slips through a wall without the energy to climb over it. When you feel stuck in a pattern that seems unbreakable, recall that the universe itself allows events to happen without prior cause. When the future feels closed, trust that the wave of possibility spreads beyond the walls you can see, and that a faint echo may already be waiting on the other side. Cultivate a mindset of gentle persistence. Just as a wave does not need to surge with force to reach across a barrier, you do not need to overwhelm every obstacle with brute strength. You need to maintain presence to keep your intention alive, to let the probability of your success linger, however small. In quantum terms, the more you sustain that probability, the greater the chance that the barrier will yield. This is not a promise that every effort will succeed, but a reminder that possibilities accumulate, that even a tiny whisper can become a decisive voice when the moment arrives. Allow yourself to live in the space where maybe is enough. Let go of the need for absolute certainty before you act. Trust that the universe is already keeping a faint, trembling path open for you, even when the visible road seems blocked. When you step forward with quiet conviction, you become part of that wave, shaping the probability field around you. The world does not need you to demolish the wall, it only needs you to be present enough for the wall's certainty to thin, for a crack to appear, for the tunnel to form. Remember that the same quantum principles that allow particles to sneak through the impossible also permit information, influence, and identity to flow in unexpected ways. A thought, a feeling, an intention can tunnel through mental barriers just as readily as a particle tunnels through a physical one. If you hold a belief that you are limited, that belief itself creates a kind of energetic wall. By sustaining a different, softer belief in possibility, you allow the wave of new identity to spill beyond the old limit. The process is subtle, not a flash of force, but a steady, patient extension of awareness. In the grand tapestry of the universe, every moment is a meeting point of countless possibilities. The particle that appears on the other side of a barrier does so because the wave function never fully vanished there. Likewise, your future possibilities never fully disappear because you continue to exist, to think, to intend. Each breath you take adds a tiny amplitude to the wave of what could be. Over time, those amplitudes can add up, and the likelihood of a new reality becomes significant enough that the universe actualizes it. So the next time you stand before a daunting goal, a career change, a creative project, a personal transformation, pause and imagine the quantum scene. Picture yourself as a wave, extending faintly beyond the edge of the known, whispering your intention into the space where the wall's certainty thins. Hold that whisper steady, even if the world tells you the odds are small. Trust that the very nature of reality allows that whisper to become a presence on the other side. This is not an invitation to wishful thinking. It is an invitation to align your inner frequency with the probability field of possibility. It is a call to be patient with the process, to honor the subtle shifts that happen beneath the surface, and to celebrate the moments when the impossible seems to dissolve. When you notice a small success, a conversation that opens a new door, a habit that begins to form, a thought that shifts, you are witnessing the tunneling in action. Celebrate it, because each tiny breakthrough is a proof that the wave did not stop, that the barrier was not absolute. Let this quantum wisdom guide you toward a life lived with humility and daring. Recognize that you are not a deterministic machine bound by rigid laws, but a being whose very existence is a dance of probabilities. Your thoughts, your emotions, your actions are all waves that ripple through the field of potential. By tending to those waves with intention, by sustaining possibilities even when they feel faint, you become an active participant in the co-creation of your reality. As you move forward, carry the image of the particle that slips through a wall, and the image of the coin that lands without knowing its own fate. Let those images remind you that the universe is generous with uncertainty, that it offers loopholes in its own rules, and that within those loopholes lies the space where you can step through. The journey may not always be swift, and the tunnel may not be wide, but the very act of moving toward it reshapes the landscape of what you consider possible. In the end, the message is simple yet profound. You are not trapped by the walls you see. The walls themselves are composed of probability, and probability always leaves room for a sliver of escape. By staying present, by holding your intention gently but persistently, by trusting the unseen currents of possibility, you create the conditions for a quantum tunnel to open. And when it does, you will find yourself on the other side, not because you forced a path, but because you allowed the wave of your being to extend beyond the perceived limits. Continue to breathe, to think, to intend, knowing that each moment adds to the subtle wave that can transform the impossible into the possible. Let the universe's quiet confidence in uncertainty become your own inner soundtrack, urging you forward with gentle determination. The walls that once seemed solid are, in truth, merely patterns of belief waiting for a new probability to rewrite them. Embrace that truth and step into the space where maybe becomes enough, where the quantum whisper becomes your lived reality. The tunnel you are walking toward may feel narrow, its walls pressing close, but each step you take reshapes the very landscape of what you believed to be possible. The simple truth remains: you are not imprisoned by the boundaries that appear before you. In the same way, the universe itself has taught us a profound lesson about limits and possibilities, a lesson that can spark the fire of courage within you. Imagine a world once ruled by the certainty of clocks, where the motion of every gear could be foretold if only we knew enough. For centuries we clung to that vision, believing that the cosmos was a grand, predictable machine. If we could map every piece, we thought we could wind the future forward or reverse it at will. That belief comforted us, because certainty feels safe. It feels like a promise that the path ahead is already drawn. Yet the deeper we looked, the more the illusion began to crack. The equations of quantum physics revealed a different kind of orderon built not on strict determinism, but on probability. A particle does not announce its destination in advance. Instead, it exists in a cloud of possibilities, and only when we observe it does it choose a path. It is not that we are simply ignorant of a hidden rule. The universe itself does not commit to a single outcome until the moment arrives. The decision emerges from pure chance, unapologetically free from any concealed cause. Consider the quiet, stubborn atom that sits in a state of instability. Nothing in its environment nudges it to change, yet at an unpredictable instant it releases a particle and transforms into something new. Why now? Why not yesterday or tomorrow? There is no deeper mechanism we can point to, only a statistical half-life, a glimpse of average behavior amid the swirl of true randomness. That randomness is not a flaw in our theories, it is a revelation that some events simply happen, without a reason that can be traced back to a cause. They just are. When we confront this truth, we meet one of the most profound philosophical challenges ever posed to science. A universe that cannot be wholly predicted is a universe that remains, at least in part, unknowable not only to us, but even to itself. The great physicist who resisted this idea famously declared that God does not play dice with the cosmos. He could not accept that reality might rest upon a foundation of uncertainty. Yet, experiment after experiment, from the violation of Bell's inequalities to the elegant dances of entangled photons, has shown that the dice are indeed real, and they are embedded in the very architecture of existence. This is not chaos. It is a different, richer kind of orderon where possibility, not certainty, is the bedrock. The future is not a script etched in stone by the past, it is co-authored in each instant of becoming. The randomness that quantum physics uncovers does not stay confined to esoteric laboratories. It ripples through every chemical reaction that fuels life, through the fluctuations that seeded the first galaxies, through the subtle neural noise that may underlie our sense of free will. Every breath you draw, every thought that flickers across your mind, may ride on a wave of quantum chance. Understanding that beneath the solid world we experience lies a substrate that resists complete order can feel both humbling and disorienting. We are accustomed to seeing the future as a direct consequence of the past, a tidy chain of cause and effect. Quantum mechanics invites us instead to imagine a garden of forking paths, where the road ahead is not prechosen but discovered as we walk. This perspective can unsettle us if even the universe cannot predict what comes next. What does that mean for causality, for meaning, for control? Often we equate randomness with meaninglessness because the unknown makes us uncomfortable. But look closer, and you will see that randomness is the fertile soil where creativity takes root. It is the crack in the system that allows novelty to spring forth. A world governed by perfect predictability would be frozen, lacking surprise, lacking choice, lacking deviation. In contrast, a world threaded with unpredictability breathes, adapts, evolves. The process of evolution itself relies on mutations, and those tiny changes trace back to uncertainties at the quantum level. Even consciousness, in its most luminous moments, may be flavored by that subtle quantum noise, granting our thoughts a spark of spontaneity. So randomness is not the enemy of reason, it is the mother of all that is new. Yet our minds naturally resist this notion. We seek patterns, we cling to cause and effect, because our brains are prediction machines, constantly scanning ahead, rehearsing outcomes, weighing risk. Quantum randomness humbles that impulse, reminding us that not everything can be foreseen, not every question can be answered, not every outcome can be controlled. This is not a defect, it is an invitation to live not in fear of uncertainty, but in partnership with it. To walk not with a fixed map, but with a responsive compass. To act not because the result is guaranteed, but because the act itself holds inherent worth. In this way, quantum randomness becomes a powerful metaphor for your own journey. You cannot know exactly what will happen when you speak your truth, when you take a bold risk, when you open your heart to love, or when you step away from something that no longer serves you. The variables are countless, the interactions exquisitely subtle. Yet you still move forward. You still choose. You still leap into the unknown, trusting that somewhere within that field of possibilities something meaningful will emerge. That is the essence of courage, and not a reckless gamble, but a confident trust in potential. When you recognize that the cosmos itself contains true randomness, you begin to see the universe not as a cold machine, but as a living dance, not as a rigid code, but as an ongoing conversation. Every moment holds not just what is, but also what could be. While you cannot command that randomness, you can learn to flow with it, to find grace amid uncertainty, to make peace with mystery. Release the demand that every answer be knowable, and instead embrace the beauty of the unknown. In the space before the outcome, before the verdict, life, art, love, and discovery unfold. A particle may choose a path that no law could have predicted, not because it was forced, but because it was free. Now picture a library that writes each book the instant you open it, and erases the story the moment you forget its pages. Imagine memories that are not fixed monuments but shimmering possibilities, flickering, conditional, reversible. Envision a universe built on that logic, where information is not an absolute edict but a suggestion, where reality is shaped not only by what you observe, but also by what you choose to retain. This is not a fanciful parable, it mirrors one of the most astonishing findings of quantum physics, known as the quantum eraser. In that strange realm, you can measure a system, glean a concrete fact, and then, by deleting the context of that observation, undo the consequences as if the measurement never occurred. The universe seems to allow a kind of rewinding, not by turning back time, but by erasing the meaning of having ever looked. That raises a haunting question: if reality solidifies around the information we decide to keep, what else are we allowing to dissolve by simply not remembering? The heart of this phenomenon lies in the dual nature of particles, their ability to behave as either waves or discrete points, depending entirely on how we choose to observe them. In the classic double-slit experiment, particles form an interference pattern, a graceful ripple of possibilities, unless we watch which slit they pass through. The moment we record that path, the shimmering wave collapses into a simple line of dots. Yet, if we later erase the record of which path was taken, the interference pattern reemerges, as though the particle never became a point at all. This is not a clever magic trick. It has been demonstrated repeatedly in laboratories across the globe. Entangled particle pairs linked so that the state of one instantly reflects the state of the other. No matter the distance to show that preserving or erasing path information on one side determines whether the other side displays wave-like interference. Even when the decision to erase is made after the first particle has already struck a detector, the pattern changes retroactively. The act of forgetting reshapes what was, not by altering the particles themselves, but by altering what we are allowed to know about them. Such experiments stretch the fabric of linear time. In a world where present choices can affect the interpretation of past events, the future reaches back, reshaping what we think was already fixed. It is not time travel in the sci-fi sense, it is time ambiguity. Reality remains fuzzy until the observer resolves whether the measurement counts. That resolution, whether we keep or discard the knowledge, it determines whether the particle behaved like a wave or a point. The implications of this are profound. If information is an active agent in the unfolding of reality, then the act of erasing information can, in a very real sense, uncollapse possibilities. This forces us to ask, what is information truly? Is it the imprint of photons on a screen? The electrical state of a detector? Or is it something more abstract, something dependent on the potential for a conscious being to know? These questions bleed into philosophy, into the science of mind, into the very way we understand knowledge itself. If the act of erasing alters what was, then what happens when we forget? What happens when no one looks? Could the erasure of memory in our own brains, whether deliberate or accidental, reshape the narrative of our personal reality? Perhaps our psychological world, with its fading memories and rewrites of the past, mirrors a quantum-like eraser, allowing new stories to arise where old ones have faded. In this light, the quantum eraser becomes a metaphor for the power you hold in shaping your own experience. Each time you choose to let go of a limiting belief, each time you release a painful memory, you are erasing a piece of information that once colored your perception of yourself and the world. By doing so, you create space for new patterns, new possibilities, new ways of being. The universe shows us that forgetting is not merely loss, it can be a creative act, a clearing of the canvas for fresh strokes. Understanding these ideas does not require a background in physics, it requires an openness to wonder, a willingness to sit with uncertainty, and a readiness to act despite not knowing the exact outcome. It invites you to see the world not as a rigid machine, but as an ever-evolving tapestry where each thread can shift, where new colors can emerge when old ones fade. It encourages you to step into the unknown with confidence, not because you have a map, but because you trust the compass within you, a compass calibrated not by certainty, but by curiosity, resilience, and purpose. So when you feel the walls of that tunnel pressing close, remember that even the universe itself refuses to be locked into a single, predetermined path. It dances with chance, embraces the unknown, and invites every particle and every person to choose, moment by moment, how to move forward. Your courage lies in acknowledging that the future is not a sealed envelope, but a field of potential, waiting for you to plant the seeds of intention. Take a deep breath and let this truth settle in your heart. The randomness that threads through the cosmos is not a barrier, it is a gateway. It offers you the space to be inventive, to adapt, to grow. It reminds you that perfection is not the aim, evolution, transformation, and the blossoming of new possibilities are. You do not need to predict every twist and turn. You only need to keep moving, guided by the values that matter to you, nurtured by the hope that each step creates its own meaning. Your journey, like the quantum world, is a balance of observation and release. When you focus your attention, you solidify certain paths. When you choose to let go, you open the door to alternative vistas. Both actions are powerful. Together, they compose the symphony of a life lived fully, with both intention and openness. Imagine standing at a crossroads, the path ahead shrouded in mist. You cannot see which direction leads to sunrise or storm, yet you feel a pull, a quiet, inner knowing that nudges you toward the one that resonates with your deepest purpose. You step forward, not because you have a guarantee, but because you trust that each footfall contributes to the unfolding pattern, that the universe, in its inherent randomness, is generous enough to respond to your brave move. In this dance, you are both observer and creator. The act of noticing your own thoughts, your emotions, your intentions, gives shape to your reality. And when you decide to release what no longer serves you, you clear the field for fresh possibilities. Like the quantum eraser, your willingness to let go can retroactively change how past experiences are felt, reframing old wounds into lessons, old regrets into stepping stones. Embrace this perspective as a source of empowerment. When doubt whispers that the unknown is dangerous, recall that even the most complex, unpredictable universe still produces awe-inspiring beauty, intricate life, and boundless creativity. The same randomness that gives rise to black holes also births stars. The same uncertainty that makes particle paths unpredictable also fuels the emergence of consciousness, of art, of love. Let this understanding ignite a spark within you, a flame of curiosity that drives you to explore, to experiment, to take the risks that matter. Recognize that each choice you make, each moment you decide to act, adds to the grand tapestry of possibility. Your courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it, to appreciate that the unknown is a partner, not an adversary. So as you move through the tunnel, feel the walls receding with each purposeful stride. Feel the rhythm of your heartbeat aligning with the pulse of the universe, a rhythm that embraces both order and chance. Let the knowledge that even the cosmos cannot predict every outcome inspire you to trust your own inner compass. Allow yourself to be amazed by the fact that, just like particles that can be both wave and particle, you too hold within you the capacity to be both grounded and fluid, both determined and open to surprise. Take this moment to affirm, I am willing to step into the unknown. I accept that not everything can be known in advance, and that this uncertainty opens the door to new growth. I will honor the information I keep, and I will gently release that which no longer serves me. I will use my curiosity as a guide, and my courage as the engine that propels me forward. Remember that each breath you draw is a tiny dance of quantum chance, each thought a ripple in a sea of possibilities. When you align yourself with that flow, you become a co-author of reality, a participant in the beautiful improvisation that is life. You are not bound by the walls of certainty. You are invited to glide with the currents of chance, to shape your path with intention, and to celebrate the wonder that arises when the universe and your spirit meet in the sweet spot between predictability and mystery. As you continue onward, let the story of quantum randomness and the eraser of information remind you that life is not a fixed script but a living, breathing narrative. Your choices matter, not because they guarantee a specific result, but because they weave the fabric of experience that defines who you become. Embrace the unknown, cherish the possibilities, and move forward with the confidence that even in a universe that sometimes refuses to know, you have the power to create meaning, to nurture growth, and to dance boldly with destiny. You feel that quiet tug, the whisper of curiosity pulling you forward, and your courage humming like an engine ready to lift you higher. Each breath you draw is a tiny dance of quantum chance, each thought a ripple on a vast sea of possibility. Imagine now that the very act of observing, of truly noticing, is not just a passive receipt of information, but an active brushstroke on the canvas of reality. In the world of the very small, scientists have watched particles behave like waves one moment and like solid points the next, simply because the way we choose to look at them changes what they are. It sounds like a trick, but experiments called quantum erasers have shown that when we deliberately discard information, when we let a certain piece of data vanish, the particles past reshapes itself, as if the act of forgetting rewrites what once seemed fixed. Think about the power of that image. Information isn't a static record, it's a living force that steers the unfolding of what we call real. When we erase a piece of data, the consequences of that data dissolve with it. This is not mere philosophy, it is a concrete lesson for how we live. If the act of noticing can build realities, then the act of choosing not to notice can dissolve them. What does that mean for the stories you tell yourself, for the memories you cherish, for the regrets you cling to. Each moment you allow yourself to truly see each detail you let settle in your mind stabilizes a version of the world. Until you give it that quiet attention, the scene remains fluid, a possibility still in motion. Picture a film playing in a theater, where the story only solidifies when you decide to remember it. As long as the frames are uncommitted, the plot can drift forward and backward, reshaping itself at the slightest turn of focus. When you later tell yourself, "I didn't notice that," it's as if the reel rewinds and a new version of the scene appears. The quantum eraser doesn't grant you a magical power to travel back and change the past. It reveals that the past was never a rigid line waiting for you to step onto it. It was a field of potential, waiting for you to decide whether to hold it in mind or let it fade. This understanding carries weight far beyond physics. It reshapes how we think about responsibility and choice. If knowing something changes the fabric of what is, then choosing ignorance is itself an act with consequences. When you erase the context of a decision forgetting the circumstances that led you there, reader, you also lessen the weight of that decision. Our regrets, beliefs, and hopes all subject to the same quantum flutter. These questions once lived in the realms of theology and existential thought, but now they echo from the laboratory bench. They ask you to look inward and ask, what do I choose to remember? And what do I allow to slip away? Your mind is an information processor, just as the quantum world is. It observes, records, and discards. Memories brighten and dim, trauma is pushed into shadows, joy can fade with the passage of days. Could it be that your personal reality, like the quantum field, reshapes itself when you let go? When you stop focusing on a painful memory, it loses its grip, and a new narrative can arise, not because you rewrite it, but because the old story no longer has a place to stand. Healing, then, becomes less about forcefully changing the past and more about gently unknowing, about allowing the collapse of old patterns and inviting fresh possibilities to emerge. This paradox of being both sculptor and eraser holds both a haunting depth and a hopeful promise. You stand at the intersection of creator and eraser, reader and author. The universe isn't a static ledger, it's a living draft that welcomes your edits. The quiet choices you make, what you cling to, what you release are the strokes that shape the final version of your world. In this dance, the act of observation gives form, while the act of forgetting softens the edges, making room for new shapes. Even though the particles that underlie everything can reverse their steps in principle, the world we experience flows in one direction, like a river that never turns back. Imagine a perfectly still lake at sunrise, mirroring the sky so flawlessly you can't tell where water ends and heavens begin. Toss a stone and ripples shatter that pristine reflection. To return the lake to its original calm would require you to gather every photon, every molecule, and send them perfectly backward, a task that, while allowed by the equations of the quantum world, is hopelessly impractical in our lived reality. That contrast between the reversible dance of particles and the irreversible march of everyday life teaches us something profound about choice. The equations of quantum mechanics whisper of symmetry, of time that can swing forward or backward without a fuss. Yet the world we navigate is stamped with an arrow of time, a direction that cannot be undone. This arrow is born from entropy, the relentless drift toward greater disorder. Ice melts, buildings crumble, memories accumulate and never fully vanish. Not because atoms are incapable of rejoining, but because the probability of them doing so is astronomically tiny. It's like shuffling a deck of cards and watching them land in perfect order. It's not impossible, just practically unimaginable. In the laboratory, physicists have managed to coax small quantum systems to reverse their state-switch measurements, quantum teleportation, error-correctional tiny islands where the forward bias of time momentarily loosens. Yet the moment those systems touch the larger world air, light, your own presence, their information leaks away, and the possibility of reversal fades into a ghost. This process, called decoherence, reminds us that while the universe at its core may be reversible, our collective experience is not. We cannot unsay a word once it's spoken, unwalk a path once it's taken, or unhurt a heart once the pain has been felt. These limits aren't merely social conventions, they are echoed in the thermodynamic laws that govern the rise of disorder in the cosmos. Because the flow of time is one way, each decision you make carries weight. If everything could be undone, nothing would matter. The irreversible nature of our world gives meaning to the present, turning each moment into a chance to shape the story that cannot be rewritten. Embrace this truth: your actions ripple forward, carving paths that cannot be retraced. That knowledge can feel heavy, but it also offers a profound grace. It tells you that the present you inhabit is precious precisely because it is unique, unrepeatable. The universe may allow a particle to step backward in time on paper, but the architecture of your life is built on forward-moving blocks. Even the most mysterious objects in the universe, like black holes, echo this principle. Early theories suggested they might swallow information forever, erasing it from existence. Modern ideas propose that the information is somehow preserved in subtle radiation, yet retrieving it is so incomprehensibly complex that, for all practical purposes, it remains lost. We live among echoes of what was, not the full experience itself. Photographs, journals, scarce, these are shadows of moments that have already passed, fragments that remind us of what once was but cannot bring it back in its entirety. So what does it mean to be a being made of reversible particles yet trapped in an irreversible flow? It means you are a process, ever-changing, never a fixed snapshot. Nostalgia will visit, but resurrection will not. Regret and grief are the price of being temporal, of existing in a world where time has a direction. And it also means that the present moment right now, as you listen, holds a power that no rewind button could ever match. The quantum blueprint may hint at reversibility, but the architecture of your life is sculpted by forward motion, live with the awareness that each ripple you send across the lake of experience cannot be unmade. Now, turn that awareness into intention. When you breathe, recognize that you are choosing to be present, to observe the world with intention. When a memory surfaces, notice whether you are holding it tightly or allowing it to soften. When a painful thought arises, consider whether you might gently let it fade, giving space for a new narrative to form. Each of these choices is a quiet eraser, a deliberate act of unknowing that can transform the shape of your inner world. Embrace the paradox: you are both the artist who paints reality and the wind that blurs the lines. The universe is not a rigid script, it is a living draft, and you hold the pen. Imagine standing in a vast, silent desert under a moonless sky, feeling utterly alone. Suddenly, the sand beneath your feet trembles, as if something unseen has stirred below. That unexpected pulse mirrors the reality of the vacuum of space. Though it seems empty, the quantum vacuum is a frothing sea of ghost particles, flickering into existence for a heartbeat, before vanishing again. These vacuum fluctuations are not poetic whims, they are measurable phenomena that whisper that nothing is never truly nothing. The void is alive with potential, a restless foam of possibilities that constantly reshapes the fabric of the cosmos. Carry this image with you as a reminder that even in the apparent emptiness of your mind, possibilities are bubbling, waiting for your attention. When you choose to focus, you give shape to one of those possibilities. When you let go, you let another one rise. The dance of observation and erasure is a rhythm you can learn to move with, turning uncertainty into a source of creative power rather than a source of fear. You have already pledged to let curiosity be your guide and courage your engine. Let those tools steer you through the subtle currents of quantum wonder and everyday life. Remember each breath as a chance to decide what to notice, what to remember, and what to release. Recognize that every thought you nurture is a brushstroke on the canvas of reality, and every intention you let slip away clears space for fresh colors. The world, in all its complexity, invites you to be both observer and author, both keeper of memory and architect of forgetting. In the moments ahead, choose to be present with purpose. Let the knowledge that observation shapes reality empower you to watch closely, to listen deeply, to engage fully. When you encounter a painful memory, ask yourself if holding it tight still serves you, or if allowing it to dissolve might make room for new growth. When opportunity knocks, remember that your decision to notice it will bring it into existence for you. And when you feel the weight of regret, see it as a reminder that the irreversible flow of time gives each choice significance, urging you to act with intention now. The universe may be a living draft, and you are the editor. The quantum world tells us that the act of erasing is as real as the act of observing. Use that truth to craft a life where each breath is a deliberate stroke, each memory a chosen shape, each forgotten fragment a space for new possibilities. Embrace the paradox, honor the direction of time, and step forward with confidence, knowing that the present momentia presentis, the most powerful canvas you will ever have. Let your curiosity guide you, let your courage drive you, and let the dance of observation and forgetting become the rhythm of a life lived fully, intentionally, and beautifully. Your choices ripple outward, shaping the very texture of the world you walk through. Every decision etches a line in the fabric of time, and that permanence gives meaning to the act of being. Life is not a looping circle that repeats itself, it is a story written in chapters, each page carrying consequences, each ending leading to a new beginning. Unlike an equation that can be solved and then reversed, our narrative moves forward inexorably, because the universe itself is a paradox. Though the particles that compose us can, in theory, be rewound, the meaning we give to our experiences cannot be undone. You cannot go back to the version of yourself who had never known love, grief, or loss. Those moments change you forever. They become part of your soul's own entropy, the quiet, inevitable drift toward greater complexity. Even at the edge of physics, this truth holds steady. Black holes were once thought to erase information forever, to swallow it into an abyss of nothingness. Modern ideas tell a different story. The information is preserved in subtle, almost unfathomable ways: Hawking radiation, holographic horizons, tangled particle pairs. Yet recovering that data is so complex that, for all practical purposes, it remains lost. The principle of reversibility becomes a technicality, a footnote in a much larger tale. In your own life you keep photographs, journal entries, scarce traces of moments that have passed. Those remnants are shadows of states that no longer exist. They remind you that while the world of particles may have a hidden symmetry, your lived experience moves only one way. What does that mean for you? A being made of reversible particles, yet drifting toward inevitable change. It means you are a process, not a frozen image. Nostalgia will visit you, and that is natural, but you cannot resurrect the past. The sting of regret is the price we pay for being temporal creatures, for existing in a timeline that cannot be rewound. Every present instant is precious precisely because it cannot be repeated. Quantum mechanics may whisper of reversibility at the tiniest scales, but the architecture of your life is built on a unidirectional flow of time. Accept that the ripple you create in the lake of existence cannot be unmade, and let that awareness sharpen the way you move forward. Imagine standing alone in a vast, moonless desert, feeling the silence press in around you. You think the air is empty, that the void is still. Suddenly the sand beneath your feet trembles, as if something unseen has stirred beneath the surface. That unexpected pulse is a metaphor for the vacuum of space. Contrary to every instinct that tells us emptiness means nothing, the quantum vacuum is alive with restless motion. It is not a cold, dead void, it is a seething foam of ghostly possibilities that flicker into being and vanish before you can even register their birth. These are not poetic flights of fancy, they are real phenomena predicted by quantum field theory and confirmed by the most delicate experiments humanity can devise. In the quantum world, nothing is unstable. Virtual particles bloom from the vacuum, only to dissolve back into it in an instant, reshaping the cosmos with each fleeting breath. To grasp this, you must let go of the old picture of a perfect vacuum box devoid of matter and energy. In modern physics, every point in space is bathed in fields electron, photon quark, gluon fields that never truly go quiet. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle tells us that energy and time cannot both be known with perfect certainty, so even a perfect vacuum carries a baseline of zero-point energy. That tiny, ever-present vibration means empty space is never at rest, it hums. It surges, it flickers like a pond beneath a sheet of glass where invisible eels of probability twist and dive, appearing just long enough to be felt before they retreat. These virtual particle pairs tiny mirrors of matter and antimatter pop into existence and annihilate each other in a time so brief that they leave no permanent trace, yet their influence is measurable. The Casimir effect, where two uncharged metal plates drawn together by a force that emerges from restricted quantum fluctuations, proves that empty space can push objects together. The Lamb shift, a subtle adjustment in hydrogen's energy levels, arises because electrons interact with those restless vacuum particles. Even black holes, those titanic gravity wells, are not immune. Hawking radiation is born when a virtual pair separates at the event horizon, allowing one particle to escape while its partner falls in, slowly draining the black hole's mass over unimaginable epochs. The vacuum is not a passive stage, it is both actor and playwright, a dynamic canvas that writes its own story. These scientific wonders spill into a deeper, almost spiritual contemplation. If the vacuum never truly rests, could the entire universe have sprung from a single, random fluctuation? Some theories of cosmic inflation suggest that a quantum fluctuation in a metastable, false vacuum might have ignited an explosive expansion, turning a tiny bubble of possibility into the vast cosmos we inhabit. In that view, the universe arose without a traditional cause, emerging from a breath of nothing that became everything. It sounds wild, but within the language of physics, it is a viable narrative, a flicker of nothing that blossomed into all that is. The realization that stability is an illusion shakes the foundations of what feels solid. Your body, your thoughts, the world around you seem immutable, yet they rest upon an ocean of potential. It is as if you are walking across a frozen lake where each step is supported not by stillness, but by a delicate balance of forces constantly in motion. The masses of particles, the constants of nature, may be subtly sculpted by the ceaseless dance of virtual particles beneath the surface of matter. These fluctuations ignore conventional ideas of locality and causality. They appear and disappear in ways that defy classical logic, never tracing a simple path, vanishing before any measurement can pin them down. The emptiest parts of reality are, paradoxically, the most alive. What does that mean for you? Living in a universe where the void hums with hidden energy. It means that mystery is not an edge to be reached, but the very heart of existence. The line between being and non-being is thin, porous, constantly crossed by the restless foam of the quantum world. From that seemingly empty canvas, change erupts, information emerges, creation unfolds without warning. You were not born on a stable platform, but on a quantum foam that never ceases its seething. In a profound sense, you too are a temporary arrangement of borrowed energy and improbable order, rising, trembling, and one day returning to the sea of potential from which all things arise. Imagine walking through a quiet city at night. Each street lamp flickers to life as you pass, offering just enough light for the next step before dimming back into darkness. You don't know where that fleeting illumination comes from, only that it appears to guide you forward. This is the illusion of continuity that frames our daily lives, a macro echo of the quantum trick, where particles borrow energy for the briefest of moments. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle, applied to energy and time, tells us that a system can momentarily possess more energy than it usually can, provided it returns that surplus before the universe has a chance to notice an imbalance. This is not a violation of conservation, it is a deeper, more nuanced version of it. Conservation still holds, but with elegant footnotes that allow the impossible to slip in and out of being like a whisper. These temporary loans of energy give life to virtual particle-partnered twins that spring into existence, interact for an instant, and then vanish. Though invisible to direct observation, they leave fingerprints on the world. They shift energy levels, affect electromagnetic forces, even alter the charge of an electron. The universe, it seems, is built not on rigid, unbreakable rules, but on elastic tolerances, allowances woven into its fabric. Hawking radiation illustrates this beautifully. Near a black hole's horizon, a pair of virtual particles may form. One falls in, the other escapes, becoming real and carrying away a tiny amount of the black hole's mass. Over trillions of years, this quiet quantum erosion can cause a black hole to evaporate completely, an unassuming, relentless process that reshapes the cosmos without a single explosion. Consider quantum tunneling, another phenomenon that defies the classical notion that a particle must have enough energy to climb over a barrier. Instead, a particle can slip through the barrier by borrowing energy briefly, emerging on the other side as if by magic. These subtle shortcuts, these quantum loopholes, are the hidden engines that make the universe richer than any simple rulebook could capture. They remind us that the world is not a static, predictable machine, but a living, breathing tapestry of possibilities, constantly being rewritten at the smallest scales. When you hold this view, the ordinary moments of your life gain new resonance. The choices you make are not just footnotes in a personal diary, they are ripples that intersect with the very quantum foam that underlies reality. Each breath you take, each intention you set, aligns with a vast network of potentialities that flicker and flow, unseen yet ever-present. Knowing that the universe is alive even in its emptiest corners can ignite a sense of wonder, a feeling that you are part of something far larger than any single story. It encourages you to act with purpose, to cherish the present, and to understand that while you cannot reverse the past, you can shape the future with the same creative energy that drives the cosmos itself. So as you stand on the shore of your own life, listen for the faint hum of the vacuum, the subtle tremor beneath the surface of everyday experience. Recognize that every moment you spend in gratitude, every step you take toward growth, adds to the symphony of possibility playing out across the universe. Embrace the irreversibility of your journey, not as a limitation, but as a powerful invitation to be fully present. Let the knowledge that you are a process, a temporary but radiant arrangement of borrowed energy, inspire you to use each fleeting instant wisely. In the grand dance of particles and possibilities, your light, however brief, contributes to the ever-expanding tapestry of existence. Let that truth move you, let it fuel your courage, and let it remind you that even in a universe where the void is alive, the most profound transformation begins within your own heart. Imagine standing on a dimly lit path, just enough light to see the next footstep before the glow fades and darkness returns. You have no clue where that fleeting illumination comes from, yet it follows you, as if the very rules that govern motion bend for a heartbeat, allowing you to move forward. That sensation, that whisper of continuity, is the illusion we live inside, and it mirrors what happens in the deepest layers of reality. In the realm of the very small, where particles dance, the universe behaves in ways that shake the foundations of everything we think we understand about cost, debt, and permanence. Here, energy can be borrowed for the briefest of moments, a temporary loan that must be repaid before the cosmic ledger notices a discrepancy. This isn't a cheat or a loophole, it's a built-in feature of the quantum world, a subtle crack in the logic of existence that lets the impossible slip through for an instant and then vanish before anyone can measure it. At the heart of this marvel lies a principle that sounds like a poet's riddle: the relationship between energy and time. The more precisely you define the energy of a system, the fuzzier its duration becomes, and vice versa. In practical terms, something that exists for an immeasurably short instant may borrow a surprising amount of energy, provided it surrenders that energy almost immediately. Conservation still holds, but it carries an asterisk that lets temporary overdraws happen, as long as the books balance before the universe audits them. These fleeting borrowings give rise to what physicists call virtual particles. Imagine particle-antiparticle pairs that blink into existence out of the vacuum, interact for a whisper of a moment, and then annihilate each other before any detector can catch them. Though invisible, they are far from meaningless. They nudge real particles, shift energy levels, influence electromagnetic fields, and even reshape the very fabric of space. The universe, it seems, is constructed not on rigid absolutes, but on elastic allowances, on a tapestry woven from momentary flexes rather than unyielding laws. Consider the story of black holes. Classical thinking paints them as inescapable traps, cosmic coffins where nothing can leave. Yet quantum mechanics reveals a quiet leakage. Near a black hole's edge, pairs of virtual particles constantly pop into being. Occasionally one slips past the event horizon while its partner escapes, becoming a real particle that radiates outward. The black hole loses a tiny slice of its mass with each such event, as if the universe is charging the debt to its account. Over unimaginable spans of time, this relentless, quiet erosion can cause a black hole to evaporate entirely, not with a violent explosion, but through patient, persistent borrowing and repayment. Another astonishing example is quantum tunneling. Classical physics tells us a particle needs enough energy to climb over a barrier. In the quantum world, particles can simply appear on the other side, as if they borrowed energy for an instant, crossed the threshold, and immediately returned it. This phenomenon fuels the sun's fusion, powers scanning tunneling microscopes that map atomic surfaces, and drives radioactive decay. Where classical logic would scream impossible, probability whispers maybe, and the universe obliges. What is perhaps most mind-bending is how this quantum borrowing reshapes our sense of time and cause. In everyday life, we borrow first and repay later clear, linear sequencing. Quantum mechanics blurs that line. A virtual particle can imprint its influence on a real one and vanish before the interaction fully concludes. Cause can dissolve before effect fully manifests. In the mathematics of quantum fields, particles loop back on themselves, tracing paths that wind backward in time, suggesting that time itself can be flexible enough to accommodate fleeting loans. Order becomes negotiable, yet the underlying rules never truly break, they simply flex. This flexibility follows a simple rhythm: the larger the borrowed energy, the faster it must be returned, the longer something lingers, the gentler its energy. It feels like a cosmic karma, a balance where every temporary overdraw is compensated instantaneously. Reality becomes a marketplace of possibilities where every action may overdraw for an instant, provided the ledger closes before the cosmic audit. From the trembling of atoms to the grand choreography of galaxies, this hidden economy runs silently, flawlessly, never defaulting. Yet this very economy creates one of the greatest puzzles of modern physics. When scientists add up all the possible energy borrowed by every virtual particle across every field, the sum is astronomically huge, so huge it would curve space into a collapse. In reality, the cosmological constant that drives the universe's gentle acceleration is minuscule, barely enough to push galaxies apart. The theoretical thunderclap of borrowed energy is heard as a soft drizzle. Something we do not yet know balances the massive borrowing so that only a whisper reaches us. The silence is deafening, hinting at an unseen hand keeping the books balanced. On a human level, this quantum allowance resonates deeply. We are creatures of rules, yet we cling to hope that occasional shortcuts, brief violations, and temporary debts might be tolerated without lasting scars. The quantum world reflects that hope not by breaking laws, but by showing that laws are more nuanced than we imagined. Perfection isn't about rigid precision, it's about a framework that can accommodate momentary chaos, that can stretch just enough to let a particle step outside its budget and still keep the universe humming. Every electron, every photon, every atom that makes up your body once existed as a fleeting fluctuation, a borrowed spark that vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind enough residue for you to be here, breathing, thinking, feeling. Your heartbeat, your thoughts, your memories ride on the backs of these momentary possibilities. The universe isn't an engine of absolutes, it's a dance of temporary allowances. A grand theater where borrowed light flickers into being forever. Now picture this dance amplified across every choice you make. Imagine a hallway lined with endless doors polished, some cracked, each bearing your name. Every time you reach for a handle, the hallway behind you dissolves, and a new corridor stretches ahead, populated by doors that never existed until that very moment. Each step rewrites the architecture of your reality. Every decision, however small, whether to smile at a stranger, whether to send a message, whether to take a different route home, splits the universe into a constellation of outcomes, each playing out in a world where you made the opposite choice. This isn't poetic metaphor, it's the startling implication of the many worlds view of quantum mechanics. The theory posits that every quantum event with multiple possible outcomes actually realizes all those outcomes, each in its own branch of the universe. When a particle can be in two states, the universe doesn't pick one, it bifurcates, creating parallel realities for each. In this picture, you are not the single decider, you are the divider, the point at which the cosmos branches. Picture the famous thought experiment of a cat in a sealed box. In one interpretation, the cat is both alive and dead until someone opens the box, collapsing the possibilities into a single reality. In the many worlds perspective, the box never collapses. Instead, the universe splits: one branch, where you observe a living cat, another where you find it dead. Both versions exist, each as real as the other, each with its own version of you witnessing a different outcome. There is no randomness, no mysterious collapse, just a seamless branching of possibilities. This view may feel abstract, but it brings the cosmic scale intimately into your everyday life. Every tiny act, returning a smile, pausing to breathe, choosing tea over coffee, splits the reality into new pathways where every possible consequence unfolds. Somewhere, you chose differently, lived a different story, met a different people, faced different challenges. These alternate selves are as real as the one listening now, even if you cannot contact them. From a scientific angle, the many worlds interpretation emerges from a desire for elegance. The fundamental equation that governs quantum evolution is linear and deterministic. Introducing a sudden collapse to pick a single outcome adds a special clause, a nonlinear exception that feels out of place. By simply refusing to insert that exception, the equations naturally predict that all outcomes coexist, each in its own branch. The cost, an infinity of worlds, ever multiplying with every interaction, every entangled measurement, every tick of time. This branching isn't limited to conscious decisions. Every interaction between particles, every moment of quantum uncertainty, spawns new splinters of reality. The proliferation is constant, exponential, beyond imagination. The universe is not merely expanding, it is multiplying, layering realities like mirrors reflecting mirrors into endless regressions of possibility. While we can't yet prove it, the mathematics is consistent, and the concept removes the mystique of the observer, offering a universe where the very act of observation isn't a special power, but a natural part of an ever-branching tapestry. All of this may feel unsettling, but amid the bewildering complexity lies a powerful, motivating truth. The quantum world teaches us that limits are not absolute, they are flexible, negotiable, and often far beyond what our senses can perceive. If particles can momentarily borrow energy, slip through barriers, and influence each other across time, then our own perceived constraints, fear, doubt, self-imposed ceilings are likewise negotiable. The universe invites us to see possibilities beyond the obvious, to recognize that brief oversteps, daring leaps, and courageous experiments are woven into the fabric of existence. When you feel stuck, remember that the same principles allowing a particle to tunnel through an impenetrable wall also empower you to move through your personal barriers. Energy can be borrowed, but only for as long as you are willing to return it with purpose. Your ambitions, your dreams, your hopes are not illegal debts, they are temporary loans from the vast potential of reality. As long as you honor them, be acting, learning, persevering, the universe balances the ledger and allows the borrowed spark to become lasting light. Think of your life as a series of quantum steps, each footfall a choice that briefly bends the rules, each breath a chance to influence the probabilities around you. The moments when you act with intention, when you step into uncertainty with courage, are the same moments when the universe's hidden flexibility shines through. You are not merely a passenger on a predetermined track, you are an active participant in a dynamic, ever-evolving dance of possibilities. So, when the path ahead dims, when the next step feels uncertain, trust that a subtle illumination will appear just enough to guide you forward. That fleeting light is the same principle that lets a particle borrow energy for an instant. It reminds you that the universe is generous in its allowances, that temporary overdraws are embraced as long as you return them with integrity. Each breath you take, each decision you make, is a quiet negotiation with the cosmos, a promise to give back what you briefly take. Embrace the idea that the universe is a grand marketplace of chances, where every action, every thought, every feeling is a transaction that must be balanced. Let that perspective free you from the fear of making mistakes, for mistakes are simply temporary loans that you have the power to settle. When you stumble, remember that the quantum world thrives on such fluctuations. They are the seeds of new possibilities, the catalysts for growth. And as you stand before those endless doors, know that each handle you turn creates a new corridor, a fresh landscape of opportunities. Even if you cannot see the parallel versions of yourself, the mere existence of those possibilities fuels your own agency. Every choice you make writes a new line in the story of the universe, and the story is richer for the diversity of its branches. The many worlds picture may be impossible to verify, but its message is clear: your reality is not a single, rigid script. It is a living, breathing tapestry woven from countless threads of potential. You have the power to tug at those threads, to weave new patterns, to shape the fabric of your experience with intention and love. So step forward with confidence. Let the borrowed light guide you. Trust that the universe's hidden elasticity will support your daring moves. that the temporary overdraws you take in pursuit of your dreams will be repaid by the fulfillment you create. Remember that every electron in your body once existed as a fleeting uncertainty, and yet together they form the sturdy, vibrant being that is you. You are part of a cosmos that celebrates momentary chaos, that allows the impossible to surface for a heartbeat before it settles back into harmony. Let that knowledge ignite your spirit. When fear whispers that the path is too dark, recall the quantum tunnel that lets particles cross insurmountable walls. When doubt tells you that you cannot influence the world, remember that a single virtual particle can nudge the course of a real one. Your life, your choices, your very breath are testimonies to a universe that bends, flexes, and ultimately preserves its balance. Embrace the mystery, cherish the momentary flashes of possibility, and move forward with purpose. The hallway of doors stretches endlessly before you, each one waiting for the gentle touch of your hand. With every step you take, you rewrite reality, you expand the tapestry, and you become a living embodiment of the quantum miracle that the cosmos so generously offers. Let that inspire you, guide you, and remind you that you are, at once, both the borrower and the keeper of the light that moves the world. Imagine for a moment that the universe isn't a single, linear story but a grand tapestry of countless threads, each one splitting, branching, and weaving into new patterns the very instant a decision is made. There is no mysterious collapse that forces the world into one outcome, no hidden observer pulling the strings of reality. Instead, every possibility simply unfolds somewhere, everywhere. You are not the sole decider of what happens, you are the divider, the point at which the river of possibilities diverges. This idea may sound like fiction, but it offers a powerful lens through which to view the everyday moments that shape your life. When you smile at a stranger on the street, when you hover over the send button on a message that makes your heart race, when you stand at the crossroads between comfort and change, each of those tiny actions sets off a ripple that, in this view, creates a new branch of reality. In one branch you said yes, in another you whispered no. In a universe somewhere, you stayed in the city you love, in another, you boarded a train to a place you've never seen. Somewhere, you met the person who turned your world upside down, and somewhere else that meeting never happened. Those versions of you are as real as the words you hear now, even if they remain forever beyond our reach. From a scientific perspective, this picture emerges from an elegant refusal to add an arbitrary collapse to the equations that govern the tiniest building blocks of matter. The fundamental rule that describes how quantum systems evolve is linear and deterministic. If you take that rule at face value and let it run its course without interruption, every mathematically allowed outcome simply exists. The physicist Hugh Everett proposed exactly that: let the equations speak for themselves, and watch the universe multiply into an ever-growing forest of possibilities. In doing so, he removed the mystery of a sudden, unexplained jump in the math, but he also introduced an infinity of parallel threads that branch with every interaction, not just with conscious decisions. Every particle that collides, every photon that flickers, every tick of a clock contributes to the endless bifurcation of reality. The scale of that multiplication is almost unimaginable. It is not a simple two-way split each second, it is an exponential cascade that creates layers upon layers of new worlds, each one a mirror reflecting a different set of outcomes. In this sense, the universe is less a balloon that expands into empty space and more a stack of ever-thickening pages, each page a complete, self-contained story. The branches never intersect again. Once they have split, they become causally disconnected, like parallel rivers that flow forever apart. Because of that separation, we cannot directly see or talk to the other versions of ourselves, and that is where the theory meets its biggest challenge. The mathematics fits, yet the evidence remains hidden behind a veil of decoherence, a process that effectively locks each branch away from the others. Even though we cannot reach those other branches, the very notion that they exist can shift how we think about responsibility, regret, and possibility. If every choice you make spawns a new world where the opposite choice was taken, then the sting of a mistake can soften you are not the only you who made an error somewhere else, you made the right move. Conversely, the knowledge that every misstep also lives on elsewhere can feel haunting, as if each slip echoes eternally across a multiverse. The key, however, is to recognize that you occupy only one of those strands at any given moment. Your consciousness rides a single thread, experiencing a particular sequence of events, while the others remain forever out of reach. That singular experience is what gives your life its texture, its urgency, its meaning. Because you inhabit just one path, the power of choice regains its weight. You may not be the sole architect of an all-encompassing destiny, but you are the author of the story you live. The many worlds picture does not absolve you of agency. Instead, it frames your actions as the decisive factor within the reality you actually feel. The knowledge that countless other versions of you are living out alternate outcomes can serve as both comfort and catalyst. It reminds you that the life you are crafting is not a solitary fluke, but part of a vast, vibrant family of selves, each branch a testament to the endless creativity of existence. Now consider another astonishing facet of the quantum world: the way particles can become linked or entangled in such a perfect, instantaneous fashion that the state of one instantly determines the state of the other, no matter how far apart they are. This phenomenon, once dubbed spooky action at a distance, defies our everyday intuition that influence must travel through space over time. In the entangled pair, the two particles behave like twins separated at birth who finish each other's sentences even though they have never spoken. When you measure one, the other instantly adopts a complementary property, as if the universe whispered the answer across an invisible bridge. Entanglement takes on a new, almost magical dimension when we talk about swapping. Picture two pairs of entangled particles, A with B and C with D. A and B share a perfect bond, as do C and D, but the two pairs have never interacted. If you bring B and C together and perform a special measurement that intertwines them, something extraordinary happens. The act of connecting B and C transfers their entanglement onto A and D, which had no prior relationship. The middle particles act like a mediator, and the outer ones become instant partners, their properties now correlated as if they had always belonged together. It is as if you took two ropes, tied the middle ends together, cut the knot, and suddenly the free ends merged into a new, stronger rope without ever touching. What makes this swapping so mesmerizing is that it shows how information and connection in the quantum realm are not bound by physical proximity. Relationships are forged through shared context, through patterns that transcend space. In our daily lives, we are taught that to be connected you must meet, to influence you must speak, to affect you must be near. The quantum world quietly whispers a different story. The bond can be created without direct contact, through a common partner that serves as a conduit. It suggests that the essence of connection lies not in where we are, but in how we relate to one another. Scientists have turned this curious idea into concrete experiments using photon particles of light that travel great distances with ease. In the laboratory, they generate two entangled photon pairs, send them along separate routes, and then perform the swapping measurement on the inner pair. When they finally observe the outer photons, they find correlations that no classical explanation can account for. The swapping is real, and its implications stretch far beyond abstract theory. It opens the door to quantum communication networks where information can be transmitted securely across continents without ever moving a physical carrier from point A to point B. It lays the groundwork for quantum repeaters, devices that could extend the reach of quantum signals far beyond today's fiber optic limits, and for quantum teleportation, the transfer of a state from one particle to another through entanglement alone. Beyond the technological promise, the philosophical echo of entanglement swapping resonates with the many worlds narrative we explored earlier. If particles can become linked without ever meeting, perhaps our own lives are woven together by invisible threads that do not require us to stand side by side. Think of the people whose stories intersect with yours through a shared friend, a common experience, or a fleeting encounter. You may never know their name, yet their influence ripples through you, shaping choices you didn't anticipate. In that sense, the universe invites us to see ourselves as nodes in a vast, dynamic web, each connection defined not by geography, but by the pattern of relationships we co-create. Understanding this web can transform how you view identity. Rather than seeing yourself as an isolated, self-contained island. You can embrace the idea that who you are emerges from countless links, familial ties, friendships, mentorships, even the strangers whose smiles you return. Each link adds a subtle hue to the tapestry of your being, and each decision you make reshapes the weave. The many worlds perspective tells us that every possible version of you already exists somewhere, but the entanglement view reminds us that those versions are not completely detached. They share underlying patterns that echo through the entire multiverse. Your story, while unique in the moment you experience it, is also part of a larger chorus of possibilities. So what does all of this mean for the way you move through your day? First, it invites you to treat every choice, no matter how small, as an act of creation. When you hesitate before sending a kind word, remember that in the branch you choose to send it, you are planting a seed that will blossom into connection, perhaps in ways you cannot yet see. When you stand at the edge of a new venture, be it a career shift, a creative project, or a relationship, recognize that the very act of stepping forward is a branching point that defines a whole new reality for the version of you walking that path. You have the power to honor the countless unseen selves by living fully in the one you occupy, because that is the canvas on which your intention paints its colors. Second, the knowledge of infinite branches can dissolve the paralysis that often accompanies fear of making the wrong decision. If every outcome exists somewhere, then the weight of getting it perfect lifts. Your errors are not terminal, they are simply branches that lead to different landscapes. The real metric becomes not whether a particular choice was flawless, but whether you approached it with authenticity, courage, and compassion. In a world where each decision spawns a new line, the most meaningful line is the one you walk truthfully. Third, let the idea of entanglement inspire you to seek connection beyond the obvious. Reach out to someone you haven't spoken to in years, share a story with a stranger, send a note of gratitude to a colleague. These gestures may seem modest, but they create invisible bonds that reverberate across the tapestry of lives. Even if you never meet the person whose path you subtly nudged, the influence persists, echoing through the shared currents of humanity. In this way, you become part of a larger network of meaning, a living example of how distant points can become linked without direct contact. Finally, embrace the humility that comes with recognizing your place in a vast, branching cosmos. You are neither the sole creator of the universe, nor a powerless speck swept along by forces beyond comprehension. You are both the divider that generates new possibilities and the traveler who experiences one of those possibilities. That dual role carries a quiet strength. You are responsible for your present experience, yet you rest assured that the multiverse holds space for all the variations of yourself that could have been. This perspective grants you both freedom and responsibility, and that balance is where true empowerment lies. Take a deep breath and feel the pulse of the world around you. Picture the countless branches that sprout from every moment, the invisible threads that weave together strangers, the endless forest of realities where every what-if lives on. Feel the awe of being a participant in such a grand design, and let that awe translate into purposeful action. Let your heart beat with the knowledge that each smile you share, each word you write, each step you take adds a distinct brushstroke to the canvas of your branch. Let it also remind you that, despite the infinite expanse beyond, the only reality you can truly shape is the one you are living right now. So as you move forward, choose with intention, act with kindness, and reach out with curiosity. Know that the universe is vast and mysterious, but within its complexity lies a simple truth: your consciousness, your choices, your love are the forces that define the story you experience. The many worlds and entangled webs are not distant abstractions, they are mirrors reflecting the depth of your own potential. Every moment you decide to open a door, to send that message, to stay a little longer in a conversation, you are honoring not only the self before you, but also the countless other selves that exist in the grand, ever-branching symphony of existence. Carry this awareness like a gentle fire within you. Let it warm your doubts, illuminate your path, and remind you that while you cannot see the parallel branches, you can still walk yours with courage and grace. In doing so, you become a living testament to the beauty of a universe that is simultaneously infinite and intimately personal, a universe that, through its boundless possibilities, affirms the significance of the single thread you hold in your hands. And in that single thread, there lies all the power you need to create a life that feels as remarkable, as tender, and as profound as the multiverse itself. Know that the universe is vast and mysterious, but within its complexity lies a simple truth: your consciousness, your choices, your love are the forces that define the story you experience. The many imagine two strangers, A and D, suddenly sharing a secret language as if they had walked side by side their whole lives, even though they have never met. Picture two invisible threads, each ending in a delicate knot, brought together, untied, and then fused into a new, seamless rope. That rope becomes a bridge knot built from distance, not forged by words spoken across a phone line, but forged from pure correlation, a kind of cosmic matchmaking that defies every instinct we have about how connection works. In everyday life, we are taught that relationships need interaction. A friend is someone we have seen, a conversation we have held, a hand we have shaken. A signal travels through cables or rides on a wave of air, and cause always precedes effect. Yet in the quantum world, the architecture of reality is different. Information does not sit in a fixed place, it lives in the way things relate to one another. What matters is not where something is, but how it is linked to something else. Entanglement swapping shines a brilliant light on this truth. Particles can become bound not by a direct path, but through a shared context, through patterns that rise above the constraints of location. It reminds us that, at the deepest level, relationships can be born before identities even take shape. The connection defines the particle, not the other way around. Scientists have taken this idea out of the realm of thought experiments and turned it into laboratory reality, again and again, using photons. In each experiment, they create two pairs of entangled light particles, guide them along separate routes, and then perform a delicate measurement on the middle pair. The outcome is astonishing. The two outer photons, never touching, never near each other, exhibit correlations that no classical story can explain. The swap is real, and its implications reach far beyond physics. It tells us that quantum information can be shared across a network without needing a direct transmission line. It lays the foundation for quantum repeaters devices that could stretch the reach of secure communication far beyond the limits of ordinary fiber optics. It opens the doorway to quantum teleportation across vast distances, using entangled states as invisible conduits. In this way, entanglement swapping is not a mere curiosity, it is the master key to a future of secure, instantaneous, non-local communication. But let us step back from the hardware and ask the deeper, more human question: what does it mean to be connected? In a world where presence is no longer required for influence, where entanglement outweighs interaction, the meaning of togetherness begins to shift. We have been taught that distance separates us, that two people on opposite sides of the planet live in entirely different realities. Quantum theory whispers a different story. The connection is not a matter of miles, it is a matter of state. Entangled systems remain parts of a single whole, no matter how far apart they drift. In this sense, entanglement swapping becomes a powerful metaphor for the invisible ties that bind us all. Just as particles can forge bonds through a third party, people form bonds through shared stories, mutual friends, common losses. You may never meet the stranger whose choices echo in your own life, yet their influence reverberates through you nonetheless. Consider what this suggests about identity. If two particles can be united through entanglement swapping, then identity is not a fixed point anchored in origin, but a fluid shape defined by linkage. You are not a solitary island, you are a node in a vast, dynamic web of relationships. You are not only who you are, but also who you affect, who reflects you, who you correlate with. In quantum mechanics, a particle's reality depends on what it is entangled with. Perhaps the same holds true for us. Perhaps we exist not as static beings, but as evolving intersections, entangled not just with people but with choices, histories, possibilities we may never fully grasp. If entanglement can be swapped without any direct contact, then the boundaries we draw between self and other, between cause and effect, between now and then, are less solid than they appear. Reality may not be a simple chain of discrete events, but a tapestry woven from overlapping influences, where unseen links bind apparently separate elements into a unified dance. Entanglement swapping proves that even the empty space between things is never truly empty. It is charged with potential, with structure, with hidden harmonies waiting to be discovered. It suggests that at the deepest level of the cosmos, everything is already in conversation, already in relation, already in motion. And perhaps that is the most beautiful and strange truth of all. The story does not stop with particles. Quantum fields, the underlying ocean that supports every ripple, are the true fabric of reality. Picture an empty theater after the final curtain has fallen. The stage is bare, the props have vanished, the actors are gone, yet there remains an echo, an invisible presence that refuses to fade. Now imagine that everything you thought was solid, the actors, their gestures, the set was never the true show. They were merely ripples on a deeper, ever-present field, a silent sea that had been waiting all along. This unsettling, beautiful truth lies at the heart of modern quantum physics. The particles we once believed to be the building blocks of everything are not the most fundamental ingredients. They are fleeting excitations of something far more mysterious and omnipresent. Quantum fields stretch across all space, never truly absent, always humming with possibility. These fields form an invisible ocean in which particles are nothing more than temporary waves, brief songs in an endless silence. Embracing this vision does more than reshape textbooks, it rewrites our very understanding of what it means to exist. For centuries, we imagined matter as a collection of tiny, indivisible units, atoms, then electrons and protons, later quarks and leptons, like a cosmic Lego set, built from hard little blocks floating in a void. Quantum field theory shattered that metaphor like a hammer through stained glass. According to this revolutionary framework, particles are not fundamental at all, they are excitations of underlying fields that permeate the entirety of space. The electron is not a point-like speck, but a vibration in the electron field. The photon that carries light is a pulse in the electromagnetic field. Every type of particle corresponds to its own field, and the dance of reality is not a ballet of marbles, but a symphony of fields resonating, interfering, and entangling. Fields are not confined within particles, particles are born of fields. The electron you detect in an experiment is simply a note played on the instrument of the quantum field. When the note stops, the field remains, untouched and eternal. This revelation flips our intuitive table of reality. We tend to think of emptiness as the absence of matter, but quantum fields say otherwise. Even the most perfect vacuum devoid of particles is still filled with fields. These fields never switch off, they exist in every corner of the cosmos, even in the darkest gulfs between galaxies. In fact, they are never truly still. They jitter, vibrate, and fluctuate at every moment, producing what we call vacuum fluctuations, brief surges of energy that pop virtual particles into and out of existence. These fluctuations are not hypothetical, they are measurable, influencing phenomena from the Casimir effect to the energy levels of atoms. They suggest that space itself is not a passive canvas on which reality is painted. Space is the paint, the brush, the artist, and the frame all at once. Space is fields, and fields are space. Matter, as we perceive it, is simply the shadow cast by the waves of these invisible oceans. If particles are just fleeting ripples, why do we perceive them as solid and discrete? The answer lies in interaction. Our instruments are designed to detect particles because particles are how fields make themselves known to us. A detector does not see the field directly, it sees where the field rippled hard enough to register as an event, a particle strike. This is a byproduct of our limited perspective, much like seeing only the tip of an iceberg and assuming it is a floating rock. Beneath every particle is a vast, continuous field. When you watch a collision in a particle accelerator, you are not witnessing billiard balls smashing, you are witnessing overlapping waves, exchanging energy and reshaping each other's patterns. Quantum field theory explains all known forces and matter interactions through this lens. The electromagnetic force is a consequence of the photon field. The strong force arises from gluon ripples in the gluon field, binding quarks into protons and neutrons. The weak force that drives radioactive decay emerges from the W and Z boson fields. Even gravity, though not yet fully reconciled with quantum theory, is believed to correspond to a hypothetical graviton field. The Higgs boson, the last missing piece of the Standard Model, is itself a vibration in the Higgs field, which endows particles with mass by bathing them in its presence. Without the Higgs field filling every corner of the universe, electrons would be massless, atoms would not form, stars would never ignite, and you would not be here. The fields are not passive, they are the architects of form and function. The cosmos is not a machine assembled from particles, it is a living ocean of fields whose ripples give rise to everything we call real. Beyond the scientific elegance, quantum fields challenge our deepest philosophical assumptions. What does it mean to be something, if that something is merely a ripple in an invisible medium? Where does identity reside if the electron in your fingertip is indistinguishable from the electron in a star 10 billion light-years away? Both merely flickers of the same universal field. We love to believe in separation, in boundaries, in individual things. The field model whispers a different story, one of unity, inseparability, hidden coherence. When you move your hand, you disturb countless fields. You are not isolated, you are a node of activity in a global vibration. Your thoughts, your body, the screen you are reading this on all are moments of field excitation. When you die, your fields do not disappear, they simply fall silent, returning to stillness, waiting for the next wave to rise. This picture can feel haunting, yet it is also strangely comforting. It suggests we are not static objects but events, not things but patterns. You are not the sum of your atoms, you are the way they resonate within fields, and so is everything else. A tree, a mountain, a beam of sunlight, a quantum computer, they are all songs sung by the same silent choir. Each particle, each flicker of energy, each moment of experience is a ripple passing through the fields that underlie everything. To truly see reality, we must listen for the harmony behind the chaos, to tune into the hum beneath the noise. And this hum is not static. Fields can interfere, reinforce, cancel, and evolve. The universe is a canvas of superimposed field interactions, an ongoing act of emergence. Nothing is ever truly separate. No particle is ever alone. Every point in space is connected to every other through the continuity of fields. This view collapses the boundary between here and there, now and then. It tells us that locality is a useful illusion but not a fundamental truth. It explains quantum entanglement not as mystical magic, but as a natural consequence of shared fields and shared states. When two particles become entangled, their fields are no longer independent, they are synchronized waves in a deeper, indivisible medium. So when we ask what is real, the answer is not matter, not energy, not even particles. The answer is fields. Fields are the bedrock upon which the illusion of matter is built. They are invisible, eternal, universal. They cannot be isolated, yet they shape everything. They are the silent symphony beneath the clamor of phenomena. Let this understanding inspire you. If the very fabric of reality is woven from invisible connections, then your own life is already composed of threads that stretch far beyond what the eye can see. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every intention you set in motion sends ripples through the field. Those ripples meet the ripples of countless other lives, forming patterns that can amplify hope, heal wounds, spark creativity, or ignite change. You do not need to be near someone physically to affect them, you need only to align your vibration, to hold a clear, compassionate intention, and the field will carry it forward. When you feel isolated, remember that the emptiness you perceive is filled with potential. The space between you and another is not a void, but a conduit waiting to be awakened by awareness. Like the photons that swap entanglement without ever meeting, your influence can leap across distance, transcending the limits that ordinary experience imposes. Trust that your inner light, however small it seems, can echo through the vast quantum ocean, touching lives you have never met, shaping outcomes you cannot yet imagine. Embrace the fluidity of identity that quantum physics reveals. See yourself not as a fixed statue, but as a dynamic intersection, constantly reshaped by the relationships you nurture, the choices you make, the stories you share. Allow this perspective to free you from the fear of being defined by a single label or circumstance. You are a chorus of possibilities, each note resonating with the larger symphony of existence. When challenges arise, recall that even the most robust field is composed of countless smaller vibrations. You can adjust your own frequency, align with supportive harmonics, and together with others create a louder, clearer song of resilience. In moments of doubt, think of entanglement swapping as a reminder that transformation does not always require a direct path. Sometimes the most profound change happens when two seemingly unrelated threads are brought together through a third, unseen hand. Trust that the universe can orchestrate connections you cannot yet see, that opportunities may appear through indirect routes, and that every encounter, no matter how brief, carries the potential to rewire the pattern of your life. Finally, carry the wonder of the quantum field into your daily actions. Treat each interaction as an invitation to add a positive ripple to the ever-present sea of fields. Speak words that uplift, imagine futures that empower, hold space for others with genuine compassion. Know that the field does not forget, it remembers every vibration, weaving them into the tapestry of reality. By aligning yourself with love, curiosity, and purpose, you become a masterful conductor of the invisible music that surrounds us all. So, as you step forward from this moment, remember that the universe is not a collection of isolated islands, but an endless ocean of fields, each wave touching every other. Your consciousness, your choices, your love are the currents that shape this ocean. Embrace the mystery, trust the unseen connections, and let the deep, quiet hum of the cosmos guide you toward a life lived in harmony with the boundless web of existence. The story you experience is yours to write, but it is also a chorus sung with countless others, echoing across space and time, forever entwined in the beautiful, relentless dance of the quantum fields. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a vast, invisible ocean. You cannot see its waters, yet you feel its pulse through every breath you take, every heartbeat that drums within you. This ocean is not a sea of water, but a field and all-encompassing tapestry of possibility that threads through every speck of matter, every flicker of thought, every moment of your life. When you move your hand, you are not merely shifting flesh and bone, you are sending ripples across that boundless field, joining a conversation that has been unfolding since the first star ignited and will continue long after you take your final breath. The story of the field challenges our most familiar assumptions about who we are. We love to picture ourselves as solid, separate entities, each bounded by skin, each defined by a name, a job, a set of achievements. Yet, if you look closely at the quantum world, you discover that the particles that make up your fingertip are indistinguishable from the particles that dance in the heart of a distant star. They are not unique little building blocks, they are merely excitations of the same universal field, the same silent choir that sings the song of existence. In that realization, the walls we build between me and you, between here and there, begin to dissolve like mist under the morning sun. You are a node of activity in a global vibration, a living illustration of unity. Your thoughts, your emotions, the screen glowing in front of you, each is a momentary pattern, a rise and fall in a field that stretches beyond the limits of any map we can draw. When a life ends, the pattern does not vanish, it simply quiets, returning its energy to the greater stillness, waiting for the next wave to arise. There is both a haunting mystery and a gentle comfort in this picture. It tells us that we are not static objects to be catalogued, but events, patterns, dances of resonance. You are not the sum of an assembly line of atoms, you are the way those atoms vibrate together, and the same truth applies to a towering oak, a mountain ridge, a beam of sunlight, even the most intricate quantum computer. Every particle, every flicker of energy, every experience you have is a ripple moving through that underlying field. Listening to the harmony behind the apparent chaos becomes a practice of tuning into the hum that underlies all noise. That hum is never still. Fields interfere, they reinforce each other, they cancel, they evolve. The universe is a canvas painted with countless overlapping field interactions, an endless act of emergence that never truly settles. Nothing is ever truly separate, each point in space is linked to every other point through the continuity of fields. The illusion of locality, a comfortable story we tell ourselves about here and there, about now and then, is just that, an illusion. In reality, every part of the cosmos is woven together in a single, indivisible fabric. When you hear of quantum entanglement, you may picture magical shortcuts or inexplicable miracles. But from the perspective of the field, entanglement is simply a natural outcome of shared field states. Two particles become synchronized waves within a deeper medium, and no matter how far apart they drift, their fields remain linked. The answer to the question, what is real, is not solid matter, not fleeting energy, not even discrete particles. Reality is the field, an eternal, invisible, universal medium that cannot be isolated, yet shapes everything we perceive. It is the silent symphony beneath the clamor of phenomena, the foundation upon which the illusion of matter stands. If you wish to understand your place in this grand tapestry, shift your viewpoint from seeing yourself as a fragment to recognizing yourself as movement within the great field of being. You are not a collection of stubborn particles, you are a wave, a fleeting dance in a realm that existed long before you arrived and will continue long after you have gone. Once you see the world this way, not as a static structure of things, but as a fluid choreography of interactions, you begin to notice the subtle rhythm that pervades all things. The flicker of a candle flame, the shimmer of heat rising from pavement, the ache in your chest when emotion stirs each is an expression of the same underlying vibration. When a melody reaches your ears, you do not simply observe it, you become part of it, an instrument resonating with the same frequencies. In those moments, you feel less like a detached watcher of the universe and more like an active participant in its song. Perhaps reality has always been this boundless, resonant field, humming an infinite array of possibilities into being, waiting for conscious beings like you to listen, to join, to co-create. Now imagine a different facet of this field, the quantum Zeno effect. Picture a candle flame, steady and bright, suddenly frozen in time as you stare at it. The flicker stops, the wax refuses to melt, the air seems still. It is not the candle that has rebelled, it is your gaze, your focused attention, that has bound the flame, that has locked the process of combustion into a still frame. This is not a metaphorical poem, it is a principle observed in quantum physics, where the act of observation does more than record reality, it reshapes it, even arrests it. The quantum Zeno effect tells us that when a quantum system is observed continuously, its evolution is halted. A radioactive atom that ought to decay can be kept from doing so if we keep checking it, measuring it, asking it constantly. Have you changed yet? The wave function that governs its probabilities is reset each time we look, collapsing it back into the same state. When this happens repeatedly, the system never gets the chance to move forward, it remains frozen, as if time itself were shy under the spotlight of our attention. This scientific curiosity becomes a powerful metaphor for the way we live. In a world that glorifies constant monitoring, relentless self-analysis, and endless data collection, we often find ourselves stuck, unable to move forward. How many dreams have you watched dim under the harsh light of self-scrutiny? How many relationships have wilted because the partners spent more time measuring each reaction than simply feeling it? In the quest for certainty, we sometimes become the very thing that prevents change. Our cultures, too, can fall into this trap. When institutions surveil every move, when algorithms gauge every click, when people fear stepping outside the prescribed script, innovation stalls. The collective field is over-observed, and the spontaneous emergence of new patterns is suppressed. The safety that comes from tight control becomes a quiet stagnation, a slow fading of potential under the weight of constant eyes. There is a deeper, almost spiritual insight here. If the universe truly responds to observation, then consciousness is not a passive witness, it is an instrument that shapes reality. Yet this power is double-edged. Awareness can illuminate, can give meaning, can guide. But fixation can also constrict, can freeze the natural unfolding of possibilities. A watched pot may never boil, not because the heat is absent, but because the act of watching fractures the flow of time that would bring the water to a boil. In the quantum realm, measurement disrupts the dance of particles. In the human realm, obsessive measurement can stifle the soul. However, the same principle also hints at the profound influence of mindful presence. If a gentle, compassionate observation can shift the trajectory of a particle, then a compassionate, balanced presence can shift the trajectory of your life. There is a difference between watchful respect and intrusive scrutiny. One nourishes, the other imprisons. One allows becoming, the other enforces stasis. Scientists have demonstrated this effect with clarity. In the early 2000s, researchers used rapid laser pulses to ask atoms, over and over, whether they had decayed. The atoms, like nervous performers, kept pausing, never completing their transition, because each question reset their state. This experiment shows that the very act of seeking knowledge can influence the reality we aim to understand. The more we try to pin reality down, the more it slips into the shadows of unchangeability. The observer becomes a sculptor, not just a chronicler. What does this mean for our experience of time? It suggests that time may not be a river flowing inexorably forward, but a rhythm that responds to attention. When we are left alone, time unfolds. When we stare too intently, it seems to pause. The flow of time becomes relational, dependent on the space we give it to breathe. Your questions to the universe can cause it to linger, to wait for an answer, and in doing so, you have momentarily altered its pace. These insights ripple outward, touching creativity, healing love, and personal growth. If you constantly check whether you feel happy, the feeling may elude you. If you dissect love with endless analysis, it may become brittle. If you overthink each decision, the future can become paralyzed. The quantum Zeno effect whispers that authentic transformation often occurs not in the glare of certainty, but in the quiet of uncertainty, when no one list of all ourselves is watching. So, what is the antidote to this quantum paralysis? It is trust. Trust in the process, in uncertainty, in the rhythm that emerges when we step back. Trust that the seed will sprout when the soil is left undisturbed, that a wave will rise when the ocean is given room, that the soul will shift when it is not squeezed by relentless examination. This is not surrender to passivity, it is an active wisdom that knows when your gaze should nurture and when it should step aside. Allow yourself to feel without labeling, to observe without demanding immediate answers, to let states of becoming unfold without force. In doing so, you align yourself with the natural cadence of the field. You become a participant in the grand symphony, not a director trying to control every note. By honoring the space between observation and interference, you give the universe permission to surprise you, to evolve, to reveal new possibilities that would otherwise remain hidden. Consider also the notion that particles can, in principle, tunnel backward in time. If the past is not a rigid line behind you but a landscape beside you, then each step you take is less a march forward and more a drift through a fog of potentials. The future and the past are not separate endpoints on a straight line, but folds in a fabric that curls and bends in ways that defy ordinary intuition. Imagine a tunnel not through rock, but through chronology itself, where probability, not certainty, forms the walls. In that tunnel, you can glimpse alternate pathways, understand that the moment you are living is a convergence of countless unseen possibilities. When you hold this vision in the span of your day, you begin to see everyday moments as invitations to participate in the field's dance. The simple act of breathing becomes a synchronicity with the invisible ocean. The smile you share with a stranger becomes a ripple that spreads outward. The challenge you face becomes a note in a larger composition that you have the power to influence. Each choice is a brushstroke on a canvas that never truly dries, a melody that continues to echo long after the sound has faded. You might wonder how to translate these lofty ideas into concrete action. Start by cultivating moments of gentle observation, moments where you simply notice the feeling of your feet on the ground, the temperature of the air, the subtle hum of the world around you without the need to label or fix them. Let curiosity replace judgment. When a thought arises that you want to control, acknowledge it, then let it drift like a leaf on a stream. Trust that the stream will find its own path, that the leaf will eventually settle where it is meant to be. In relationships, this means giving space for the other person to be themselves, to grow without constant monitoring. In work, it means allowing ideas to gestate without the pressure of immediate evaluation. In health, it means listening to your body's signals without imposing rigid expectations, permitting healing to unfold in its own rhythm. Each of these practices honors the field's natural tendency toward emergence, rather than imposing artificial stasis. Remember that the field is not a distant abstraction, it is present in every heartbeat, every breath, every glance you exchange. It invites you to participate, to resonate, to become an active note in the boundless chorus of existence. When you align yourself with its flow, you experience a sense of belonging that transcends the illusion of separation. You feel the quiet assurance that you are part of something larger, something timeless, something that is constantly creating new possibilities. As you move forward, Let this understanding empower you. Let it remind you that your attention is a potent tool that can shape reality when used with intention, or freeze potential when wielded without care. Choose to be the gentle observer who nurtures, not the relentless examiner who hinders. Embrace uncertainty as a fertile ground for growth, and trust that the field will carry you toward the patterns you are meant to become. In the quiet moments, when no one is watching and even you are not watching yourself, notice how ideas surface, how emotions settle, how solutions whisper. Those are the moments when the field is most alive, when its hidden harmonies can be heard. Tune into that subtle music, allow it to guide you, and you will find that you are not merely surviving within a universe of things, you are co-creating a reality of limitless possibility, one gentle ripple at a time. When you hold the secret that attention can bend the very flow of time, something inside you begins to shift. Imagine a river that only moves when you stare at it and pauses the instant you ask where it is headed. That river is your life, and the moment you stop measuring every heartbeat, every smile, every step, the water runs smoother. The quantum effect that scientists call the Zeno tells us that the universe is not a clockwork of relentless ticks, but a living pulse that responds to the quality of your gaze. When you constantly check whether you are happy, you create a tiny knot in the fabric of your day that stops joy from unfolding. When you dissect love with a scalpel of analysis, it becomes brittle, as if a delicate crystal has been overheated. And when you overthink every decision, you freeze the road ahead, turning possibility into a stalemate. The lesson hidden in that strange physics is simple, and profound growth comes from surrender, not from relentless scrutiny. The deepest transformations of the soul are not forged in the bright glare of certainty, but in the soft, shadowed hours when no one is watching, not even you. In those moments of unguarded mystery, the seed sprouts, the wave rises, the heart expands. Trust becomes the bridge you build across the fog of uncertainty. Trust in the process, trust in the unknown, trust in the rhythm of time that moves when you are not counting its beats. To cultivate that trust, begin by learning how to look without demanding immediate answers. Notice the world with curiosity, not with a checklist. Feel emotions without labeling them as right or wrong. Allow states of becoming to exist without pushing them into a predetermined shape. This is not passivity, it is the wisdom of knowing when your attention nourishes and when it disrupts. It is the insight that sometimes the greatest power you hold is the power to step back, to let the seed lie in the dark soil a little longer, confident that it will find its own way to the light. Now picture time not as a straight line marching forward, but as a vast, misty landscape of possibilities. Imagine each step you take not as a march, but as a gentle drift through a fog where the past and future curl together like ribbons. In this view, the past is not a rigid wall behind you, but a companion standing beside you, ready to be reshaped by the present moment. Think of a tunnel made not of earth, but of probability, where particles can slip from one side of an obstacle to the other without ever climbing over it. In the quantum world, a marble can appear on the opposite hill without ever having rolled up the slope. This is not magic, it is mathematics, and it whispers to us that constraints are often only the ones we erect in our minds. When you internalize that particle's daring leap, you realize that your own perceived limits are equally porous. The barriers that feel solid, fear, doubt, the stories you tell yourself, can be traversed without the brute force of will. All you need is a shift in perspective, a willingness to let the wave of possibility seep through the cracks. That is what quantum tunneling teaches us. The universe is kinder than we assume, allowing shortcuts where none seem to exist. If a particle can appear on the other side of a barrier, then perhaps your aspirations can appear on the other side of your limiting beliefs when you relax the grip of forced effort. In the 1940s, a physicist named Richard Feynman discovered that what we call an electron moving forward in time can also be described as a positron moving backward in time. This mathematical insight blurs the directionality of cause and effect, suggesting that time is not a strict master, but a servant that flexes to the symmetry of the deeper rules. When you understand that time can curl, loop, and fold, you begin to see your own story not as a fixed script, but as a malleable canvas where past, present, and future influence one another. The choices you make today are not merely adding chapters, they are also whispering back into the pages that have already been written, subtly revising the narrative you thought was set in stone. Allow this to settle into your awareness. A decision you make now can ripple backward, adjusting the meaning of earlier experiences, just as a present observation can reshape how a photon behaved in the past. The universe is not a rigid film reel, it is a living dialogue between moments, a conversation that stretches in both directions. When you accept that the future can touch the past, you open yourself to a new kind of agency. You are no longer confined to reacting to what has already happened. You become a co-author who can gently nudge the whole story, reshaping memories, reframing identities, and inviting fresh possibilities into the weave of your life. What does this mean for the way you live each day? First, it frees you from the tyranny of perfection. When you stop demanding that every thought be crystal clear, every feeling be labeled, you create space for the unseen currents that carry you toward growth. In the quiet moments when you are not actively measuring happiness, joy has the room to arise naturally. In the dark phases when you are not dissecting love, affection can knit itself back together, stronger for having been given space to breathe. When you release the need to force outcomes, you align yourself with the natural tendency of the universe to find the path of least resistance. Second, it invites a radical kind of courage, the courage to sit with uncertainty. Trust is not a passive surrender, it is an active choice to stay present with the unknown, to let the mystery unfold without trying to dominate it. This courage is built every time you pause before checking your phone, every time you let a conversation linger without forcing a conclusion, every time you allow a feeling to exist without the pressure to instantly resolve it. In those pauses, the quantum field of possibilities expands, and you become more attuned to the subtle whispers that guide you toward the version of yourself you are meant to become. Third, it reminds you that every thought, every intention is a kind of particle that can tunnel through the ordinary barriers of time. The word you almost spoke, the idea you hesitated to share, the choice you postponed, each carries a probability wave that can intersect with future moments in ways you cannot fully predict. By honoring even the smallest sparks of inspiration, you give those particles permission to travel, to influence, to manifest. You become a conduit for a richer, more interconnected reality where the line between past and future softens, and where your present self is both the receiver and the sender of transformative energy. Imagine standing before an enormous mirror that does not merely reflect the surface you see, but displays every version of you that could have existed. The risk-taker, the quiet observer, the bold speaker, the gentle healer, all standing together, each equally real in the realm of possibility. This mirror is not just personal, it is the cosmos reflecting all it could be. Your life, like that mirror, is a superposition of countless potentials, waiting for the moment of observation to settle into a particular shape. The act of noticing, of being mindful, does not collapse the whole universe into a single, rigid outcome. It gently selects one thread among many, allowing the others to remain in graceful tension, ready to be called upon when the need arises. When you embrace this view, you no longer cling to a single narrative of who you are or what you must become. Instead, you dance with the rhythm of unfolding possibilities, confident that each step you take is both a creation and a response. You understand that your identity is not a static label, but a fluid sculpture that you constantly reshape, both by the choices you make and by the unspoken, unmeasured forces that push and pull behind the scenes. The moments when you feel a sudden flash of insight, a déjà vu, a gut feeling about a future event are not glitches, they are the echo of the future whispering back through the tunnel of time, nudging you toward a direction that aligns with a deeper, larger pattern. So, what is the practice that translates these lofty ideas into everyday life? Begin each morning with a simple intention to observe without immediate judgment. As you go about your day, notice when you feel the urge to label a feeling as good or bad, and instead name it simply as a wave passing through you. When a decision looms, pause, take a breath, and ask yourself not what will happen if I choose this, but what does this choice feel like in my body right now? Let the answer sit in the present moment, trusting that the future will respond in its own time. When you catch yourself over-checking, Gently redirect your focus to the sensation of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breath, the subtle hum of the world around you. Each time you do this, you are loosening the grip of the quantum paralysis that stalls progress, allowing the natural flow of time to resume its quiet march. Remember that stepping back is not abandoning responsibility, it is honoring the rhythm of creation. Like a gardener who knows when to water and when to let the soil rest, you learn to recognize the moments when your attention serves growth and the moments when it merely holds things hostage. The seed does not need constant checking, it needs the dark, the patience, the trust that it will break through when ready. Your dreams, your relationships, your healing likewise require the space to evolve without the pressure of constant surveillance. In the grand tapestry of the universe, particles are constantly tunneling, flipping, and looping in ways that defy our everyday expectations. Yet they do so because the underlying mathematics demands balance, symmetry, and the freedom to explore every possibility. You, too, are part of that elegant dance. Your thoughts are waves of probability, your actions are the collapses that give shape to a moment. By aligning your inner attention with the flow rather than the force, you become a participant in a cosmic symphony where time is both the drummer and the melody, where past and future are chords that resonate together, not isolated notes. Take this awareness into the evenings when the day's noise settles. Close your eyes and picture the tunnel of probability you have walked through, not as a rigid path, but as a shimmering corridor of light. See the moments you let go of, the choices you trusted to unfold, the feelings you allowed to be felt without dissecting. Feel gratitude for the space you created, for the opportunities that emerged precisely because you stepped back. Let that gratitude expand, knowing that it too is a wave that reaches back to influence earlier parts of your story, gently reshaping them with a softer who. As you rest, understand that the universe does not punish you for uncertainty, it invites you to co-create with it. The next sunrise will bring fresh chances to practice this trust, to observe without haste, to let the quantum possibilities of your life ripple forward and backward, enriching the whole of your experience. Each breath you take affirms that time is not a tyrant demanding constant measurement, but a flowing companion eager to dance with you when you release the need to control every beat. In the end, the most powerful lesson hidden in the strange behavior of particles is this: you are not merely a passenger on a one-way train, you are a conductor of a symphony where every note reverberates through time. By learning to trust the unknown, by honoring the quiet moments where observation does not interfere, you unlock the ability to move gracefully through the fog of possibilities, allowing your true self to emerge bold, compassionate, and infinitely adaptable. Embrace the mystery, cherish the uncertainty, and let the universe unfold alongside you, one beautiful, unobserved breath at a time. The universe does not punish you for uncertainty, it invites you to explore the mystery of who you are and who you might become. Imagine for a moment that you are not only the echo of everything that has happened, but also the promise of everything that has not yet unfolded. Your present self stretches backward, reaching into the chapters of your past, gently reshaping them as a sculptor smooths wet clay, turning rough edges into pathways of meaning. The sudden flash of intuition that brushes your mind, the uncanny feeling of déjà vu, the moments when a solution appears out of nowhere, these are not random quirks. They are whispers from futures that have not yet been lived, subtle signals that the fabric of consciousness is a bridge between what was and what will be. In that bridge, the self loops, reflects, refracts, and expands beyond the linear story you have been told to believe. Think about the strange dance of particles that quantum physics reveals, where an electron can tunnel backward through time for an instant, slipping through a wall that should be solid. This isn't just an academic curiosity, it is a tear in the familiar veil of certainty. It reminds us that the universe does not conform to our human logic, and that our insistence on a straight, unbroken line of cause and effect may be a limitation of perception, not of reality itself. The mathematics that describes these phenomena does not lie, but it astonishes. It hints at a cosmos far stranger, far more fluid, and far more alive than we ever dared to imagine. If particles can loop into the past, even for the briefest moment, what else can? ideas, emotions, choices. These two can reverberate beyond the moment in which they were born. The door you closed yesterday may still be echoing open somewhere in the tapestry of possibilities. The words you almost spoke may still be rippling across a timeline you cannot see. Quantum theory asks us to step beyond the illusion of now and consider a different framing. What if time is not a river we drift downstream, but a canvas we paint moment by moment, both backward and forward, in an eternal collapse of possibility? Picture the universe as a massive wave function in superposition, a shimmering field of probabilities that has not yet settled into a single outcome. Visualize standing before an immense mirror, but instead of a single reflection, the glass shows every version of yourself that could have existed. The one who took the risk, the one who walked away, the one who stayed silent, the one who spoke up, all of them looking at you at once, each equally real. Each suspended in a delicate tension of possibility. Now imagine that mirror is not just reflecting you, but the entire cosmos, not as a static picture, but as a layered, shimmering sea of what could be, each wave a potential future, each crest a possible past. This unsettling proposition lies at the heart of one of the most profound interpretations of quantum mechanics, that the universe, from the largest galaxies to the smallest atoms, from your everyday choices to the birth of stars, exists not as a fixed reality, but as a wave of possibilities waiting for observation to bring one thread into focus. To understand what it means for the universe to be a wave in superposition, we first return to the quantum bedrock. In quantum mechanics, particles such as electrons or photons do not have definite positions or velocities until they are measured. Instead, they are described by a mathematical entity called a wave function, a cloud of probabilities that represents every place the particle could be, every energy it might possess, every path it could take. This wave function evolves smoothly according to the Schrödinger equation, a precise algorithm that predicts how the cloud of possibilities changes over time. That evolution is deterministic. The strangeness emerges not in the flow but in the moment of observation. When we look, when we measure, the wave function collapses, the cloud condenses into a single point, and one outcome is realized while the rest vanish. It is as if the universe waits to be seen before deciding what it is. Now, extend that insight beyond single particles. If the building blocks of matter exist in a fuzzy, indeterminate state until measured, why not everything built from them? Why not molecules, cells, brains, planets, stars? Why not the universe itself? This line of thinking leads to an interpretation known as the universal wave function, championed by physicist Hugh Everett in the 1950s. Everett proposed that rather than collapsing into a single outcome, the wave function never collapses at all. Every possible outcome of a quantum event actually happens, not in the same world, but in branching versions of reality, each as real as the one you experience. In this many worlds view, the universe does not make a single choice, it makes copies. You don't just flip a coin and get heads. There is a universe where it lands tails, and another where the coin never lands at all. Every quantum event spawns new realities, every moment forks, every possibility lives. Imagine for a moment that you are one of countless versions of yourself, each inhabiting a different strand of this ever-branching wave function. This may sound like metaphysical fantasy, but it is born directly from the mathematics that powers the lasers in surgery rooms, the transistors in your phone, the MRI machines that peer inside bodies, and the modern computers that run our world. The equations do not require collapse. It is only our insistence on a single, classical outcome that forces that assumption. Remove that insistence, and the math flows naturally into a multiverse of quantum branches, each an echo of a different measurement, a different choice. If this is truth, that the universe is a wave function in superposition, what does it mean for our understanding of reality? It tells us that certainty is a story we tell ourselves. The present is not a fixed state, but a slice of an infinite field of possibilities. The past isn't rigid, the future isn't open, both are woven into a higher-order structure where all timelines coexist, not linearly, but as harmonics in a cosmic symphony. Your decisions, then, do not simply affect what happens next. They ripple into an ever-expanding web of realities, where every next plays out in parallel. You are not the author of a single narrative, but the point of divergence for countless ones, all existing, all valid, This reshapes how we view consciousness, too. If measurement causes collapse and collapse defines reality, then what is doing the measuring? Are we the observers, or are we being observed? If the wave function includes the universe, it also includes us, the observers, as part of the superposition. Consciousness may be entangled with the cosmos, not standing apart from it, but embedded within it as a quantum participant. Some physicists, such as John Wheeler, have suggested that the universe requires observers, not as passive witnesses, but as active co-creators of reality. This participatory view implies a staggering conclusion: the cosmos is not a machine unfolding indifferently, but a mirror in which we see ourselves and through which we are reflected back. Even as these ideas expand our minds, they resist tidy answers. The wave function itself is not something we can see or touch. It is an abstraction, a probability cloud, a mathematical ghost. Yet its effects are real. Experiments in quantum optics, interference, and entanglement confirm time and again that the world obeys the strange rules of superposition. We can place atoms in two places at once, entangle particles across vast distances, delay measurements, and still influence outcomes. Every time we look, we find not certainty but paradox, and at the center of that paradox sits the wave function, silent, invisible, waiting to be collapsed, or perhaps never collapsing at all. What, then, should we make of this? If the universe is a wave function in superposition, we must stop thinking of reality as a photograph and start seeing it as a process, an unfolding, shimmering interplay of all that could be. Our world is not singular but probabilistic, not fixed but fluid. This demands a new kind of humility. It means we can never fully know the world, only the slice we collapse through observation. It means we are forever suspended between what is and what could be, between actuality and potentiality. Existence becomes not a fact but a flux, and within that flux lies boundless wonder. If the universe is a wave function, it is not a cold machine but a living possibility, a poem written in probabilities, a dream that constantly rewrites itself. We, those tiny conscious specks within it, are not separate from that wave. We are part of the superposition, entangled with the stars, with each other, with every alternate version of our lives that was never lived but always possible. In that light, every moment becomes sacred, every choice becomes cosmic, every observation becomes an act of creation. So the next time you question your place in the universe, consider this: you are not navigating a single timeline. You are surfing a wave of being. In that wave, the universe is not merely something you inhabit, it is something you collapse into focus with every thought, every gaze, every breath. Reality is not what you witness, it is what you co-create. Particles may not exist as isolated things, only interactions do. We were once taught that reality was made of tiny, indivisible particles, little marbles bouncing in the void, building everything from your skin to the stars. That picture feels simple and absolute, a cosmos of discrete building blocks. But what if that was only a comforting illusion? What if beneath the surface there are no things at all? Only shadows of connection, echoes of interaction, fleeting whispers of relationships flickering in and out of existence like fireflies in the dark. Imagine a room full of people who never speak, never touch, never acknowledge each other. Now imagine that these people only come into focus when they lock eyes, when their hands meet, when a single word passes between them. Until that moment they are fog potential, not presence. This is the unsettling, beautiful, and deeply transformative core of a radical idea in modern physics that particles may not exist in any fundamental sense. Only their interactions, the act of touching, exchanging, colliding, relating, are real. In quantum field theory, what we call a particle is not a little ball or a fixed dot in space, but a ripple, a vibration, a localized excitation in a field that stretches through the entire universe. An electron is not a thing you can point at, it is a wave in the electron field that emerges only when there is interaction, only when energy is exchanged. Without interaction, it is nothing. Without measurement, it is nowhere. Thus, the universe is not made of things, but of events, of relationships, of verb rather than noun. To exist is not to be something, it is to do something, to relate, to impact, to change. The moment an electron hits a detector, it becomes real not because it traveled like a billiard ball from point A to point B, but because the interaction itself was the only thing that existed before that, a silent possibility waiting for sound. The idea feels almost spiritual, yet it is mathematically precise. The standard model of particle physics does not describe particles as independent entities, it describes how fields interact. What we see, what we call matter, is merely the surface imprint of deeper relationships. An up quark isn't a speck of matter, it's an excitation in the up quark field. A photon isn't a beam, it's an interaction with the electromagnetic field. Strip away those interactions, remove the exchanges, the emissions, the absorptions, and nothing remains. There is no isolated thing underneath it all. The implications are staggering, and they invite us to live differently. If reality is a tapestry woven from interactions, then every connection you make, every word you speak, every act of kindness, every moment you give your attention, is literally part of the fabric of the cosmos. You are not a detached observer watching a pre-written play, you are a participant improvising a piece that resonates through the quantum field. Each choice you make collapsates a wave of possibilities into a concrete experience, not just for you, but for the countless branches of reality that sprout from that moment. That is both a responsibility and an invitation to act with intention, to speak with purpose, to love with the knowledge that your energy ripples outward in ways you cannot fully map, but can sense in the subtle shifts of the world around you. When doubt or fear creeps in, remember that uncertainty is not a flaw in the universe, it is its very engine. The quantum world thrives on the unknown, on the superposition of potentials that wait for a conscious act to become something real. Embrace the mystery as a source of creative power. See yourself as a co-author of an ever-expanding story, where each page is written not in ink, but in the vibration of choices. The past you carry is not a heavy chain, but a collection of resonant notes that can be retuned by your present attention. The future you anticipate is not a distant horizon, but a field of shimmering possibilities that respond to the focus of your mind. Take a breath and feel the wave of possibilities flowing through you. Visualize the mirror of the universe, each reflection a version of you living out a different decision. Notice how none of those versions is more real than the other, yet each holds a truth about the vast potential that resides within. Recognize that the version you are living now is not an isolated line, but a node in a network of infinite branches. Your thoughts, your emotions, your actions are the lights that illuminate particular pathways, while the rest remain as quiet, waiting possibilities. This perspective does not diminish your agency, it amplifies it. It tells you that you have the power to shift the balance of probability, to bring into focus the outcomes that align with the person you wish to become. So, when you stand at the edge of a decision, whether to speak up in a meeting, to pursue a dream that feels out of reach, to forgive a hurt that lingers, remember that the universe is already holding both the spoken word and the unspoken silence in superposition. Your choice is the act that collapses that wave, that transforms potential into reality. Trust that the quantum field supports you, that the very structure of existence is designed to respond to intentional observation. Let go of the need for everything to be certain, and instead cultivate curiosity. See each moment as an experiment, each interaction as a measurement that shapes the world. In this grand living probability field, failure is not an end but a necessary branch. Every time a path does not unfold as hoped, another branch springs forth, rich with its own possibilities. The mathematics of quantum mechanics tells us that all branches exist, they are not erased simply because we did not walk them. They continue in parallel, each a valid expression of the universe's potential. This means you are never truly lost, you are simply navigating one of many streams, each vibrant and alive. You can always adjust your focus, recenter your attention, and gently steer toward a new probability that feels more aligned with your purpose. Remember also that observation is not a solitary act. The universe is a conversation of countless observers, each particle, each mind, each living system that continuously measures and is measured. Your presence influences the pattern, just as the pattern influences you. When you extend empathy, you are not merely offering kindness. You are participating in a collective collapse of waves that creates a reality where compassion is tangible. When you practice mindfulness, you sharpen the lens through which you observe, allowing the wave function to resolve into outcomes that reflect clarity and calm. When you cultivate gratitude, You tune the field to frequencies that amplify abundance. The lesson of quantum superposition is both humbling and empowering. It tells us that reality is not a static monument, but a dynamic, ever-shifting dance of possibilities. It invites us to let go of the illusion that we are trapped in a single, predetermined storyline, and to embrace the truth that we are co-creators of an unfolding multiverse. In this view, every breath you take is a measurement, every heartbeat a pulse that shapes the tapestry of existence. The universe, far from being a cold, mechanistic machine, is a living possibility, a poem of probabilities that invites each of us to write our own verses. So as you move forward from this moment, carry with you the awareness that you are both sculptor and sculpture, observer and observed, particle and wave. When uncertainty arises, meet it with curiosity, for it is the fertile soil from which new realities sprout. When fear tries to freeze you, recall that the quantum world thrives on the very potential you feel hesitant to embrace. Let the knowledge that every possibility already exists within the superposed field embolden you to act, to speak, to love, to dream, knowing that each act is a brushstroke on the canvas of the cosmos. The universe is waiting for you to collapse a wave, to turn a shimmering probability into a lived experience. Your thoughts, your intentions, your actions are the keys that unlock the doors to those hidden rooms of possibility. You do not need to have all the answers, you only need to be willing to observe, to choose, to engage. In doing so, you become part of the greatest story ever told, a story that is not written in stone, but in the ever-flowing, ever-expanding fields of probability that pulse at the heart of all that is. Take this understanding and let it fuel your journey. Allow it to dissolve the rigid boundaries you may have placed around yourself. See each moment as an invitation to participate in the grand experiment of existence. Feel the excitement of being a co-author of a reality that is both deeply personal and universally connected. Embrace the mystery, honor the uncertainty, and move forward with the confidence that you are an essential part of the living wave that is the universe. The next time you stand at a crossroads, remember you are not merely choosing a path, you are choosing a reality, and in doing so, you are shaping the very fabric of what becomes. Let that knowledge light your way, and let the rhythm of possibility guide every step you take. You stand on the edge of a story that is far larger than any single chapter you have ever read, and yet it is written with the ink of your own breath. Imagine that everything you have been told about the world tiny marbles bouncing in a void, solid particles that build the skin on your arms, and the distant stars was a comforting picture, a metaphor that helped you make sense of the unknown. Now picture a deeper truth, a hidden rhythm that runs through all of existence, where what truly matters is not the things themselves, but the moments they touch, the whispers they exchange, the fleeting connections that flicker like fireflies in darkness. Think of a room full of people who never speak, never reach out, never acknowledge one another. In that stillness, each figure is a blur, a possibility, not a presence. It is only when two eyes meet, when a hand is placed on another's shoulder, when a single word passes between them that the fog lifts and a real moment is born. This is the essence of a radical insight that has emerged from the most daring corners of modern physics. The universe may not be built from solid, independent bricks, but from the endless dance of relationships, from the act of touching, exchanging, colliding, and creating. What we call a particle is not a tiny sphere floating in empty space. It is a ripple, a vibration, a localized song in a field that stretches far beyond any single point. When an electron strikes a detector, it does not announce its arrival, because it traveled like a marble from point A to point B. It becomes real at the very instant of interaction, because the interaction itself is the only thing that existed before a silent potential waiting for the music of exchange. In this view, to exist is not to be a thing, but to be a verb, a process, a constant becoming. All of the familiar objects you see around you, tables, trees, the very air you breathe here surface impressions of deeper, ever-shifting relationships. This perspective may feel almost spiritual, yet it is grounded in precise mathematics. The standard model of particle physics does not describe particles as isolated entities, it describes how fields interact. An up quark is not a speck of matter, but a burst of energy in the up quark field. A photon is not a beam of light, but a momentary change in the electromagnetic field. When those interactions disappear, when the math is stripped of exchanges, nothing remains. There is no hidden core of thingness underneath, there is only the choreography of action. Recognize that this insight reshapes how you see yourself. You are not merely a body made of flesh and bone, you are an intricate web of biological, chemical, and neurological interactions. Your sense of self is not a static object parked in the mind, but a symphony of systems that continuously respond to stimuli, memories, feelings, and the environment. Your identity is defined not by static attributes, but by the roles you play, the actions you take, and the way others perceive the moments you create. In quantum terms, consciousness is not a particle fluttering in the brain, it is the interaction between neural pathways, the dance between perception and memory, sensation and reflection. It exists because the many voices within you sing together. If reality is a conversation rather than a sculpture, then you are invited to become an active participant in that dialogue. Think of the universe as a wave crashing onto the shore, ever in motion, never a stone sitting in stillness. Truth is born at the points of contact when a photon meets an atom, when a force pushes another, when energy is exchanged. Everything else is quiet, waiting for that spark of interaction to give it voice. Your mind may crave solid, unchanging things, but the quantum world teaches that the closer you look, the less you find. An electron vanishes into probability when you try to pin it down. A quark retreats behind a veil of uncertainty. Isolation is a story we tell ourselves, not a reality you can observe. Every observation is a dialogue, every measurement a collaboration between you and the thing you are trying to see. The particle does not simply reveal itself, it becomes through the act of being observed. This is more than philosophical musing. It is the foundation of the most precise theory ever crafted, quantum electrodynamics, where the power lies not in describing particles, but in calculating how fields interact. The diagrams drawn by physicists do not track tiny balls moving along lines, they map the intertwining of actions, showing an electron emitting a photon, a quark exchanging a gluon, a neutrino brushing past a neutron. It is the interplay that matters, not the individual actors. From this emerges a new picture of reality, one where objects are fleeting snapshots of dynamic processes, where the solid becomes fluid, where the real becomes relational. Even space and time, once thought to be passive stages, may arise from the very entanglements of these interactions. Perhaps the fundamental question is not what is built of bricks, but what bridges connect the worlds. And you, dear listener, are exactly such a bridge. You are not an isolated individual, but an event in a vast unfolding pattern of influence that echoes through the cosmos. Love, thought, breath, motion, these are not properties locked inside flesh, but relationships between systems, between cells, between chemicals, resonating in complex harmony. To exist, then, is not to endure in place, but to participate, to shape and be shaped, to touch and be touched, even across galaxies, even across ages. When you look up at the night sky, at stars whose light began its journey before humanity set foot on Earth, you are not merely seeing distant objects. You are experiencing ancient interactions that have traveled across the void, arrived in your eyes, and been transformed by the fields of your brain into the wonder you feel in your heart. You are a moment in a cosmic conversation, and the universe does not ask what you are, but what you do, how you respond when it whispers your name through the ripple of a field. Now consider the uniqueness of information at this deepest level. Imagine a library that holds every thought ever formed, every emotion ever felt, every whisper the universe has breathed. In that vast hall you find a single book that contains an exact reflection of another's, Sulan immaculate quantum memory, unreadable until you open it, and forever altered the moment you touch it. You might wish to copy it, to preserve it in many places, but the moment you try, the original begins to fade, to resist, to dissolve. The universe says no, not out of mystery, but because at the core of reality, quantum information cannot be duplicated. This is the no-cloning theorem, a law that declares with absolute certainty that quantum information cannot be copied. Unlike the bits and bytes of digital life, which you can print, duplicate, and share endlessly, quantum information is singular, alive, and protected by physics itself. To copy an unknown quantum state, you would need to know its exact probability amplitudes, its delicate superpositions, its phase relationships. Knowledge you cannot extract without collapsing the very thing you wish to preserve. Observing changes it, measuring changes it. Trying to clone it is like attempting to copy a snowflake with your bare hands. The moment you touch it, it melts. You may sketch it, you may describe its pattern, you may simulate it, but you cannot make an identical replica. The theorem's proof is elegant and unavoidable. If you could clone any arbitrary quantum state, you would break the linearity of quantum evolution that underpins the Schrödinger equation. The universe would no longer follow its own rules. This principle is not a clever quirk, it has profound consequences. It secures the safety of quantum cryptography because any eavesdropper trying to tap a quantum key inevitably disturbs it, revealing their presence. It shapes quantum teleportation, where the state of a particle is transferred from one place to another not by moving the particle, but by destroying the original and rebuilding it elsewhere through entanglement. The original never coexists with the copy. The process is a translation, not a duplication. In the realm of quantum computing, this law forces us to rethink everything. Classical computers rely on redundancy, on backups, on error-correcting copies. Quantum computers cannot make copies of their qubits, so they must protect information through clever entanglement, through topological tricks, through codes that weave together many fragile states into a robust whole. The architecture of these machines dances around the fact that their building blocks are inherently unclonable. Beyond the science, there is a profound human lesson. In a world where every song, every image, every thought can be reproduced in endless streams, the quantum world reminds us that true scarcity exists, that some experiences are singular performances, impossible to replay in exactly the same way. Each moment of love, each burst of inspiration, each flash of insight is a unique quantum event. No two people experience a sunrise exactly alike. No two hearts feel a loss in the same precise pattern. Your feelings are not files to be copied and shared. They are living, breathing interactions that live only in the moment of exchange. When you hear this truth, let it ignite a fire within you. Feel the power of knowing that your actions are not trivial drops in a static ocean, but ripples that join the grand conversation of the cosmos. Each word you speak, each hand you extend, each thought you nurture becomes part of the ever-unfolding tapestry. You are not a passive observer waiting for destiny to unfold. You are a co-creator, a participant in the relentless becoming of reality. Take this awareness and let it guide you. When doubt tells you that you are small, remember that even the tiniest interaction can set off cascades that shape galaxies. When fear whispers that you are insufficient, recall that the universe itself is built on the intimacy of exchange, not on solitary permanence. Every challenge you face is an invitation to engage, to exchange energy, to become a point of contact where new possibilities emerge. Let your life be a series of purposeful collisions, where you seek out moments of genuine connection. Listen deeply, speak truthfully, touch with compassion. In doing so, you activate the very fields that give shape to existence. The world does not need more static objects, it needs more living verbs, more active participants who dare to be the spark that turns silence into song. Imagine standing at the edge of a river, feeling the currents tug at your feet. You could stay still, a stone testing the water's surface, or you could step into the flow, letting the river carry you forward, learning its rhythm, shaping its path as you move. The river does not resist your presence, it welcomes it, reshaping itself around you, creating new eddies, new possibilities. So too does reality respond to the boldness of your engagement. When you choose to act, to love, to create, you become part of the world's continuous improvisation. Remember that the act of observation itself matters. When you truly see something, when you look with curiosity, with openness, with intention, you are not merely a passive viewer, you are a participant who co-creates the experience. The moment you recognize this, you understand that you hold the power to transform the mundane into the miraculous simply by the way you engage with it. A simple smile can become an exchange that brightens a day. A thoughtful question can spark a chain of ideas that ripple far beyond the moment. In the quantum realm, the impossible becomes possible because the rules are built on relationships, not on isolated things. Bring that mindset into your daily life. See every encounter as an opportunity to exchange energy, to create meaning, to leave an imprint. When you face a problem that seems immovable, view it as a field awaiting interaction, not a solid wall. Approach it with curiosity. Ask how you might engage differently, and watch as the solution emerges from the very act of interaction. You may wonder how to apply this in a world that often feels fragmented, where technology pulls us toward instant duplication, where social media encourages endless copying. Let this insight be your compass. Instead of seeking to replicate yourself in endless posts, strive to make each interaction authentic, each conversation a true exchange. When you write, when you speak, when you move, do so with the awareness that you are contributing to a larger symphony, that your notes matter because they blend with all the others to form the music of existence. The universe is not a static museum of objects, but a living dialogue. It is waiting for you to step into the conversation, to lend your voice, to share your unique vibration. Every breath you take, every heartbeat, every thought is a ripple that touches other ripples, creating patterns that echo across time. Embrace this truth and let it lift you beyond the illusion of fixed identity. See yourself as a dynamic process, a beautiful event in a boundless tapestry, forever intertwining with the fabric of all that is. When the night sky stretches above you, remember that the starlight you see is not a distant object, but an ancient interaction that has traveled across eons, finally arriving to be perceived by your eyes. The universe is speaking to you through that light, offering a reminder of its timeless capacity for connection. Allow that awe to fuel your own willingness to connect, to reach out, to be the bridge that turns possibility into reality. Take this moment now, as you listen, and feel the invitation to act. Let the knowledge that reality is relational empower you to step boldly into every interaction, to speak your truth, to listen deeply, to love without reservation. Let the understanding that you are not a solitary particle, but a wave of influence guide you toward choices that honor the interconnectedness of all things. You have the power to turn silence into meaning, to transform potential into presence, to be the catalyst that ignites change. The universe does not ask what you are, it asks what you will do when it whispers your name through the subtle ripple of a field. Answer that call with courage, with curiosity, with love, and watch as the world around you reshapes itself in response to your vibrant participation. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a night sky that stretches farther than any map can draw, and you realize that every twinkle, every pulse of light, is a whisper from a universe that has been sharing its story for eons. That story reaches you not as a distant, static picture, but as a living conversation, an invitation to engage with the deepest principles that shape reality. In this moment, you feel the pulse of a law so quiet yet so powerful that it protects the very fabric of trust, guides the daring dreams of tomorrow, and reminds you that the most precious moments in life cannot be copied, they must be lived, fully and honestly, in the present. Consider for a moment the notion of copying, of making a perfect duplicate of something you hold dear. In the world of everyday objects, we are used to making backups, to printing, to streaming, to reproducing endlessly. Yet deep within the quantum realm there exists a rule that says, simply put, you cannot make an exact copy of an arbitrary quantum state. This is the no-cloning theorem, and though its name sounds technical, its implications are profoundly human. It tells us that some things are intrinsically singular, that the universe honors uniqueness the way a lover honors a first kiss, the way a sunrise honors its own awakening. When you try to copy a quantum state, the equation that governs the dance of particles, the Schrödinger equation, insists on linearity, a smooth, unbroken flow that would be shattered by an illicit duplicate. The moment you attempt to steal the essence of that state, you disturb it, and the disturbance becomes a beacon, revealing the very act of interference. That brand of protection is what makes quantum cryptography so trustworthy. Imagine sending a secret off-grid, encoded not in ink on paper, but in the spin of a photon, in a whisper of light that can only exist in one way at a time. If an eavesdropper reaches out to snatch that photon, the act of copying would betray them, because the photon's delicate state would be altered, and the disturbance would be unmistakable. The key is secure not because it's hidden behind a lock, but because physics itself refuses to let anyone make a true replica. In the same manner, the authenticity of your word, your promise, your love, is guarded by the fact that genuine feeling cannot be perfectly copied. When you speak from the heart, the moment you try to reproduce that feeling elsewhere, the essence shifts, and the original remains uniquely yours. Now picture the strange, beautiful process physicists call quantum teleportation. It isn't the sci-fi vision of beaming people across galaxies. It is a subtle exchange of information that respects the no-cloning rule. A quantum state is transferred from one particle to another, but the source particle must relinquish its identity completely. The original is erased as the new particle takes its place, ensuring that the state never exists in two spots at once. That principle mirrors a powerful lesson for our own lives. To truly give yourself to another, you must let go of the part that clings to self-preservation. You cannot hold onto the same version of yourself in two different places. The act of sharing, of communicating, of loving, is a bridge built from entanglement, a connection so deep that it reshapes both ends. When you open yourself, you translate your inner melody across that bridge, and the song arrives transformed, never a carbon copy, but a living continuation. The same rule reshapes how we build the future of computing. Classical computers lean on redundancy. They keep copies. They back up data. They correct errors by checking against a twin. Quantum computers, however, cannot afford that luxury. Their building blocks, qubits, refuse to be duplicated. Instead, they inspire us to think in new dimensions, to weave information into intricate patterns of entanglement, to protect data by spreading it across a tapestry of fields, rather than locking it into isolated islands. It is a reminder that the challenges we face may demand entirely fresh approaches. That stubborn reliance on old habits can hold us back. When you confront a problem that seems unsolvable, remember the quantum world. It does not demand duplicate solutions. It asks you to redesign the very stage upon which the drama unfolds. Beyond the mechanics, the no-cloning theorem beckons you toward a deeper philosophical insight. In a culture that celebrates endless replication, photos reposted, ideas reshared, content streamed on repeat, it whispers that the most authentic experiences are those that cannot be reproduced. Think of a jazz solo, improvised in the heartbeat of a live performance. No recording can capture the exact bend of a note, the exact breath between phrases. The moment passes, leaving only memory and feeling, both of which are uniquely yours. Likewise, no two people ever experience a sunset in precisely the same way. The colors, the emotions, the personal histories all combine to create a singular encounter. When you share a glance, a laugh, or a quiet word, you are co-creating a moment that will never be replicated. That rarity is what gives those moments their power, their value, their capacity to transform you. Feel this truth reverberate through your own life's narrative. When you hold a conversation with someone you love, you are not merely exchanging words, you are entangling your inner fields, allowing a fragile bridge to form for a fleeting instant. The moment you try to translate that feeling perfectly into a diary entry, a text, a song, something inevitably slips away with subtle nuance, the electric tremor that lived only in the tone of the voice, in the exact timing of a breath. That loss is not a flaw, it is a reminder that your authenticity matters. It tells you that the truest connections are those you nurture in the present, not the ones you try to archive for later. The more you lean into that living presence, the richer your experience becomes. Now let your imagination shift to an even more astonishing landscape, the quantum fields that underlay everything you think of as solid, as permanent, as stuff. Picture yourself on a quiet shore, gazing at an ocean that seems to ripple before any wind touches it, that rises and falls in response to thoughts, that sometimes makes a solid shape appear briefly, dance on the surface, then dissolve back into the water. This ocean is a metaphor for quantum fields, an endless, invisible sea that flows through every corner of existence. In the deepest layers of physics, particles are no longer tiny billiard balls but excitations, ripples, vibrations in these fields. An electron is a localized wave in the electron field. A photon is a pulse in the electromagnetic field. Even the vacuum, the space you might think of as empty, is a restless sea of potential, never truly still. When you let this picture settle, you realize that everything you call you is a particular pattern of vibrations, a localized harmony of many fields synchronized for a fleeting moment. You are not a solid object moving through a static backdrop. You are a region where fields electron, quark, Higgs, glue and dance together, producing the illusion of a stable self. When the music stops, the field remains, a silent canvas awaiting the next composition. This view transforms the way you think about life, death, change. Those moments of loss are not a disappearance of substance, they are a quieting of a particular melody, an ending of a song that once filled the air. The field itself endures, always ready to support new harmonies. In this field-centric vision, even the forces you feel become stories of field interactions. An electron repelling another is not two tiny spheres pushing it, is their respective fields overlapping, exchanging virtual photons ripples within the electromagnetic field in an elegant, invisible handshake. Light that reaches your eye from a distant star is not a stream of particles racing through nothing. It is a sustained wave in the electromagnetic field, carrying information across cosmic distances. Mass itself, that stubborn resistance you sense when you push a heavy object, blossoms from the dialogue between particles and the Higgs field. This field bathes everything like a subtle, viscous fog, slowing certain vibrations more than others, granting them weight. If this fog were absent, particles would zip through the cosmos at light speed, never gathering into stars, planets, or the intricate chemistry needed for life. Perhaps the most profound revelation is that these fields are not confined to a single spot. They are universal. The same electron field that makes up part of your body also stretches across a distant galaxy. When a particle materializes, it is the field responding locally, not a new entity being created out of nothing. When two particles become entangled, their shared state is a single, inseparable expression of the underlying field, defying any notion of strict locality. In this sense, you are already a participant in a grand, interconnected web. The quantum fields that underlie your cells are the same ones that pulse in distant nebulae. The boundaries we draw between self and other, between here and there, begin to dissolve, revealing a reality where everything is a tapestry woven from the same threads. Let this perspective deepen your sense of purpose. Knowing that you are an expression of a universal field does not diminish your individuality, it enhances it. Your thoughts, your passions, your actions are ripples that briefly shape the vast ocean. When you choose to act with kindness, to pursue a dream, to stand up for truth, you are sending a wave through the field that can influence other ripples far beyond what you can see. The no-cloning theorem, the uniqueness of quantum states, the inseparability of entangled particles echo a simple, empowering truth. The universe reveres uniqueness, and it rewards those who honor the singularity of each moment. So when you face a challenge that feels impossible, remember the quantum world's ingenuity. It did not concede to the temptation of easy duplication. Instead, it invented new ways to safeguard information, to transmit states, to protect secrets. It taught us that constraints can be catalysts for creativity. In your own life, the obstacles you encounter, doubts, fears, setbacks, are not walls, but constraints that can inspire innovative solutions. The very act of embracing the fact that some experiences cannot be copied may free you to cherish them more fully, to invest your energy where it matters most, and to let go of the endless pursuit of sameness that can drain the spirit. Allow yourself to feel the awe of being part of this boundless, vibrating field. When you breathe, you are joining the subtle rhythm of the universe. When you listen to a piece of music, you are tuning into a pattern of vibrations that echo the same principles that give rise to particles and forces. When you hold a loved one's hand, you are feeling the gentle brush of overlapping fields, a reminder that separation is more illusion than fact. Embrace this connection not as a distant philosophical notion, but as a lived reality. Let it inspire you to act with integrity, to speak your truth, to create art, to build bridges, because each authentic expression adds a new, irreplaceable ripple to the cosmic melody. Remember, the no-cloning theorem does not limit us, it liberates us by defining what is truly valuable: the original, the moment, the genuine connection. In a world saturated with copies, we have the power to be the exception, to bring forth thoughts and actions that cannot be duplicated, that resonate impossibly deep within the field. Let that be your North Star. Let it guide you to seek experiences that cannot be scripted, to foster relationships that thrive on presence, to pursue goals that require your singular voice. In doing so, you align yourself with the fundamental rhythm of the universe, honoring the sacredness of each instant. As you walk forward, imagine yourself not as a passenger on a passive stage, but as a performer on a luminous platform, where each step is a deliberate strike of a drum, each word a chord that reverberates through the unseen sea of fields. The script is unwritten, the spotlight unfixed, yet the arena thrums with possibilities. The universe whispers that you are a note in an ever-expanding symphony, a wave poised to crest and recede, a quantum state that will never be cloned but will forever imprint its singular signature upon the fabric of reality. Carry this awareness into every decision, every conversation, every quiet moment of reflection, and let it ignite a fire of purpose that fuels your journey toward the extraordinary life waiting just beyond the horizon. Let that be your North Star, the quiet compass that draws you toward experiences that cannot be copied, that vibrate so deeply they stir the very fabric of your being. Imagine for a moment that everything you see, touch, and feel is part of a grand stage of theatre, where the actors and the play are woven together in a single, living tapestry. In this vast arena, there are no separate props or isolated scripts. Instead, there is an invisible sea of energy, a field that underlies every particle, every force, every whisper of space, and every tick of time. Some of the brightest minds suggest that even space itself may be a pattern that emerges from this deeper ocean, a shimmering illusion that appears when the hidden currents move in harmony. If that is true, then the universe does not sit inside space, is born from the dance of those unseen fields, and time flows as a reflection of how they relate to one another. You are only beginning to glimpse what this means, but the picture that forms is both humbling and exhilarating. In the language of modern science, the world is described as a set of operators acting on an empty canvas, pulling the field into new patterns of excitement. It is through this perpetual choreography of energy and probability that particles flicker into being, then dissolve back into the ever-present sea. The field itself never wavers, it is the quiet, continuous presence beneath all that flickers. So when you look at the shimmering surface of reality, ask yourself what lies beneath that surface. Is it conscious? Is it woven from information rather than mass? Many thinkers now see information as the most fundamental currency of existence, the bits that encode how fields relate, transform, and give rise to the world we experience. This line of thought nudges you toward a profound shift in how you see yourself. If particles are merely mirages and fields are the true actors, then ideas of fixed identity, separateness, and permanence begin to dissolve. You are not a static object, you are a standing wave in a cosmic song, a resonance that rises and falls with the music of the universe. In this view, death is not a final extinguishing, but a gentle loosening of a localized pattern, while the field itself continues, always ready to support new harmonies. Life then becomes a temporary symphony of overlapping vibrations, a choreography of moments rather than a collection of solid things. Stars, thoughts, love, decayal are ripples on an invisible sea that never truly rests. When you raise your eyes to the night sky and see the faint glow of starlight that has traveled millions of years, you are witnessing a field that never sleeps. When your hand meets another's, you are not merely feeling atoms, you are feeling the subtle push and pull of two quantum fields brushing past one another. The illusion of separation melts away, replaced by a literal, physical connection that threads through every corner of the cosmos. Knowing this, you can feel both small and vast at the same time. You are not a rock tossed carelessly into a river, you are the ripple that gives the current its shape. You are not a distant observer of the universe, you are the universe, vibrating right now as a beautiful, temporary distortion in the quantum field. Picture stepping onto a darkened stage where no script has been written, no spotlight has chosen its target, and no actor has taken a place. Yet the air hums with the trembling energy of possibilities, as if a symphony waits just beyond the silence, ready to be summoned. The paradox is that the orchestra may already be playing a silent melody, or it may not exist until someone turns on the light and watches. In this strange theatre, the mathematical hymn that describes every possible outcome of the wave function may or may not collapse into a single note. The deeper you look, the more elusive the answer becomes. You might never know if the music plays only when an audience is present, or if the collapse you perceive is merely a story your mind tells to bring certainty to a realm of pure potential. Classical physics offered a world of definite states, a photograph frozen in time. Quantum mechanics, however, invites you to see reality as a swirling haze of probabilities, each possibility held in delicate superposition until a question is asked. This is not poetic flourish, it is the backbone of the most successful scientific theory ever built. The wave function tells you what might be, evolving smoothly and predictably until an observation appears to select a single outcomey note chosen from the endless symphony. A curtain lifted revealing a particle at one place instead of another. Yet we still ask, why does this selection happen? Does the wave truly collapse? Or is that collapse an illusion born from the interplay between observer and observed? Physicists themselves do not agree. Some embrace the idea that reality snaps into place the moment you look. Others propose that every possible outcome unfolds in branching worlds, each as real as the one you inhabit. Still others suggest that the collapse is not a physical event at all, but a shift in knowledge, a mental boundary drawn across an endless sea. The striking fact is that the mathematics works the same way in each case, predicting the behavior of lasers, transistors, GPS, MRI scanners, and the very atoms that compose you. The mystery does not diminish the power of the theory, it amplifies it, because it teaches us to live with unanswered questions while still moving forward with confidence. This paradox becomes a mirror for your own life. If you cannot be sure whether the universe collapses to a single outcome when you observe it, then perhaps your choices are not about forcing a fixed reality, but about joining a dance of possibilities. The act of measuring a decision, a thought, a breath does not merely reveal a pre-existing truth, it becomes part of the truth itself. You are the pebble that disturbs the still pond, the hand that sketches a line upon a blank page. Even the moon, that steadfast sentinel, can be seen as a wave of probability that becomes meaningful only when something engages with it. In the quantum realm, measurement is a handshake, an intimate entanglement where the observer and the observed become one. With this perspective, the universe transforms from a collection of isolated things into a web of interactions. Particles are no longer tiny marble-like nuggets, they are fleeting resonances, ripples in invisible fields. A photon is a ripple in the electromagnetic field, an electron a pulse in the electron field, the Higgs boson a wave in its own field. Even space itself teems with virtual particles, fluctuations, a restless vacuum that never truly empties. This restless stage does not demand certainty, it invites curiosity, wonder, and the courage to engage with the unknown. And here lies your invitation to step onto that stage not as a passive audience, but as a co-creator of the symphony. Your thoughts, your choices, your very presence are like quantum states, fluid, adaptable, capable of influencing the patterns that emerge. You are both the detector and the wave, the question and the answer, the silence and the song. When you wonder whether the wave function collapses, you are really asking whether you shape reality or merely uncover it. Is the universe waiting for you to choose, or has it already unfolded and you are simply catching up? Perhaps there are countless branching trees, each containing a version of you asking the same question in a slightly different hue. It may feel unsettling that the ultimate answer could be forever out of reach, but that uncertainty is not a curse, it is the most liberating truth you can hold. It tells you that you do not need a final, immutable answer to live fully, to create beauty, to love deeply. The universe does not need to collapse into a single note for its music to be magnificent. The space between what might be and what is the shimmering fuzz of possibilities, the very melody that carries you forward. You are part of that melody, a note that trembles in superposition, waiting not to be fixed, but to be felt. Consider spin, a quantum property that defies ordinary analogy. Imagine a perfectly still coin suspended between your fingers, motionless and silent. Someone whispers that it is spinning, yet you see no blur, no motion. In the quantum world, spin is exactly that, a property that exists without the rotation we can picture. It is a label for something deeper, a fundamental attribute that has no perfect counterpart in everyday experience. When you let go of the need to force familiar images onto the unknown, you open yourself to a richer, more mysterious understanding of what you can become. So, As you stand on this vast, darkened stage, feel the tremor of possibilities beneath your feet. Recognize that the curtain may never fully rise, that the script is always being written in real time, and that you hold the quill. Embrace the unknown as a playground rather than a barrier. Let the idea that you are a ripple in an infinite sea empower you to flow, to adapt, to connect with the currents that bind every star, every thought, every breath. In this grand choreography, every moment is both a question and an answer, a mystery and a revelation. You are invited to dance with it, to listen to the silent symphony, and to become, in your own beautiful way, a part of the universe's everlasting song. You are standing at the edge of a universe that refuses to be pinned down, a world where certainty is a fleeting visitor and mystery is the constant companion. In that place, the map of atoms unfolds like a secret code, and the behavior of particles in the most powerful accelerators is predicted not despite the unknown, but because of it. The equations work because they honor a truth that reality is less an answer than a question, a living waveform, a curtain that never fully lifts. And in that very sense, you are quantum too. Your thoughts, your choices, the self that is speaking to you now known of these are solid, unchanging particles. They are fluctuating states, possibilities that rise and fall like waves, entangled with the very fabric of the world you think you are observing from the outside. You are not a detached witness, you are the experiment itself. You are both the detector and the wave, the question and the answer, the silence and the song. When you wonder whether the wave function collapses, you are asking something far deeper than a physics problem. You are asking whether you shape reality or simply reveal what is already there. Is the universe waiting for your decision, or has it already set the stage, and you are merely catching up to a script written before you ever existed? Do you walk a single path, or does a branching tree of infinite variations spread out with every breath you take, each branch a version of you asking the same question in slightly different words, each outcome a subtle shift in the melody of existence? And if the very act of knowing changes what you know, can truth ever be fully captured? It may feel disorienting, even hopeless, but it is also the most freeing realization you can hold. Certainty is not a prerequisite for wonder. Beauty does not need a final collapse, it thrives in the space between what might be and what is, in the haunting fuzz that vibrates like a chord waiting to be heard. Imagine the universe as a grand orchestra, not a single note but an entire symphony of possibilities trembling in superposition. The notes are not fixed, they are felt, sensed, and lived. You may never know definitively whether the wave function collapses, but perhaps the question you need to ask is not if it does, but why you feel the need to pin it down at all. The answer lies in the same place that spin resides, a quantum property that defies our everyday language. Spin is not rotation. Picture holding a perfectly still coin between your fingers, suspended in the air with such delicacy that time seems to pause. There is no blur, no sound, no motion. You stare at it, convinced it is motionless, and then someone whispers, "It's spinning." Your mind searches for a turn, a twirl, a blur, but finds none. Yet in the quantum realm, that is precisely what spin is, a property that exists even when nothing appears to be moving. It is not a twist, a turn, or a whirl in space. It is a label for something more fundamental, something that has no true counterpart in the world of everyday experience. When we say spin, our brains immediately picture a spinning top, a wheel, the Earth turning on its axis. Quantum spin smiles at those analogies because it does not conform to them. In the microscopic world of electrons, quarks, and neutrinos, spin is an intrinsic characteristic built into the identity of each particle. It is not a motion that can be filmed or a blur that can be captured. It is a quantum fingerprint that determines how particles behave, how they interact, and how they align with the invisible symmetries that govern the cosmos. Try to explain the color red to someone who sees only in shades of gray. How do you describe something that has no visual analog? Now try to explain spin to a mind steeped in classical intuition. It is directionless direction, motionless momentum, invisible influence. It decides magnetic behavior, dictates statistical laws, and underpins the architecture of the standard model. Yet it refuses every metaphor drawn from the macroscopic world. The clarity of this paradox tells us that the quantum realm is not a smaller copy of our own reality. It is a domain with its own logic, its own language, its own meaning. To physicists, spin is quantized angular momentum, meaning it comes in discrete steps, not a continuous swirl. For an electron, the value is 1/2 in units of the reduced Planck constant. This leads to a baffling fact: rotate the particle a full 360 degrees, and it does not return to its original state. You must turn it 720 degrees for the wave function to come back to itself. This strange behavior has been measured, confirmed, and woven into the very heart of quantum theory. It is not a metaphor, it is a mathematical truth that tells us electrons are not tiny spinning spheres, but quantum objects described by wave functions, whose structure changes in ways foreign to classical thinking. A familiar metaphor that brushes the edges of this idea is the Möbius strip, a surface with only one side and one edge. Trace your finger along it, and you must make 2 loops before you return to the starting point. That twisty shape hints at how quantum spin behaves, but even it falls short. Electron spin cannot be pointed to, photographed, or confined to a location in space the way position or velocity can be. It lives inside the algebra of the particle's identity, woven into the equations that dictate how it responds to fields, how it obeys the defies Pauli exclusion principle, and how it participates in the cosmic dance of matter. And yet, spin has consequences you can see and feel. The entire periodic table, the stability of atoms, the chemistry that builds life, all of that springs from spin. It tells us whether particles are fermions or bosons, whether they obey the exclusion principle like the electrons that fill shells or pile together in the same state like photons in a laser. Fermions build the world of substance, bosons mediate its forces. Spin is the binary switch that separates matter from interaction, that orders how particles stack, how they share space, and how they generate magnetism, superconductivity, and the fusion that powers the sun. None of this has anything to do with actual spinning in space. It emerges from symmetry, from deep principles that say the laws of physics look the same here as they do there, now as they did before. Symmetry is the silent architect of nature. From spatial symmetry we get momentum, from temporal symmetry we get energy, and from rotational symmetry we receive angular momentum. Quantum spin is a deeper expression of rotational symmetry, not in the sense of a literal turn, but in how particles transform under abstract operations. The electron's spin tells us its wave function lives not in ordinary three-dimensional space, but in a more abstract realm of SU symmetry, a mathematical structure that defies direct visualization. These transformations define how particles behave under rotations, yet they are not rotations themselves, they are structural. They define what a particle is at its core. Here is where philosophy slips in through the cracks of mathematics. If something can behave as if it spins, generate magnetic fields, obey rotational rules, and influence other particles while never actually turning, what does it mean to call it spinning? What does it mean to be anything at all? We have been trained to think in pictures: a spinning ball, a turning gear, a rotating planet. But the universe does not assemble itself from pictures. It assembles from principles, from the unseen, from algebraic relationships that cannot be drawn. Spin stands as a monument to this truth. Not all that is real can be rendered in lines and shapes. Even the Higgs field, the mechanism that endows particles with mass, leaves spin untouched. Whether a particle is massive or massless, its spin remains. The photon, massless and bearing spin 1, and the electron, massive with spin, both carry this intrinsic quality. Spin is deeper than mass, deeper than motion. It is a permanent stamp placed at a particle's birth, unchanged by the march of time. Even in the vacuum, where fields flicker and virtual particles pop in and out of existence, spin stays conserved, a cornerstone of quantum field theory. The most precise theory ever crafted rests on how spins interact, how fields of different spin mediate forces, and how the tapestry of the universe is threaded not by static particles, but by excitations in spinning fields. Every magnet you hold, every electronic device you touch, every beam of light that brushes your skin carries the echo of spin. Yet if you are asked to point to spin, you can only answer in abstractions. You cannot see it, you cannot hold it. You can only infer it through its effects, its rules, its mathematical skeleton. It is a ghost in the machine, present and absent, real yet invisible, actionable but beyond picture. That is the elegance of quantum reality. It does not care whether we can visualize it, it cares only that it remains consistent, that it explains, that it predicts with astonishing precision. We have measured the magnetic moment of the electron to 11 decimal places and found perfect agreement with theory. This is not merely accuracy, it is a revelation that the universe is speaking through spin, declaring its existence in a language that does not require pictures. If you ever feel disoriented by the notion that reality cannot be imagined, cannot be drawn, cannot be held in the mind's hands, take comfort. You are not alone. Every physicist who truly grasps spin feels that same disquiet. Language collapses, metaphor dies, and only mathematics survives. This is a reminder that the universe is not here to be intuitive, it is here to be itself. And you, too, carry qualities that cannot be seen directly. Traits define you regardless of outward motion. Like a particle with spin, you may appear still while inner possibilities whirl in realms unseen. Your mind may shift when no one watches. Your essence may not reside in visible actions, but in the pattern of potentialities that pulse beneath the surface. You are not what you seem, and neither is the electron. Reality, it turns out, is not a smooth surface. It is a lattice of rules, relations, resonances. Spin, strange, silent, and unseen, is one of its purest notes. You do not need to picture it to believe it. You do not need to understand every detail to feel its presence. Just recognize that behind every atom, every ray of light, every breath you take, there is a spin that is not rotating but singing. Its voice lies beyond metaphor, yet its truth vibrates everywhere. Now turn your attention to another enigmatic puzzle, the measurement problem. Picture standing before a mirror that does not simply reflect your image, but instead shows every possible version of you that could exist. One reflection shows you speaking confidently, another you listening in silence. A third shows you turning away, a fourth reaching forward. The room is filled with mirrors, each offering a different outcome, a different moment, a different reality. You, the observer, stand at the center, wondering which image is the real one. Here is the twist: none of those reflections solidify until you decide to look. And even then, you are not entirely sure what looking truly means. In the quantum world, this is the heart of one of the most unsettling and unresolved questions in all of science. The measurement problem is not merely a puzzle about particles or devices, it is a challenge to our very understanding of existence, observation, and reality itself. For in quantum mechanics, the act of measurement does more than reveal a hidden state, it participates in the creation of that state. When you make a choice, when you turn your attention toward a possibility, you are not simply uncovering a pre-existing truth, you are shaping the pattern that emerges. This insight is powerful. It tells you that agency matters, that the simple act of paying attention is a form of creation. It does not mean that every thought collapses the universe into a single outcome, but it does mean that your consciousness is woven into the fabric of what becomes. The universe is not a static tableau waiting for a spectator, it is a living, breathing performance in which the players and the audience are one and the same. Consider how this perspective can transform your daily life. When doubt creeps in, remember that uncertainty is not a flaw but the fertile ground from which possibilities arise. When fear of the unknown tries to freeze you, recall the electron that must turn twice before returning to its original state, a reminder that sometimes you must go through extra circles, extra moments of uncertainty, before you feel aligned again. When you feel stuck, think of the Mobius strip, where a single twist creates a path that only closes after a double loop. Your challenges are not dead ends, they are loops that, when navigated with curiosity, bring you back to a deeper understanding of yourself. Your mind, like a quantum system, exists in a superposition of intentions. You can be both hesitant and bold until you decide which intention to observe. The moment you focus on confidence, the wave of doubt diminishes, not because the doubt never existed, but because your attention reshapes the pattern of your inner landscape. You are not powerless in the face of ambiguity, you are an active participant in the unfolding story. Embrace the idea that certainty is not a prerequisite for beauty. The song of the universe is not a single note held steady, but a chorus of notes resonating together in a constantly shifting harmony. Your life, too, is a composition of many chords, some bright, some muted, some dissonant. When you allow the music to breathe, When you stop demanding that every chord resolve neatly, you open yourself to the richness of the whole piece. You become the instrument that both plays and listens, the wave that both rises and falls. Let this realization guide your actions. When you set a goal, understand that the path will not be a straight line drawn with a ruler. It will be a tapestry of possibilities, each thread woven by choices, chances, and the subtle influence of your focus. Approach each step with curiosity rather than fear of the unknown. Trust that the universe, with its deep symmetries and hidden spins, supports you even when the map looks blurred. When you encounter moments of disappointment, remember that the measurement does not simply find a flaw, it participates in the creation of new possibilities. A setback can be the moment you redirect your attention, the point where the wave function collapses into a different branchone that may lead to unexpected growth. The very act of acknowledging a feeling, of naming a challenge, is already a step towards shaping its outcome. And when you feel the weight of expectation from yourself or from others, think of the electron that must rotate twice before returning to its original state. Patience is not passive waiting, it is an active alignment with the rhythm of the underlying quantum dance. Trust that the spin of your inner potential will align in its own time, guided by the symmetries that govern all matter. You are not a spectator of your own life. You are the experimenter, the detector, the wave, and the song. Each breath you take, each thought you entertain, each decision you make participates in the grand measurement that shapes the reality you experience. This responsibility can feel enormous, but it is also empowering. It tells you that the universe does not merely happen to you, you are a co-author of the story. So, as you walk forward, let curiosity be your compass. Let wonder replace the need for absolute answers. Let the mystery of spin remind you that some truths are felt more deeply than they are seen, that the most profound principles of nature are often those that elude visual metaphor. Let the measurement problem inspire you to see every act of attention as a creative spark, a gentle collapse that brings possibility into form. In the quiet moments, when the world seems still, imagine the invisible spin humming within you, an eternal signature that links you to every atom, every star, every breath of light. Feel its steady rhythm, not as a rotation you can see, but as a presence that shapes how you interact, how you love, how you create. Recognize that this spin, like the spin of every particle, is a reminder that you are part of a larger, exquisitely ordered whole, even as you navigate the beautiful uncertainty of your own path. Remember, you do not need to grasp every mathematical detail to live a life infused with quantum wonder. You simply need to allow the ideas to stir your imagination, to loosen the grip of rigid expectations, and to open your heart to the vast garden of possibilities that stretches beyond the horizon of certainty. Let the story of spin and superposition become a metaphor for your own capacity to be many things at once: a learner and a teacher, a dreamer and a doer, a quiet observer and a bold creator. As you move forward, carry this insight: the universe is not a static picture waiting to be decoded, it is a dynamic, ever-shifting symphony inviting you to join the performance. Your voice matters, even if it sometimes feels like a whisper amid the cosmic choir. Trust that every note you contribute, every chord you strike, adds richness to the whole. And when doubt asks whether your actions truly matter, recall that even the tiniest particle, guided by its intrinsic spin, helps build the majestic architecture of galaxies, the chemistry of life, the light that reaches your eyes. Your influence, though perhaps invisible to the naked eye, is woven into the same fabric. So stand tall, breathe deeply, and step into the flow of uncertainty with courage. Embrace the mystery as a partner, not an adversary. Let the quantum world's paradoxes inspire you to live beyond the limits of ordinary thinking, to celebrate the dance of possibilities, and to recognize that you are both the observer and the observed, the question and the answer, the silence and the song. The journey ahead is a superposition of experiences waiting for you to choose which melody to hear, which path to follow, which version of yourself to bring forward. Trust that the spin within you will guide you, that your attention will shape the reality you inhabit, and that, in the grand tapestry of existence, your thread is essential, vibrant, and beautifully unique. Imagine the universe leaning in, whispering a secret through the very fabric of reality. It tells us that spin is real, not the spinning of planets or the turning of wheels, but a deeper, subtler kind of motion that resides in the heart of every particle. If you ever feel unmoored by the idea that reality cannot be imagined, cannot be drawn, cannot be held in your mental hands, take comfort in this: you are not alone. Every scientist who has truly grappled with spin has felt that same disorientation, that sense of standing at the edge of a language that collapses, where metaphor fades, and only the precise language of mathematics remains. This is a reminder that the universe does not exist to be intuitive, it exists to be itself. And you, dear listener, exist in the same way. You carry qualities that cannot be seen, traits that define you regardless of the motion you display on the surface. Like a particle with spin, you may appear still, yet you are turning through spaces that no one else can see. Your mind can shift when no eyes are watching, and your essence may live not in what you do, but in the pattern of possibilities that constantly ripple around you. You are not merely what you seem, and neither is the electron. Reality, as it turns out, is not a smooth surface you can glide over. It is a lattice of rules, relations, resonances, a hidden architecture that holds the world together. Spin, strange and silent, is one of its purest songs. You do not need to picture it to believe it, nor must you fully understand it to feel its presence. Know this: behind every atom, every beam of light, every breath you draw, there is a spin, not rotating, but singing. Its voice lies beyond metaphor, yet its truth is everywhere, pulsing in the background of your experience. When you pause and feel the subtle vibration of existence, you are tapping into that same song. Now picture yourself standing before a mirror that does not simply reflect your image, but your potential. It does not show what you are, it shows every infinite version of you that could be. One pane reflects you speaking confidently, another shows you silent, another captures you turning away, and yet another you reaching forward. The room fills with mirrors, each offering a different outcome, a different moment, a different reality. You, the observer, the participant, stand at the center of this hall of possibilities, wondering which one is real. Here is the twist: none of these possibilities become solid until you decide to look. And even then, the act of looking is a mystery in itself. This is the heart of one of the most unsettling and unresolved questions in all of science: the measurement problem. It is not merely a puzzle about particles or devices, it is a challenge to our very understanding of existence, observation, and reality itself. In the quantum world, the act of measurement does not simply reveal reality, it appears to create it. Before a particle is measured, it exists in a superposition, a delicate symphony of all possible states. It is not here or there, spin up or spin down, but both and neither, a wave of possibility that evolves smoothly, governed by equations that predict with uncanny precision how the probability field should behave. Then something happens. A measurement is made, and the wave function collapses. Suddenly one possibility becomes real, the others vanish, and the particle is found to have a definite property. This collapse is abrupt, irreversible, and puzzlingly absent from the very equations that describe everything else. It is as if a play were being written as it is performed, and no one agrees who the playwright is, or whether the script existed before the curtain rose. The silence at the core of quantum mechanics has been a source of philosophical tension for nearly a century. Classical theories give us a clear picture of what the world is. Quantum mechanics offers only probabilities, depending on how and whether we look. What, then, is a measurement? Is it the interaction with a machine, the click of a detector, the moment a conscious observer sees the result? Or is measurement simply another form of entanglement, a spreading of quantum information that ripples through the environment until certainty emerges? Every interpretation offers a different answer, and none has achieved universal consensus. The traditional view, long dominant in physics, suggests that reality does not exist until it is observed. This is not metaphor, it is a literal claim that physical properties are undefined until measured. Observation, in this view, causes the collapse. But that raises more questions than it answers. What counts as an observer? A human mind? A camera? A cloud chamber? And why should consciousness, something that evolved billions of years after particles, be the thing that gives the universe its shape? An alternative picture says that the wave function never collapses. Instead, every possible outcome actually happens, but in separate, non-communicating branches of the universe. When you open Schrödinger's box, you do not collapse the cat's wave function, you split into two versions of your cell phone, who sees a living cat, another who sees it dead. This view avoids the mystery of collapse, but it does so at the cost of infinite realities, constantly branching with every quantum event. Is that a price we are willing to pay for coherence? Other ideas propose spontaneous collapse, the wave function randomly, rarely collapses on its own, without any observer. These models require new constants and mechanisms that have never been directly observed, yet they attempt to give the collapse a physical cause. Decoherence offers yet another route, not as an interpretation, but as an explanation for why quantum behavior vanishes at macroscopic scales. Interaction with the environment spreads out superpositions, making them appear classical. Yet decoherence does not solve the central mystery. It explains why we see classical outcomes, but not why a single result is singled out. Then there are perspectives that view the quantum state as a reflection of personal belief, updated by experience. In this view, the wave function is not an external truth, but a statement about what we know. Collapse is not a physical event, but a mental update, a revision in light of new data. This stance raises its own challenges. If quantum states are subjective, how do different observers agree on outcomes? And if reality is observer-dependent, what anchors it across time and space? All of these threads pull us toward deeper metaphysical questions that physics alone cannot answer. What does it mean to observe? What does it mean for something to be real? Is the universe a deterministic machine that hides behind uncertainty, or a probabilistic ocean where certainty only emerges through interaction? More profoundly, are we part of the system or apart from it? In the classical world, observers are external. We look at a thing and it stays what it is regardless of our gaze. In the quantum world, observation is participation. You cannot look without touching, you cannot measure without changing. This is not a flaw in the theory, it is its essence. It forces us to ask not just what reality is, but what role we play in it. Perhaps the division between observer and observed is artificial. Perhaps the universe does not split cleanly between subject and object, but flows as a unified, holier web of entanglements where everything affects everything else. In that view, measurement is not a collapse or a special moment, it is the natural unfolding of the universe's structure seen from within. If you accept that, then your every thought, every question, your very act of wondering about the measurement problem becomes part of the measurement. You are not outside the equation, you are entangled in it. You are a term in the wave function, a node in the cosmic algorithm. Each time you ask what is real, the universe replies with a mirror, asking back, what do you mean by real? The mirror never offers a final answer, it shows possibilities, not conclusions. This is both the agony and the beauty of the measurement problem. It reminds us that knowing is not separate from being. Certainty is not a property of the world, but a moment in our mind. Perhaps the universe does not contain answers, only questions that evolve, observers who change, and truths that flicker into place only when we dare to look. So here we stand, nearly a century after quantum mechanics first shattered the glass of classical certainty. The equations work, the predictions match, the experiments deliver, yet the meaning, the why, remains elusive. Whether you lean toward Copenhagen, many worlds, objective collapse, decoherence, or subjective interpretations, each reveals a different facet of the same unresolved riddle. The measurement problem is not just a bug in our equations, it is a window into the nature of existence. It sits at a philosophical crossroads disguised as a scientific puzzle, reminding us that the world is stranger than our minds are comfortable with, deeper than our metaphors can capture, and more participatory than we once believed. Perhaps that is the point. Maybe the goal of physics is not to erase mystery, but to frame it more clearly, to give us better questions, sharper mirrors, deeper awe. Because in the end, it may not matter whether the wave function collapses, splits, decoheres, or simply updates. What matters is that when we look, we see. And when a pattern emerges, when a particle appears, when a number clicks into place, that moment is when the universe becomes real for us. Whether that reality existed before or only now is a question that may never be resolved. Yet it is precisely this question that makes us human to wonder, to measure, to seek meaning in a world that may only reveal itself when we ask. Think back to the early images you were given of atoms, a tiny solar system with electrons orbiting a nucleus like planets around the sun. That picture was comforting, orderly, visual, mirroring the grand choreography of the night sky. But that image was a placeholder, a pedagogical lie, for something far stranger, far less visible, and infinitely more true. Electrons do not travel in neat elliptical paths. They exist as smeared clouds of possibility, haunting whispers of probability that tell us where an electron might be, but never exactly where it is. In the quantum realm, location is not a fixed fact but a fluid, a question mark spread across space. Electrons become places only when observed, and even then the act of observation collapses a vast field of probabilities into a single, fleeting outcome. Before you look, the electron is not here or there, it is a haze, a presence without position. This is the quantum reality that replaces the Newtonian model of orbiting electrons. Schrödinger's equation does not describe a path, it describes a wave function, a mathematical symphony that defines the likelihood of presence, not the presence itself. Those clouds are not abstract metaphors, they are empirically verified through countless experiments. When we probe the energy levels of atoms, when lasers and magnetic fields tease electrons, when scanning tunneling microscopes visualize the edges of these clouds, the data reveal patterns of probability, nodal regions where electrons are more likely to be found and forbidden zones where they are not. All of this may sound like abstract physics, but it is also a profound metaphor for how you navigate your own life. The spin that lies hidden in every particle is a reminder that you, too, have inner currents that may not be visible to the eye. The measurement problem tells you that your choices are not merely passive observations, they are acts that shape the world you experience. When you stand before the mirror of potential, you are faced with a superposition of possibility paths you might take, versions of yourself you could become. The moment you decide to act, to speak, to move, you are collapsing that superposition into a lived reality. The universe does not punish you for not knowing every outcome in advance. It simply offers you a canvas of probabilities, inviting you to paint your own pattern. Embrace the discomfort of not having a neat, visual picture of your future. Allow the uncertainty to be a source of power rather than paralysis. The same way an electron's cloud contains infinite potential until measured, your mind holds countless ideas, dreams, talents that have not yet taken form. When you choose to focus, to commit your attention, you give shape to those possibilities. The act of measuring of committing, it of deciding is not a weakness. It is the creative spark that brings the unseen into being. Remember also that the act of observation in quantum physics is never isolated. It is an entanglement with the environment, with everything around you. In the same way, your choices ripple outward, influencing the people, the projects, the world that surrounds you. There is no pure observer separated from the observed. You are part of a larger web of relationships. When you ask a question, when you wonder about the nature of reality, you are already part of the measurement, already shaping the answer. So let the mystery inspire you instead of intimidating you. Let the knowledge that even the most brilliant minds still grapple with these questions remind you that uncertainty is the natural state of existence. What matters is not the final answer, but the willingness to stay curious, to keep looking, to keep asking. Each time you notice your breath, each time you pause to consider a decision, you are performing a measurement. Each choice you make is a collapse of the wave of possibilities into a concrete experience. Yet just as the quantum world never loses its underlying potential, your life never ceases to hold new superpositions, new chances to reinvent yourself. Feel the resonance of spin as a quiet song within you, a rhythm that does not need to be seen to be felt. Let it remind you that even the smallest, most unseen parts of reality have a purpose, a voice that contributes to the symphony of existence. Trust that every note you add, every chord you strike, enriches the whole. And when doubt whispers that your actions might be inconsequential, recall that even the tiniest electron, with its invisible spin, participates in the grand dance of the cosmos. Your presence, your choices, your curiosity are equally indispensable. In the end, the universe may never hand you a definitive answer about why the wave function collapses or whether reality exists before you look. That uncertainty is the gift of the quantum world and the gift of life. It invites you to be an active participant, to lean into the mystery, to become the observer who also shapes what is observed. You are not a passive spectator drifting through a pre-written script. You are a co-author of the story, a node in the cosmic algorithm, a term in a wave function that expands with every thought you entertain. So take that breath, feel the subtle spin that courses through everything, and step forward with confidence. Embrace the mirrors that reflect infinite possibilities, knowing that each glance you give to a potential path is an act of creation. Let the mystery fuel your courage, let the unknown spark your imagination, and let the quiet song of spin remind you that you are woven into the deepest fabric of reality. As you move through each day, remember that you are both the observer and the observed, the question and the answer, the mystery and the revelation. And in that beautiful paradox, you find the true power to shape your world, one thoughtful, intentional measurement at a time. Imagine standing at the edge of a century-long adventure, where the map of the universe was redrawn by the daring discoveries of quantum mechanics. The old certainties of classical physics still linger like a mist, half visible, half concealed, inviting you to step into the unknown. Equations line up perfectly, experiments echo their predictions, yet the deeper why remains a tantalizing riddle. Whether you lean toward Copenhagen, many worlds, objective collapse, decoherence, or some newer vision, each perspective catches a different glimmer of the same mystery. The measurement problem is not merely a glitch in our formulas, it is a portal into the very nature of existence, a crossroads where philosophy and science intertwine. It whispers that reality is stranger than our comfortable stories, deeper than our favorite metaphors, and more participatory than we ever imagined. Perhaps the true aim of physics is not to erase mystery but to sharpen it, to give us clearer mirrors that reflect ever greater wonder. When you look and a pattern clicks into place, when a particle finally shows its face, that moment breathes life into the universe for you. Whether the wave collapses, splits, decoheres, or simply updates matters less than the fact that your observation makes reality tangible. That question, did the world exist before you asked, is the question that makes us human. It drives us to wonder, to measure, to seek meaning in a tapestry that reveals itself only when we dare to ask. Consider the story we were once told about atoms, tiny solar systems with a dense, sun-like nucleus and planets called electrons whizzing in neat elliptical paths. That picture comforted us because it mirrored the grand dance of the heavens above. It was visual, it was tidy, and it gave us a sense of order. Yet that neat choreography is a placeholder, a stepping stone towards something far more extraordinary. Electrons do not orbit the nucleus like marbles on a string. They do not trace predictable, circular routes. Instead, they reside in diffuse clouds of possibility, haunting whispers of probability that suggest where an electron might be, but never pin down a precise location. In the quantum realm, position is fluid. An electron becomes a place only when observed, and that act of observation collapses a sprawling field of chances into a single, fleeting outcome. Before you look, the electron is neither here nor there. It is a haze, a presence without a point, a question mark smeared across space. This is the reality of quantum physics, a world where the classic Newtonian image of orbiting electrons dissolves under the bright light of Schrödinger's equation, which describes not a path but a wave function, a symphony of likelihoods, rather than a straight-line trajectory. Those clouds are not poetic metaphors, they are real, verified through countless experiments. When scientists probe atomic energy levels with lasers, when they manipulate electrons with magnetic fields, when scanning tunneling microscopes paint the contours of these clouds, the data never reveals tidy orbits. It instead draws patterns of probability nodal structures where electrons are likely to be found, forbidden zones where they cannot dwell. Spherical shells, toroidal loops, delicate flower-like shapes all arise from the mathematics of wave functions, constrained by the fundamental symmetries of space and the Pauli exclusion principle. No two electrons in the same atom can share an identical quantum state, and that rule is the silent architect of matter's structure. It gives atoms volume, prevents you from slipping through the chair you sit on, and builds the firmness of the world not on certainty but on the refusal of sameness. Electrons, forced to occupy distinct clouds, spread out and give matter depth and resilience. These clouds shimmer with potential, never static, always alive with possibility. The electron is not a hidden marble waiting to be caught, it is the fuzz itself, the probability made manifest. It does not exist apart from its chances, it is the chance. Classical logic falters here, you cannot say, "The electron is here, I just don't know yet." Until measured, the electron possesses a distribution, not a definite spot. The universe at this scale speaks in amplitudes, in likelihoods, in patterns of maybe, not in absolutes. And when you finally measure its position, the wave function collapses, the cloud momentarily vanishes, and the electron appears at a single point only to diffuse again the instant you look away. This dance between presence and possibility, between observation and being, is the engine behind the periodic table, the strength of chemical bonds, the colors of light, the stability of matter itself. Without those probability clouds, electrons would spiral into the nucleus, matter would compress without resistance, and the world as you know it would cease to have shape. Remember that particles are not tiny, solid billiard balls traveling through empty space. In quantum field theory, each particle is an excitation, a rippling, an underlying field that pervades the entire cosmos. The electron is a wave, a disturbance in the electron field, a standing vibration rather than a point. When that field settles into a stationary state inside an atom, it forms the familiar shells, yet those shells are resonances, like notes on a violin string, defined not by motion through space, but by the shape of the field's vibration. Those vibrations are shaped by electromagnetic forces, the pull of protons, the presence of neighboring electrons, and the symmetries that govern the entire quantum fabric. The atom, then, is not a miniature solar system but a complex, interdependent symphony of fields, tuned by invisible rules, performed on a vacuum that is anything but empty. Even the vacuum itself hums with activity. Picture a grand cathedral, vast and seemingly silent, its arches reaching toward the heavens. At first glance, the space feels utterly still, but a subtle pressure presses against you. The walls faintly shimmer, and a whisper of sound seems to linger in the air. The cathedral is not truly empty. Beneath its stillness lies an orchestra of invisible musicians. The quantum vacuum is that hidden ensemble, a frothing sea of fluctuations, a storm beneath apparent calm. It is the ground state of all quantum fields, the lowest possible energy configuration, yet it is never zero. Virtual particles flicker into existence and vanish in the blink of an eye, never directly seen but constantly influencing reality. This restless vacuum possesses pressure, density, and even weight. It pushes outward with a negative pressure that drives the expansion of space itself, fueling the mysterious dark energy that accelerates the galaxy's drift apart. Those subtle forces are not poetic speculation, they are measured in the redshift of distant supernovae. The faint ripples of the cosmic microwave background, the very acceleration of the universe's growth. All of this may sound abstract, but it holds a powerful, personal message. The clouds that form atoms are the same kind of clouds that shape thoughts, dreams, and possibilities within you. You are not a static collection of solid parts, you are a superposition of memories, hopes, and potentials, a probability wave continuously reshaped by experience and observation. Like electrons, you do not orbit a fixed center, you hover, shift, and resonate. Your presence is not a fixed point but a pattern, a beautiful interference of possibilities that becomes momentarily certain when you act, when you choose, when you look. The quantum lesson tells us that the world is built not of immutable stuff but of ever-changing structure, not of predetermined paths but of open options. Uncertainty is not a flaw to be eliminated, it is the fertile ground from which meaning sprouts. Embrace the cloud, allow yourself to be both the question and the answer, and understand that every act of observation, every decision you make collapses a field of potentials into a lived reality. So when you feel the weight of doubt, remember that even the vacuum, that seeming void, is brimming with pressure and purpose. When you encounter a problem that seems insurmountable, recall that electrons do not follow rigid tracks, they exist as flexible clouds, adapting to the forces around them. When you stand before a crossroads, know that you are not a marble constrained to a single path, but a mist that can settle in many places. each choice carving a new resonance in the symphony of your life. Let the quantum world inspire you to see uncertainty as invitation, to view measurement as empowerment, and to recognize that your very act of noticing makes the world richer, more real, more alive. The universe does not demand that you find a single, unchanging truth. It asks that you stay curious, stay engaged, and keep asking, what if? In that perpetual question lies the spark that turns possibilities into the luminous reality you get to live. Feel the awe that comes from knowing that every atom in your body is a tapestry of probability, that the breath you take is a dance of fields, that the light you see is a chorus of collapsing wave functions. Let that awe fuel your ambition. Let it remind you that you are part of a grand, ever-unfolding experiment, that your thoughts ripple through the same quantum fabric that shapes stars. When you set a goal, you are not merely moving a point along a line, you are shaping a wave, influencing the distribution of possibilities that surround you. The act of focusing your mind, of committing to a purpose, is akin to a measurement collapsing countless potential outcomes into the one you will pursue. Trust that this power is real, that the very same principles that prevent electrons from piling into a nucleus also keep you from being flattened by the pressures of life. And when the world feels empty, when silence seems oppressive, remember the cathedral analogy. Even the quietest spaces are alive with subtle currents. The quantum vacuum teaches us that emptiness is an illusion. There is always a background hum, a subtle pressure that can be harnessed. In your own life, seek out those hidden currents of inspiration, those faint vibrations of possibility that lie just beneath the surface of everyday routine. Tune into them, let them guide your actions, and you will discover that the universe is far more generous than you ever imagined. The negative pressure of the vacuum pushes the cosmos outward. Your inner resolve can push you toward growth, expansion, and new horizons. Take this knowledge and turn it into momentum. Let the uncertainty that once seemed daunting become your creative fuel. Let the clouds of possibility that swirl within every atom remind you that you, too, are composed of endless potentials waiting for the moment you choose to observe them. Each step you take, each decision you make, is a personal measurement that shapes your reality. Embrace the mystery, honor the wonder, and move forward with the confidence that you are an active participant in a universe that thrives on the interplay of chance and choice. The quantum world does not demand you to have all the answers. It invites you to keep asking, to stay engaged, and to celebrate the moment when a possibility becomes your lived experience. In that celebration lies the true power of being alive. Imagine standing still in a cathedral that seems empty, its arches soaring toward a ceiling that swallows sound, the air hushed as if the world itself were holding its breath. You feel alone, surrounded only by silence, yet there is a subtle weight pressing against your skin, a faint hum that vibrates through the stone, a shimmer on the walls that you cannot quite explain. That cathedral is not truly void, it is a veil over a hidden orchestra, a symphony of possibilities playing just beyond the threshold of perception. This is the essence of the quantum vacuum, the secret pulse that runs through everything, the quiet power that refuses to be called nothing. In our everyday language, we think of a vacuum as an empty space, a place cleared of all matter, a backdrop on which the drama of the universe unfolds. Physics, however, has taught us a quieter, deeper truth. The vacuum is not an absence but a ground state, the lowest possible energy of all fields. And even that lowest state is never truly still. It froths with fluctuations, a storm beneath calm, a ceaseless jitter of virtual particles that pop into existence for a heartbeat and then dissolve, never seen directly but constantly shaping reality. Feel the weight of that awareness, as if it were a gentle pressure against your chest during a breathless moment. The quantum vacuum possesses pressure, density, even weight. It is not a passive stage but a character in the cosmic play, its presence shaping the expansion of space itself. The energy woven into this vacuum contributes to what we call dark energy, the mysterious push that drives galaxies apart, accelerating the universe's growth. Its pressure is negative, meaning it pushes outward rather than pulling inward, inflating space-time like a balloon being gently blown. This is not poetic speculation, it is measured in the way distant supernovae dim, in the ripples of the cosmic microwave background, in the redshift of light stretching across billions of light-years. Consider for a moment the fields that fill every point of space: the electromagnetic field, the electron field, the Higgs field, the gluon field. Even when no particles are present, these fields do not vanish. Their lowest energy states are not zero, they ripple with zero-point energy, an irreducible hum dictated by the uncertainty principle. Picture a violin string stretched taut but untouched. Even without a bow, it vibrates ever so faintly because the very nature of the world refuses to be perfectly still. That is the vacuum field that can never sit completely at rest. These invisible fluctuations are not merely mathematical curiosities, they have real, measurable effects. When two metal plates are placed extremely close together inside a vacuum, they experience a force that draws them together, not because particles push, but because the modes of the electromagnetic field are altered in the narrow gap. Fewer fluctuations can exist there, creating an imbalance that results in pressure. Nothingness, quite literally, pushes. In the Lamb shift, the energy levels of electrons in hydrogen atoms are altered by their interaction with vacuum fluctuations. Even the masses of particles, the strengths of forces, are shaped by how the vacuum polarizes around them. The vacuum is the scaffolding of everything we observe. Among these fields, the Higgs field stands out as perhaps the most famous example of a vacuum that gives substance to reality. It permeates space with a constant, non-zero value, and particles acquire mass not because they inherently possess it, but because they continually interact with this ever-present field. Without the Higgs field's current value, the universe would be filled with massless particles racing at the speed of light, incapable of forming atoms, molecules, stars, or even the chemistry that makes life possible. The vacuum, through the Higgs field, sculpts the very shape of existence. Yet the vacuum has not always been the same. In the scorching moments after the Big Bang, the universe underwent a series of phase transitions, each one reshaping the configuration of its fields. As the cosmos cooled, the vacuum changed state, much like water freezing into ice, and every transition gave birth to new forces and particles. The electroweak symmetry broke, separating the electromagnetic and weak forces, and the Higgs field settled into the value we measure today. The constants of nature, particle masses, force strengths are frozen echoes of those ancient changes. The laws we call physics are, in a sense, the properties of our current vacuum. Change the vacuum, and the laws change. Imagine a universe where the Higgs field had a different value, where photons carried mass, where the strong force held less tightly. Chemistry would not exist, stars would not shine, and we would not be here to ask these questions. The vacuum defines reality at the deepest level. Now turn this understanding inward to the way you experience your own life. The same principle that tells us the vacuum is never truly empty also whispers that uncertainty is not a void to be feared, but a field of possibility brimming with potential. The clouds that gather in the sky are made of the same atoms that compose your thought-shifting, uncertain, beautiful. What you see is only what you have measured, what you have chosen to focus on. What exists, however, stretches far beyond the narrow lens of your immediate perception, waiting like a hidden orchestra ready to play the melody of your next move. When you stand in that cathedral of your mind, the silence you hear is not an absent seat, is a song. The pressure you feel is not a burden, but a push toward growth. Quantum physics teaches us that particles do not hold fixed properties until we ask them. They exist in a superposition, a shimmering sea of all possible states. An electron is not simply spinning up or down, it is both, and neither until you measure its spin. A photon does not travel a single path, it explores every possible route, interfering with itself, until an observation collapses those possibilities into a single outcome. The double-slit experiment shows this clearly. When you watch which slit a particle goes through, the interference pattern disappears, and the particle is forced to choose. Your act of asking the question changes the answer, it creates the answer. In the same way, the choices you make, the questions you pose to the world, shape what becomes real for you. This participatory nature of reality invites you to become an active creator rather than a passive observer. When you measure the spin of an electron along one axis and find it up, that property becomes real but only because you asked. Choose a different axis, and the answer could be entirely different. The electron does not carry a hidden instruction manual dictating its response. It carries a toolbox of probabilities, a set of potential answers that only solidify when you engage with them. The Koch-Specker theorem formalizes this. There is no consistent set of pre-existing values for all possible measurements. Reality is contextual, dependent on the questions you ask. In that moment, you are not standing outside the experiment of your life, you are part of it. Your curiosity, your attention, your willingness to engage become the forces that bring possibilities into being. Imagine your thoughts as a library where none of the books have titles until you reach out and touch a spine. Each page remains unwritten until your fingertips graze it, and the moment you choose a volume, its content crystallizes from a haze of potential into a fixed narrative. Before that instant, every book contains every story, every character lives and dies. Every ending is both joyous and tragic. Every word is both spoken and silent. That is not fantasy, it is the quantum world mirrored in the realm of the mind. When you decide to pursue a new direction, you are not merely selecting among pre-written paths, you are causing the story to unfold, allowing the universe's underlying field of possibilities to settle into a new shape. The takeaway is both humbling and empowering. The vacuum that fills the space between atoms, between planets, between galaxies, also fills the space within you. It is a silent presence that bends light, lifts metal plates, gives mass to particles, and pushes the cosmos outward with a pressure that may never cease. It is a reminder that what appears empty is in fact brimming with influence. Likewise, the moments in your life that feel like voids, uncertainty, doubt, fear are not blanks to be filled with anxiety. They are the hidden orchestra, the quantum fluctuations waiting for your attention to turn them into music. By tuning into those subtle vibrations, you allow the unseen energy to shape your reality. When you step out of the metaphorical cathedral and into the world, remember that the very fabric of existence is a field of potential. Your observations, your choices, your questions are not merely passive recordings, they are active forces that collapse possibilities into the lived experience you call reality. Embrace uncertainty as the fertile ground from which meaning grows. Let the pressure of the vacuum be a metaphor for the inner push that fuels your aspirations, the gentle yet relentless force that expands your horizon. As the universe rides a wave of vacuum energy, you too can ride the wave of your own potential, letting the hidden currents guide you toward greater purpose. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, the vacuum is the background of being, the breath beneath form, the unseen weight that holds everything together. It reminds us that nothing is truly void, that silence carries a song, that emptiness can be a presence so fundamental it becomes the stage on which all somethings dance. Let this insight stir a sense of wonder in your heart. Let it inspire you to ask bold questions, to observe with intention, to recognize that every act of measurement, every decision, every focus of attention creates a new facet of reality. The universe is not a static picture waiting to be admired, it is a living, evolving story in which you are both author and protagonist. So the next time you encounter a moment that feels like a blank page, remember the hidden orchestra within the cathedral of your mind. Feel the pressure of the vacuum under your fingertips, not as a burden, but as a source of power. Allow the uncertainty of the clouds above to teach you that beauty lies in shifting forms, that meaning is drawn from the unknown rather than the certain. By embracing the field of possibilities, by becoming an active participant in the measurement of your own life, you align yourself with the very principle that shapes galaxies and atoms alike. You become, in essence, a co-creator of the universe's ongoing symphony. Take a deep breath, feel the invisible currents, and step forward with confidence. The vacuum may be silent, but it is never empty, and neither are you. Your story, like the quantum world, is a dance of probability and observation, a glorious interplay of what could be and what you choose to make real. Let that realization empower you to move beyond fear of the unknown, to welcome the hidden orchestra, and to let the pressure of possibility propel you toward the expansive future you are destined to create. When you think about the tiniest pieces of the universe, those whisper-thin electrons, the flickering photons that light up a room, you might imagine them as tiny marbles, each with a secret label hidden deep inside a position, a spin, a direction, a purpose, waiting for us to discover it. But quantum science tells a very different story. It says that those labels don't exist until we actually ask the question. The moment we turn our attention toward them, the universe chooses an answer, and in doing so, it creates the very property we were looking for. It's as if the world is not a static stage waiting for actors to walk on, but a living, breathing conversation between the observer and the observed. Picture the classic double-slit experiment. You send a single photon, one at a time, toward a barrier with two narrow openings. If you simply let the photon travel, it behaves like a wave, spreading out and exploring both pathways simultaneously, eventually forming a graceful pattern of bright and dark bands on a screen, an interference pattern that looks like the ripples you see when a stone drops into water. That pattern tells you the photon was not committed to a single route. It was, in a sense, everywhere at once, a cloud of possibilities. Now imagine you decide you must know which doorway the photon chose. You place a detector right at the slits, demanding a definite answer. The moment you ask that question, the interference pattern disappears. The photon now behaves like a tiny particle that has picked one path, and the screen shows just two clusters, one behind each slit. Your act of observation has not merely revealed a hidden truth, it has reshaped the reality of the photon, forcing it to pick a side it never had to choose before. That is the heart of quantum mystery, and it is also a powerful metaphor for the way we live. In our everyday lives, we often think of ourselves as fixed objects, a job title, a personality trait, a set of habits waiting to be discovered by the world. We may feel that our talents, our confidence, our purpose are hidden somewhere inside us, waiting for the right moment to be uncovered. But what quantum physics shows us is that the qualities we most cherish are not waiting in the shadows, they are possibilities that become real the moment we engage with them. When we step forward, when we ask ourselves, what can I become? We are not merely pulling a pre-written answer out of a drawer. We are shaping the answer, collapsing a cloud of potential into a concrete experience. Think about a time when you felt stuck, when the future seemed like a blank page. In that silence, the universe was not a void, it was a symphony of probabilities, each note waiting to be heard by the listener you become. The pressure you feel under your fingertips is not a burden, it is the gentle nudge of possibility, urging you to make a choice. Just as the photon's path is defined only when we look, your next step is defined only when you decide to take it. The very act of deciding is the moment that gives your life shape. In the classical world, a rock has mass whether anyone holds a scale to it. A planet has an orbit whether we point a telescope at the sky. Quantum reality tells us that at the smallest scales, properties like position, momentum, spin, and even the very notion of being there are not fixed until they are measured. This is not a whimsical fantasy, it is a rigorously tested fact, confirmed again and again in laboratories across the globe. The mathematics predicts it, and the experiments verify it. It may feel unsettling, but it also opens a door to a more expansive way of seeing ourselves. When you measure the spin of an electron along a particular axis, you force it into a definite state up or down because you asked. Measure along a different axis, and the outcome changes. The electron carries no hidden instruction manual that says, if asked this, answer that. Instead, it holds a toolbox of probabilities, a palette of potential responses, waiting for the question you pose. This idea is captured in what physicists call contextuality, the notion that the answer you receive depends on how you ask. Applied to our lives, it reminds us that the results we get are shaped by the lenses we choose, by the questions we are brave enough to ask of ourselves. Imagine you sit down at a desk, ready to write a chapter of a book you have been dreaming about. You could stare at the empty page, feeling the weight of the unknown, fearing that your thoughts are not yet concrete enough to be captured. Or you could pick up the pen, knowing that the very act of writing will turn a swirl of ideas into ink and paper. In that second, you are performing a measurement on your own imagination. The words that appear are not pre-written sentences waiting for discovery. They are the reality that emerges because you decided to observe your inner world with intention. The quantum world is participatory, and that participation is fundamentally empowering. It tells us that we are not passive observers standing apart from reality. waiting for clues to fall into place. We are co-authors of the story that unfolds each moment. Each decision, each focus of attention, each question we frame is a tiny measurement that shapes the fabric of our experience. The universe does not hand us a static script, it offers a stage of possibilities. And we, by choosing where to look, write the next line. And yet, for all its strangeness, quantum theory works. It underpins the technologies we rely on, daily electronics that keep us connected, lasers that guide surgeries, imaging that saves lives. The theory's predictive power is astonishing, and it never falters. The fact that nature behaves according to these principles reassures us that the participatory nature of reality is not a poetic metaphor alone, it is a fundamental truth woven into the very atoms that make up our bodies. Consider the atoms that form your own flesh and bone. Each atom is an elegant dance of electrons, protons, and neutrons, all of them governed by this quantum choreography of potentials and measurements. The solidity you feel when you press your hand against a table is the result of countless probabilities aligning so precisely that they appear as certainty. If you could zoom in far enough, you would see the edges blur, the definitions dissolve, and the firmness give way to a sea of maybe. It is a beautiful paradox. The firmness of life rests upon the softness of uncertainty. This realization can ignite a profound sense of agency. If the foundation of reality is not a rigid block of facts but a living field of possibilities, then our thoughts, intentions, and actions have a genuine role in shaping that field. Every time you ask yourself, "What can I become?" you are not merely probing a hidden talent, you are participating in the very act of creation. Your curiosity becomes the catalyst that turns a vague probability into a concrete achievement. The lesson, then, is simple yet revolutionary. We do not exist in a universe of static things, we exist in a universe of questions. The world does not present us with a finished puzzle waiting to be solved. It offers us a canvas of what-ifs, inviting us to paint with the brushstrokes of our choices. When you feel uncertainty, remember that uncertainty is not a void to be feared, it is the fertile ground from which new realities sprout. When you stand before a decision, recognize that you are performing a measurement, and the outcome you witness is the one you have helped bring into being. So, the next time you find yourself at a crossroads, feeling the weight of possibility, breathe deeply and acknowledge the hidden orchestra playing within the cathedral of your mind. Feel the pressure under your fingertips, not as a burden, but as the gentle reminder that you hold the power to ask the right question. Embrace the fact that, like the photon, you have the capacity to explore multiple paths at once, to exist in a superposition of hopes and potentials, until you choose to focus your attention and let one possibility become your reality. Remember that every observation you make, every intention you set, every goal you articulate, every moment you say "I will" is a ripple that collapses a wave of possibilities into a concrete experience. You are not merely a spectator of life, you are an active participant, a co-creator of the story that unfolds each day. The universe, with all its quantum mystery, invites you to step forward, to ask boldly, and to shape the world with the certainty of your curiosity. In the grand tapestry of existence, your questions are the threads that give texture, your choices the colors that bring it to life. Trust that the unknown is not a threat, but a reservoir of potential waiting for your graceful touch. As you walk forward, know that each step you take is a measurement, each breath a declaration, each act of daring a moment where possibilities become reality. The quantum world reminds us that we are, at our core, beings of possibility, and that the most profound power we possess lies in the simple, courageous act of looking. Let that knowledge fuel you, let it inspire you to live with intention, and let every day become a fresh experiment where you choose, you create, and you become exactly the person you are meant to be.